Chapter 673 Mu Qianyu's Message. Chapter 673 Mu Qianyu's Message. Hey boy, I have some good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Demonshine, I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. What's the news? Lin Ming frowned. At this time he really didn't have thoughts of playing around. Ayaya, you're really boring. For better or worse, this saint had to consume quite a bit of soul force for this information. Demonshine muttered with a sulking expression. But as he saw that Lin Ming looked very serious, he no longer joked around and directly said, "The good news is that Mu Qianyu should be safe." Whilst the South Sea Demon region was focused on finding the key figures of Divine Phoenix Island like Mu Qianyu, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian, they still weren't able to catch them. As Lin Ming heard this, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if something heavy was lifted off of his back. Where have they gone? That I do not know. Demonshine spread his doggy paws out. If that black-robed old man knew where Mu Qianyu and them had scampered off to, then they probably would have gone to capture them tomorrow. Seeing Lin Ming remain silent, Demonshine said, "I don't know where they went, but they should have joined in with some other powers that formed the Anti-Demon Alliance. But their days shouldn't be much better off. They're likely hiding somewhere with appearance-changing techniques too." Anti-Demon Alliance, Lin Ming thought for a moment. In an organization like that, it should be somewhat safer. And the bad news? Lin Ming glared at Demonshine, his heart still not completely relieved. If Demonshine's so-called good news was that Mu Qianyu had escaped, but the bad news was that Qin Xingxuan had been captured, then he really wouldn't be able to resist his impulse to strangle this damn old dog to death. Demonshine said, "The bad news is that Xian Wuji has gone into closed-door seclusion lately. Chances are he should be able to come back out in a few months or even half a year. When that happens, he should have broken through to the fourth stage of life destruction." When a human martial artist went through life destruction, they had to break apart the revolving core in their body and then reform it. This process absolutely could not be disturbed, nor could they interrupt their seclusion. I see. Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care too much about Xian Wuji making a breakthrough or how powerful his enemies were. What he did fear was whether or not his family and friends were in danger. Xian Wuji has probably plundered countless resources these past 2 years, otherwise that old thing would never attack the fourth stage of life destruction unless he had absolute assurance in his success. Lin Ming reflected. Xian Wuji had great ambitions. He had set his determination to break through to the Divine Sea and have his South Sea Demon region become a holy land. The reason that the South Sea Demon region had lit the flames of war was all in order to compete for cultivation resources and pave the road for Xian Wuji to become a Divine Sea Master. Lin Ming, what will your next step be? Duanmu Kun walked over beside Lin Ming and asked him. First we will cleanse Divine Phoenix Island, Lin Ming said with a murderous tone. Towards the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region, he didn't even have a hint of compassion or favorable impression. In his mind, those that followed the path of perversion were far more evil and dangerous than those that followed the path of slaughtering. Haha, good idea. Duanmu Kun flourished his long sword. Under the life-destruction realm, he could be considered invincible. Now that the life-destruction elder was gone, sweeping away everyone else on this island would be an easy task. Brother Fengshen, you take the south, I'll take the north, and Lan Xian can go west. Brother Lin, the rest can be left to you. How about it? Fengshen nodded. He took out his long sword and immediately flew towards the south part of the island. Lin Ming grasped his white spear and flew straight towards the Vermilion Bird Temple. Originally, the Vermilion Bird Temple was the central shrine of the Vermilion Bird faction. He wanted to search over there to see if there were any clues left behind by Mu Yuhuang or Mu Qianyu. The remaining Demon Region martial artists on Divine Phoenix Island were already in a complete mess. They simply couldn't withstand the impact of these 4 people and gave way at the first encounter. Everyone began scattering in all directions, fleeing off to hide by themselves. Fengshen, Lan Xian, and Duanmu Kun were all extraordinarily beautiful individuals, but when it came to killing others, they could slaughter without blinking. After all, they had experienced the frigid battlefield that was called Skysplit Tower. Fengshen's sword was like the wind. Every sword would stab between an enemy's eyebrows, taking their life with a single blow. As for Lan Xian, she preferred to slice the throats of others. As she continued to kill, she kept finding dying women that were captured for obscene purposes. This caused her to hate those demonic path martial artists even more, killing them all without an ounce of mercy. At this time, Lin Ming had already rushed into the Vermilion Bird Temple. The once glorious and majestic Vermilion Bird Temple was now desolate and gloomy. The great protective array here was long since broken, and many of the tiles and walls were torn apart. The beautiful carvings and reliefs on the walls and columns were now ruined and decayed. Because Duanmu Kun and the others were busy killing off the remnant forces and the black-robed elder had already died, the Vermilion Bird Temple was now deserted. Lin Ming searched everyone. Besides finding a few pale and sickly girls in ragged clothes, he didn't find any other clues. With a sigh, Lin Ming took out some clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them to these young girls. Then, he fell into contemplation. If Mu Qianyu had really wanted to leave him a message, just where should she keep it and in what form? When he had been with Mu Qianyu, she had never shown him any sort of special code or cipher. If this sort of information wasn't hidden well and was discovered by the South Sea Demon region, then the consequences would be dire. But, if she were to hide a message, how could she guarantee that others wouldn't be able to find it? On such a vast divine Phoenix Island, just where would Mu Qianyu leave a clue? Lin Ming released all of his perception to cover the entire Vermilion Bird Temple, hoping that he would find even the slightest hint. As he searched over and over again, Lin Ming found many of the old tools and objects that Mu Qianyu had used when she lived here. Vaguely, he could see that red-clothed woman who lived here every day, who loved playing instruments and practicing martial arts. Unfortunately, with the passing of time, all things came to an end. Those beautiful and endless days could no longer be sought here. Lin Ming remembered that Mu Fengxian once said that whenever an emperor powerhouse was born, they needed a massive amount of destiny and lucky chances falling upon their shoulders. But, the sect that the future emperor powerhouse started out from wouldn't necessarily be able to benefit from the birth of an emperor-level powerhouse. This was because the growth of a true emperor powerhouse would cause the attraction and provocation of many powerful enemies. If a sect lacked strength and destiny and was unable to carry such a genius, then that genius would be the reason that the sect perished. Since ancient times, this sort of matter was very common. I hope that Miss Mu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others are safe. Lin Ming could only pray like this. After finding no clues, he left the Vermilion Bird Temple in a sad and dispirited manner. Carefully thinking about it some more, even if Mu Qianyu had intended to leave some clues, she might have been helpless to begin with. Mu Fengxian and the others might not have been immediately able to decide where to go. After all, this was a top 4th grade sect with tens of thousands of people. Moving to a new home that was hidden and had adequate resources wasn't that easier said than done. As Lin Ming left the Vermilion Bird Temple, he was somewhat dazed. Looking out towards the distant horizon, he could vaguely see the faint white fog of the world. The bright sunlight fell onto the sea, illuminating it like a golden flame. Atop this golden flame were many sea birds flying over. It seemed to be a very peaceful and serene scene. The Vermilion Bird Temple was located at the highest point of Divine Phoenix Mountain. One could see the entire view of the South Sea as well as survey all of Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming was overlooking the view from Divine Phoenix Island, he actually saw a place that was covered with an extremely thick heaven and earth origin energy. His soul was stunned. This was the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The divine phoenix mystic realm originated from the ancient Phoenix clan. As for what rank power the ancient Phoenix clan was, Lin Ming found it hard to say. 4 years ago, Lin Ming was still a pulse condensation period martial artist. With his talent, he was permitted to enter the divine phoenix mystic realm, and there he managed to enter the general level smelting trial. But he had been far away from reaching the king level smelting trial. Thus it could be seen from this alone that the ancient Phoenix clan must have been a terrifying power. Although they might not have been able to compare to the eternal demon abyss, they were absolutely above the demon god imperial palace. The divine Phoenix mystic realm was also surrounded by an ancient array formation that only divine Phoenix Island could open. Even if the South Sea Demon region captured Divine Phoenix Island, they still wouldn't have the ability to open the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In other words, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was an absolutely safe place. Was it possible that Mu Qianyu had left him some sort of message within the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm? As Lin Ming thought of this, he no longer hesitated and flew directly towards the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. The several dozen miles passed in a fleeting instant. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was located in the depths of the Divine Phoenix Island mountain range. It was surrounded by a formation of mountains and valleys that kept the energy of the land within. The heaven and earth origin energy here was very rich, especially fire and water origin energy. It was thick to the point of nearly becoming a faint mist. There was a protective array formation outside of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In order to enter, one first had to pass through this array formation. This was an ancient array formation. It wasn't something that the South Sea Demon region had the ability to break open. Lin Ming was originally familiar and proficient with ancient array formations. He had also entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, completing the final general level smelting trial, and had been recognized by the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Even if he didn't learn the method of how to open this array formation from Mu Yuhuang, figuring out how to do it wouldn't be too hard for him either. After an hour of time, Lin Ming found out the approximate method to open it. Revolving the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle within his body, he reached out his hand and formed flaming golden runes. The void trembled. With a buzzing sound, the space several dozen feet in front of Lin Ming began to distort, as if it were calmly rippling water. But these ripples didn't last too long, and soon faded away. Lin Ming wasn't discouraged. He attempted time and time again to fuse the concept of space into these flame array symbols. Finally, after another quarter of an hour, he opened the barrier. A barrier of light appeared in thin air. Within the barrier there was a single gap. From within, he could feel the intense energy of fire and ice colliding with each other, the sound of muffled thunder filling the air. Lin Ming calmed himself and stepped through the protective array formation to enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Light flashed. Lin Ming arrived at the mountain valley where the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was. But in the instant when he entered, Lin Ming saw that near the entrance to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, there were elegant and beautiful letters carved on a 10,000-year-old parasol tree. Thunder Crash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. At the moment he saw these words, Lin Ming's heart shook like an earthquake passed through him. Just 10 words and written in such a simple manner, yet they contained the strong will and determination of Mu Qianyu. She didn't write what would happen if they couldn't make their appointment, nor did she write that they would die. 10 words. The writing was graceful and succinct, as if it had fused within it an incomparably firm belief that allowed no room for doubt. No matter what happened during this time period, no matter what difficulties she faced, what trials and tribulations she would encounter. 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. It was as if Lin Ming could see the scene that happened here 6 months ago. When Mu Qianyu had rushed into the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm and engraved this message, her hands were fast but firm. In her eyes was a faint trace of hope and faith, a touch of deep love and also sadness. As for the nameless cave of Thundercrash Mountain, that was the place Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming had stayed when they first met. In that cave, the two of them had spent 3 days and 3 nights filled with immeasurable warmth. Chapter 674 The Fifth Opening of the Magic Cube. Chapter 674 The Fifth Opening of the Magic Cube. When he had first gone to Thundercrash Mountain, by pure chance, Lin Ming had encountered Mu Qianyu as she was battling the Thunder Flood Dragon. After, when Mu Qianyu had been wounded and was in trouble, Lin Ming had helped her recover within the nameless cave. With his past humble and low status, this was the first time he had ever come into contact with such a proud daughter of heaven. 3 days later, Mu Qianyu had left without a word, leaving behind only a message. Finally, Mu Qinghong had visited the 7 profound valleys and had taken notice of Lin Ming during the Total Faction Martial meeting. Then, in the sect training program, Lin Ming had been chosen as the only Heaven Step talent. All of this seemed as if it had happened just yesterday. During Lin Ming's early period of growth, Mu Qianyu and Divine Phoenix Island had helped Lin Ming many times. Thunder Crash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. Lin Ming traced his hand over these letters and quietly clenched his fist. 10 years was the promise that he had originally made, but now, he had come back over 7 years early. Since he had come back, he would no longer allow the situation in the South Sea to continue as it was. He absolutely would not allow Mu Qianyu and the martial artists of Divine Phoenix Island to drift around like displaced refugees. I don't need to use these 10 years. Within 3 months I will find you. Lin Ming secretly made this oath to himself as he gazed at the words on that 10,000-year parasol tree. Then, he sat down next to it. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Demonshine asked. Opening the magic cube. Are you kidding? You're going to open it here? Opening the magic cube takes less than an hour, and with the protective array formation of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, this area can be considered safe. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the blood essence of the black-robed old man from his spatial ring. When Lin Ming had first obtained the magic cube, he had gone into the space within the magic cube when he was sleeping. This was the first time he had opened the magic cube. Afterwards, Lin Ming obtained the flexible armor that the Crown Prince had gifted to him. The flexible armor was marked with the blood essence of a Hotian master. This blood essence was then absorbed by the magic cube. This was the second time that the magic cube opened. The third time was when Lin Ming had killed Ouyang Boyan. With Ouyang Boyan's blood essence, he opened the magic cube once again. The fourth time, Lin Ming had used the suppressive laws of the demon god Imperial Palace and killed a revolving core master, using that master's blood essence to open the magic cube yet again. Now would be the 5th time. From Hotian to Xiantian to revolving core and now life destruction. Lin Ming began to unravel the spells on the cocoon until there was just the red glob of blood left. Lin Ming didn't have the magic cube absorb this yet. Rather, he first entered into the ethereal martial intent and adjusted his mindset until he was as calm as a still lake. Then, Lin Ming took off his clothes, revealing a strange mark on his left chest. This mark was the mysterious ancient symbol rune of the magic cube. With a deep breath, he slowly pressed the black-robed old man's blood essence into his chest. Right after, Lin Ming felt a burst of burning heat in his chest. This was the blood essence being absorbed by the magic cube. After being silent for several years, the magic cube once again welcomed the fresh blood essence of a powerhouse. Chi. As the blood essence was absorbed, it was just like a deadly poison that was scattered on the ground. It seemed to constantly corrode away, producing a slight trace of smoke. Lin Ming felt within himself, perceiving the energy fluctuations of the magic cube within his chest. He could feel that after the magic cube had absorbed the blood essence, it seemed to beat in rhythm with his heart. After 10 breaths of time passed, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake. In the next moment, all of his consciousness was completely sucked into the magic cube. With a dizzying feeling, Lin Ming's mind had arrived once again in that pitch-black space within the magic cube. Lin Ming was familiar with this place. In the vast and boundlessly dark sky, countless soul fragments glittered like infinite stars. These soul fragments floated around in a haze of thick mist. In the center of all these soul fragments, there was a large sphere of light that was 1 foot in diameter, slowly glowing with a gentle light. Lin Ming suspected that this sphere of light was the previous master of the magic cube, that saintess of the verdant feather holy lands. After arriving in the magic cube space once again, Lin Ming's mentality was extremely stable. Now he had a battle spirit and his willpower was much more formidable than it was before. He would be able to handle most of these soul fragments, unless that fragment was to contain the remnant consciousness and will of the Supreme Elder it once belonged to. If that were true, then swallowing a soul fragment like that might be a bit dangerous. Linking his mind to the many soul fragments, because of Lin Ming's stronger soul force, he was now able to clearly sense the energy that emanated from these soul fragments. Some had a gentle, soft energy, some were tyrannical, and some emitted an evil, blood-soaked energy. The smaller fragments were directly ignored by Lin Ming. He only looked at those that were at least 2 inches wide. Then, he began to sense them according to the energy they emitted, looking for a soul fragment that might have a cultivation method or other skill that was useful. But there were simply too many soul fragments in the space of the magic cube. Even after searching through so many, it was difficult for Lin Ming to know just which one would be the most valuable to him. At this time, Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming, this saint will help you choose. I can guarantee it will be enormously useful for you. Oh! Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Although Demon Shine did like to brag often, he had to acknowledge that this old dog really did have some ability. Useful for me? I can't think of a soul fragment that would be too useful for me right now. Lin Ming had no lack of cultivation methods. Moreover, he had already begun to step onto the road of fusing his own martial arts method. He was hoping to look for some cultivation method within the magic cube that could provide a foundation for further martial arts fusion skills in the future. You'll know why once I tell you. That pale golden palm-sized soul fragment is the one. Let me warn you first, it's quite possible that there is a remnant soul within that soul fragment. A Supreme Elder's remnant soul. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. It was hard to guess just what boundary these realm of the gods' powerhouses had reached before their death. Even if it was just a remnant soul, he still had to treat it with caution. Carefully stretching out his hand, an energy latched onto that pale gold soul fragment and dragged it over to Lin Ming. Lin Ming completely concentrated his mind onto this soul fragment. During the first several times that Lin Ming had opened the magic cube, he had avoided these Supreme Elder soul fragments as if they were poisonous snake. He would never have tried to absorb it on his own initiative like he was now. Discreetly feeling the strength of this pale gold soul fragment, Lin Ming felt confident he would be able to withstand it. Demon Shine, just what's in here that is so useful to me? If you absorb that memory fragment you'll naturally know. This soul fragment, if I'm not wrong, should be an old acquaintance that the Demon Emperor once knew. I only recognized it because there is a bit of remnant soul left over in the fragment. If you absorb it, you'll have a great harvest. Demon Shine bragged. Lin Ming didn't ask anything further. Demon Shine had no reason to lie to him, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He had confidence that he would be able to deal with the remnant soul within this soul fragment. Even if the cultivation methods within were useless, it could still serve as a reference point so that Lin Ming could study the various types of top martial arts and gain insights from them. Putting out a hand, he gently touched the soul fragment. The soul fragment immediately turned into a white light that shot into Lin Ming's body and disappearing, vanishing without a trace. A soul fragment had a natural instinct to swallow all. Under the guidance of its instincts, it would begin to attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea in order to capture it. When the soul fragment broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the spear-shaped battle spirit that floated in the skies immediately began to issue out a keening howl, directly impacting towards that soul fragment. Gotcha! With a violent collision, the soul fragment was struck by the spear-shaped battle spirit and sent flying away, its light dimming by several degrees. Meanwhile, the black vortex of the samsara martial intent appeared within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, surging forwards as it enveloped that soul fragment. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sat down, immediately entering into the ethereal martial intent. Like this, the samsara martial intent and battle spirit began a fierce battle with the soul fragment within his spiritual sea. A battle spirit was known as an existence that could cut away all to nothing. Of course, this included even the soul. With every strike, the soul fragment would fiercely tremble, causing the remnant soul within that fragment to gradually fade away. After an hour of time, the war of souls finally ended. Although Lin Ming hadn't been in any great danger, he was still left exhausted, his entire body wet with sweat and his complexion pale. After eliminating that remnant soul, the remaining memory fragments sank into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. In that moment, all sorts of chaotic and complex images and information began to pour into Lin Ming's mind. These memories numbered many times more than before. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough, feeling as if his head would explode at any moment. Pictures began to flash through Lin Ming's mind. War, battlefields, death, cultivation method, rare books, sect. All sorts of scenes replayed in his mind. But many of these were also of raging flames, mystical symbols, as well as medicinal pills that shined with a golden light. This person had been an alchemist. Lin Ming was suddenly startled. After further exploring these memories, Lin Ming found that this person had not only been an accomplished alchemist but also an inscription master. Inscription techniques were the first skill that Lin Ming had obtained from the very first soul fragment he absorbed from the magic cube. This skill was very powerful within the realm of the gods, but unfortunately, the soul fragment that Lin Ming had swallowed then was only the size of a grain of rice, and it was also very faded. This was a choice he was helpless in making. Originally, Lin Ming had only been at the very first stage of body transformation. Just absorbing that rice grain-sized soul fragment had nearly cost him his life. This also led to the inscription techniques Lin Ming had being incomplete, most of them the most basic of their kind. Inscription techniques were divided into object inscription, medicinal inscription, body inscription, and soul inscription, 4 different types in total. Although Lin Ming had learned body inscription, that was only useful to him during the body transformation realm. After reaching revolving core or life destruction, the increased strength from these body inscription symbols would be negligible. In addition, the reason that Lin Ming had neglected to keep up with his inscription technique was because practicing simply consumed too much time. As Lin Ming's strength constantly grew, because he had neglected to practice his inscription technique, it now wasn't able to keep up with his growth. With Lin Ming's current skill in medicinal inscription, he could at most enhance medicines like the heaven-opening pill or shattered demon heart crystal. If he wanted to place an inscription on something like the Nirvana dragon root or demon god bone, then that simply wasn't possible because he wasn't capable of placing an inscription on them that was of adequate rank. In order to practice inscription techniques to a higher boundary, one needed to invest a massive amount of time and effort into it. But before this, the inscription techniques that Lin Ming had obtained were greatly incomplete. If he tried to reach a higher boundary, he would find himself besieged with difficulties. Now that he had obtained this soul fragment, he had unintentionally filled in this gap. Demon Shine, you want me to pick up inscription techniques again, and not only that but to become an inscription master and then use that as a basis to further become an alchemist. Inscription techniques are mostly for you to create medicinal inscriptions. I want you to become an alchemist in order to further your cultivation of the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The further your boundary goes, the more the rarity and value of the medicine you'll need for your practice will horrify you. You obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root and the Nameless Divine Pill, but don't think you'll always be so lucky. If you don't study alchemy, are you really hoping for others to just come up and offer all the help you'll ever need? Your cosmic melting furnace is already the best tool for alchemy to begin with. Chapter 675 Xian Yuqie makes her move. Chapter 675 Xian Yuqie makes her move. The cosmic melting furnace was a fire attribute attack weapon and also an extremely good furnace. It was the greatest treasure that the demon emperor had left behind before ascending to the realm of the gods. What rank treasure is the cosmic melting furnace? Lin Ming had long thought of this, but he hadn't yet asked Demon Shine. Lin Ming hadn't even seen a medium-grade Heaven Step treasure yet, so he simply didn't know what rank treasure the cosmic melting furnace was. Demon Shine said, "The cosmic melting furnace cannot really be classified under normal treasures, but rather it is a quasi-saint artifact. Above high-grade Heaven Step treasures are saint artifact. The cosmic melting furnace doesn't yet qualify to rank as a saint artifact, so it can only be considered a quasi-saint artifact. If you use it for alchemy, then it will multiply your chances of success by several times. Moreover, it can even increase the grade and power of your flame essence." Saint artifact. This wasn't the first time that Lin Ming had heard this before. So it turned out that the cosmic melting furnace was a quasi-saint artifact. Unfortunately, he wasn't yet able to induce the cosmic melting furnace to strike his enemies. In his current state, it could at most be considered a defensive weapon. "Boy, the black-robed old man you killed a while ago also had something good, a demon heart flower. It was planted in the medicine garden of Divine Phoenix Island. Let's go back in a bit and dig it out. Along with the 10,000-year corpse grass and profound gold divine fruit you obtained in the eternal demon abyss, both of those are top-quality alchemy materials. With these alchemy materials as well as the memories that you've inherited, you will slowly but surely become a top grandmaster of alchemy, forming a solid foundation for your future goal of breaking through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace." Demon Shine had suggested that Lin Ming become an alchemist. Although this was quite sudden, after some more thought, this truly was the only way for Lin Ming to complete his body transformation cultivation path in the future. The body transformation legacy, even if placed within the entire realm of the gods, was considered an extremely luxurious and excessive cultivation path. Compared to the essence gathering system, it was countless times more expensive. For Lin Ming to just complete 100% of tempering marrow, he had required an entire Nirvana Dragon Root. As for opening the 8 inner hidden gates, he had used the Nameless Divine Pill and a Demon God Bone. Even then, it was only under a lucky coincidence that he had made his breakthrough with the support of the suppression of the heavenly demon force field. Next, there were still 7 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The first few gates after the gate of healing couldn't be considered too difficult to open. But afterwards, once he arrived at the 5th, 6th, 7th, or even 8th gate, the difficulty would rise at an astronomical scale. If he wished to break through these thresholds, then it was impossible unless he had top heavenly materials. As for normal heavenly treasures, swallowing them directly was of course inferior to refining them into pills, especially if they had a medicinal inscription placed on them. Thinking of this, Lin Ming fell into a deep reflection. Whether it was alchemical techniques or inscription techniques, both of them were extremely complex and diverse. If he wanted to practice both of these skills to the limit of their boundaries, then he would need to consume a great deal of time, even if he inherited the memories of that supreme being. Time meant the potential of life. If he wasted time, then that was the same as wasting his potential. Demon Shine saw Lin Ming hesitate and chuckled. Young boy, your way of thinking is wrong. Whether it is practicing alchemy or inscription, both of these skills can greatly increase your soul force. After reaching the Xiantian realm, a martial artist's soul force will becoming increasingly important. You've practiced martial arts all the way until now and yet haven't realized just how great the benefits of having a strong soul force are? If it wasn't for your powerful soul force and samsara martial intent to support you, how could you possibly have formed your battle spirit in the Xiantian realm? A battle spirit and will may be completely different from soul force, but the former actually relies on the latter. Haven't you noticed that your battle spirit is kept hidden in your spiritual sea? All I just mentioned are just indirect benefits, but there are also direct benefits. These benefits will appear once you become an emperor-level powerhouse. No matter how powerful your body is, if it doesn't have an equally powerful soul to support it, then the result you'll be able to achieve will be extremely limited. Just cultivating your dantian means you will sooner or later encounter a bottleneck. This is also the reason why all the powerhouses of the realm of the gods choose different auxiliary skills. These aren't just used to assist their cultivation, but also to help temper their soul force. After Demonshine said this, Lin Ming was startled. After thinking about it some more, this really was true. Ever since he had obtained the magic cube, Lin Ming had entered into it a total of 5 times and absorbed the soul fragments of 4 different realm of the gods' powerhouses. The 3rd and 4th time, he had absorbed the soul fragments of the demon emperor. But, in the other 3 times, after he absorbed these memories, he realized that these 3 powerhouses each shared a common characteristic, and that was that all 3 of them practiced an auxiliary skill. The first one was an inscription master, the second was an array master, and the last was both an inscriptionist and an alchemist. As for the demon emperor, he himself was a giant demon, so he didn't excel in the aspect of the soul. This was likely the reason that he didn't choose an auxiliary skill to begin with. As Demonshine had said, studying these auxiliary skills would never be a waste of time. Laboring over these things would not be a mistake. Now that Lin Ming had inherited the soul fragments of these realm of the gods' powerhouses, he was able to practice these auxiliary skills with half the effort and twice the result. To not use such a lucky chance would really be idiotic. As Lin Ming thought this, he also set firm his determination. After this conflict in the South Sea ended, he would put aside some special time in order to thoroughly practice inscription techniques and alchemy techniques, paving the road for his future success of opening the next 7 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates. After sealing up the related rich memories of inscription techniques and alchemy techniques in his mind, Lin Ming began to study the other memories of this supreme elder. Within this soul fragment there really was too much information. Besides inscription techniques and alchemy techniques, there was also a massive amount of cultivation methods. Within these cultivation methods, there was one related to realm of the gods' alchemists, the Fire God Law. After examining the Fire God Law, Lin Ming ultimately concluded that the complete Fire God Law was much more powerful than the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But, if it were to be compared with the complete Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, then it would naturally be far inferior. These 2 sets of cultivation methods were both of the fire attribute. It seemed redundant to practice both, but Lin Ming was actually very happy to see this situation. In the future, this would give him a great number of inspirations. Once he thoroughly comprehended both, he would be able to combine them together, fusing these 2 cultivation methods into an even stronger technique. This realm of the gods' alchemist had achieved an understanding of the concept of fire that could be called the pinnacle. Lin Ming could only helplessly exclaim at this. Something like a concept could only be understood and not explained. Even if Lin Ming had directly inherited these memories, it was still impossible for his understanding of the concept of fire to suddenly shoot to a high degree all of a sudden. But still, this would allow Lin Ming to find his way in the future much more easily. As Lin Ming entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm's great protective array and started to absorb the soul fragment, news of his return to the South Horizon region had already begun to quietly spread. There were far too Man-Demon region martial artists staying at Divine Phoenix Island. No matter how many were killed, some would always manage to avoid slaughter and escape. Naturally, these people would pass along news about Lin Ming's return. But all of this was also tacitly allowed by Lin Ming. He did this all for one reason. He wanted to use this method to tell Mu Qianyu that he, Lin Ming, had returned. The first to obtain this news was the South Sea Demon Region headquarters. At this time, Xian Wuji had gone into life-or-death closed-door seclusion to break through to the fourth stage of life destruction. After a human martial artist reached life destruction, every breakthrough they made was a trial of life or death. They either succeeded or they perished, there was no other option. At this time, Xian Wuji's entire body and revolving core were being reorganized. He absolutely could not be disturbed, so no matter how important the message was, he still wouldn't be informed. The one in charge of the South Sea Demon region at this time was Xian Yuqie. During the South Sea War, Xian Yuqie had appeared in the public eye much more often than Xian Wuji. After so many battles, Xian Wuji no longer needed to appear. It was enough for Xian Yuqie to act as leader. In these 2.5 years, Xian Yuqie's enchanting sex appeal and beautiful appearance had become equally famous. There were many powerhouses of the South Sea that both coveted her and feared her to their bones. At this time, within the Grand Demon Palace of the South Sea Demon region, Xian Yuqie was wearing a luxurious black dress. Her black stone-inlaid collar was spread very low, revealing her plentiful figure and a great portion of her plump milk-white breasts, and the deep crevice that ran between them. Her dress was split nearly to her waist, revealing her now white and perfectly shaped thighs and accentuating the outline of her bottom. All of this was enough to drown a man in infinite dreams and desire. On Xian Yuqie's body, it was impossible to find the scars and traces of time. She simply seemed like a sexy and beautiful young woman in her late 20s. However, facing such a Xian Yuqie, the elders of the South Sea Demon region did not show even the slightest bit of disrespect. All of them were politely sitting down, and as their eyes occasionally passed over Xian Yuqie, there was nothing in them but deference. In these past few years, Xian Yuqie had relied on her strength alone to accumulate power and influence. Even though the South Sea Demon region had complex inner workings with multiple factions, not a single person dared to offend her. "About Lin Ming, you've all heard it," Xian Yuqie calmly said. Xian Yuqie's terse statement caused all the elders to start discussing amongst themselves. Before now, they had all obtained this news through their various channels. For Xian Yuqie to convene the Council of Elders at this time, they had all faintly guessed that it was to discuss Lin Ming. A first-stage life destruction elder stood up and said, "This old man thought that something was wrong. There were just too many questions and mysteries surrounding that boy's death. Now it really seems that there is absolutely some secret on his body. The Nirvana Dragon Root and Cosmic Melting Furnace most likely fell into that boy's hands." The life destruction elder's voice was thick with jealousy and hate. As he thought about how so many resources fell onto such a lucky hairless baby boy, all he felt was uncomfortable. Xian Yuqie coughed with disdain. She had no interest in the opinions of a myopic fool like this who spoke in hindsight. If he really thought there was something wrong in the past, then why hadn't he done anything about it? Xian Yuqie said, "According to our information, Lin Ming was able to kill Elder Hong Qi. I estimate that his strength has reached the peak of the first stage of life destruction. This completely overturns our previous understanding of Lin Ming. Without a doubt, there is some significant secret on his body. Perhaps it may be even more valuable than the Nirvana Dragon Root and Cosmic Melting Furnace. Now that Elder Xian Wuji has gone into seclusion to attack the fourth stage of life destruction, He cannot be disturbed to manage affairs. I have already decided to send out the giant Leviathan Saint Beast, and I will take personal command of this mission. I will go to Divine Phoenix Island and capture Lin Ming alive. Fellow elders, who is willing to go with me? Xian Yuqia's words shocked all the elders present. Send out the giant Leviathan, take personal command, and even invite other elders to come. Wasn't this just overdoing it a bit? Chapter 676, Revolving Core Mu Bingyun. Chapter 676, Revolving Core Mu Bingyun. Sovereign Xian, to deal with just a mere Lin Ming, not only will you yourself go, but you must also send out the giant Leviathan? Isn't that just making a big deal out of nothing? An elder couldn't help but suggest. The giant Leviathan was the super weapon of the South Sea Demon region. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was a wide range and variety of saint beasts, and there was no uniform classification. It was all a fuzzy and jumbled mess. A flood dragon, a vermilion bird. These creatures could be called saint beasts, but all of these saint beasts had differing degrees of bloodline purity and richness. These were divisions formed by limited vision. To the martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom and even the 7 profound valleys, to them a vermilion bird was an unattainable sacred existence. Thus, being labeled a saint beast was undeniable. However, within the realm of the gods, the vermilion bird of Divine Phoenix Island was barely passable to be called a saint beast at all. As for the god beasts of the realm of the gods, those were existences that could destroy worlds at whim. The title of a saint beast was a bit ambiguous. It wasn't a completely appropriate term to describe the giant Leviathan. The giant Leviathan was in many ways even more powerful than a high-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Especially when it was used for frontal combat or for capturing a sect, the power it could display was simply terrifying. During these times it would be like a massive juggernaut battleship, unstoppable and overwhelming. During these months while Xian Wuji had gone into closed-door seclusion to bet his life against reaching the 4th stage of life destruction, the giant Leviathan was naturally managed by Xian Yuqia. Xian Yuqia glanced at the elder who spoke and said, "Even a lion would use its full force to capture a rabbit, much less this boy Lin Ming is not as simple as he seems." During the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, I was also present, and yet I still have no idea how he managed to steal the Nirvana Dragon Root. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength is no longer the same as it was in the past. It's unimaginable that in just a short 2.5 years, his strength has risen to such a horrifying degree. The Demon Region Elder thought otherwise. Sovereign Xian, this old man thinks that those rumors of Lin Ming's strength are simply rumors. They might not necessarily be true. Those scattered minions, in order to avoid responsibility, would naturally exaggerate Lin Ming's strength and the events that happen. Elder son. Xian Yuqia's slender eyebrows rose and she coldly said, "If you underestimate the enemy, then the one to suffer will be you. Lin Ming is not easy to handle." After she finished speaking, she turned to everyone else and continued to say, "I have already issued an order that all information related to Lin Ming will now be restricted. Nobody may spread out anything at all. Right now, I can control the giant Leviathan by myself, but if I want to chase Lin Ming, that will be a bit difficult. I ask for 2 elders to come and support me. Who is willing to join me?" As Xian Yuqia spoke, her eyes swept over each elder one at a time. In such an important matter like capturing Lin Ming, failure was not allowed. There could only be success. "All right. Count me as one." A black-robed elder stood up. He was someone from the Xian clan. His name was Xian Zhongshan and his cultivation was at the 1st stage of life destruction. If he didn't worry that he would fail crossing into the 2nd stage of life destruction, then he would have become a 2nd stage life destruction master long ago. "I will go too," an elder said. At this time in the distant 5-element region, there was a great mountain peak that was several 100,000 feet high. Atop this mountain was a forest of maple trees that seemed like a sea of fire. The name of this mountain was Sunfire Mountain. Looking from afar, this mountain seemed like a picturesque land filled with poetry and wonders. But very few knew that one of the 7 sects of the 5-element region, the Sunfire sect, was actually located here. Although the maple tree forest atop Sunfire Mountain seemed ordinary, it actually contained an exquisite array formation. If one didn't understand the method of entry and wandered in, then it would be easy for them to be trapped inside. At a great temple at the summit of Sunfire Mountain, the Sunfire sect sovereign sat on a grand throne, wearing a long red robe. In front of him was a young and beautiful girl. She was the chief disciple of the Sunfire sect, the Sunfire Princess. And standing in front of those two was a blue-clothed old woman. This old woman was elderly, but her temperament was extraordinary. From the fading outlines of her face, one could imagine that she was a remarkable peerless beauty as a youth. She was the valley master of one of the 5-element region's 7 great sects, Storm Valley's Zhan Yuyun. Beside this old woman was a handsome youth in his mid-20s. He was the chief disciple of Storm Valley, Zhan Yunjian. 4 years ago, Zhan Yunjian and the Sunfire Princess had both participated in revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, shining in the spotlight there. It was only afterwards, because of Lei Mubai and Lin Ming's appearance, that both of their halos were overshadowed. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the great temple as a blue-clothed woman slowly walked in. This woman only looked to be just over 20 years old, but her cultivation was astonishingly at the revolving core realm. Not just that, but her appearance was alluring and her figure outstanding. From top to bottom she emitted a chilling energy, as if no one could ever dare to sully her. If Lin Ming were here, he would immediately recognize her. She was the Divine Phoenix Island Blue Luan faction's saintess, and also Mu Qianyu's little sister, Mu Bingyun. Fairy Maiden Bingyun, it's been a while since we last saw each other. Sage Sunfire and Storm Valley's old woman rose up in greeting as they saw Mu Bingyun arrive. It had to be known that although Mu Bingyun was a junior, her cultivation had broken through to the revolving core realm and her total comprehensive combat strength was equal to that of an ordinary middle revolving core master. In terms of strength, she wasn't that much worse than Sage Sunfire and Storm Valley's Zhou Yuyun. Like this, even though they were elders, they still had to give several points of respect to Mu Bingyun. Sage Sunfire, Valley Master Zhan. Mu Bingyun nodded and then walked straight to her seat. After everyone greeted each other and sat down, Zhan Yuyun glanced at the Sunfire sect's sovereign and Mu Bingyun, smiling as she said, "Brother Sunfire, Fairy Maiden Bingyun, one of the scouting parties we arranged within the South Sea sent back some very unusual news yesterday." "Oh? Unusual news?" Sage Sunfire revealed a faintly interested look. Since the South Sea Demon region united all those different deep-sea races of the South Sea into an alliance, I have yet to hear any extraordinary news. All I've heard was constant defeat on the South Sea battlefield. If this continues, then I fear that our 5-element region's 7 great sects will also be swallowed up. What is this unusual news? I'm very much interested in hearing about it. The 5-element region and the South Horizon region were over 1,000,000 miles apart. If the South Sea Demon region became a holy land, it naturally wouldn't encroach onto the 5-element region's territory. But in this South Sea War, the South Sea Demon region had gathered many allies together, and now the cake that was the South Sea was naturally not enough to divvy up for everyone. Now the flames of war had already burnt their way to the edge of the 5-element region. It was only a matter of time until the entire 5-element region was occupied. The 7 sects of the 5-element region were already weaker than Divine Phoenix Island. Facing the allied armies of the South Sea, they were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing Sage Sunfire mention his concerns, the old woman sighed. The South Sea Demon region's appetite was just too great. They apparently wanted to gobble up the two great territories that lay at the edge of the South Sea, the Five-Element region and the South Horizon region. With their strength, it truly was difficult to resist the South Sea Demon region. Their only chance was if the Great Zen region were to help. But even after dispatching several messengers, they were still unable to persuade the Great Zen Temple to intervene in the South Sea War. Compared to the Five-Element region and South Horizon region that were located at the edge, the Great Zen region was located inland. Thus, they had no reason to help. Valley Master Zhou, we can worry over these matters later. First, please speak of the strange news you've obtained. This news is that the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon region has been captured. Their means were thorough and even the guardian elder Hong Qi was killed. As Zhang Yuyun spoke, her eyes swept over Mu Bingyun. Oh? Seriously? Sage Sunfire was bewildered. As for Mu Bingyun, her eyebrows shot up. Divine Phoenix Island falling to the hands of her enemies had been a pain that forever lived on in her heart. After Divine Phoenix Island was occupied by the scum of the South Sea Demon region, they had captured and tormented the girls of the island. All of this had made Mu Bingyun's heart bleed with pain and anguish. Now that she heard that the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon region had been completely expunged, even someone as indifferent as her showed a completely changed expression. Who did this? A light flashed in Mu Bingyun's eyes. It had to be known that Divine Phoenix Island branch's managing elder was Hong Qi, a genuine first-stage life destruction master. As for Sage Sunfire and Zhang Yuyun, both of them were at the late Revolving Core realm. The difference in strength was just too great. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon region was enough to completely sweep away the Sunfire sect and Storm Valley. This was not a small force. Yet, no matter how strong they were, they had actually been annihilated? Who had such great ability to do so? Sage Sunfire thought for a moment, then asked, a bit puzzled, since the wartime alliance was destroyed, who else could organize such a force? Zhang Yuyun shook her head. I'm not too clear about this. The information blockade of the South Sea Demon region is simply too watertight. Because they have demonic path abilities like the soul-searching technique, trying to place a spy in their ranks is far too difficult. There simply isn't any information about what happened. Ever since the Divine Phoenix Island branch was attacked, the South Sea Demon region has blocked all information from leaving. All we know is that there were only 4 martial artists that attacked the Divine Phoenix Island branch, and all of them were around 20 to 30 years old. 20 to 30 years old? Impossible. Sage Sunfire couldn't believe this. Even 29 or 30 was just too young. At such an age, they were already a peak saint-level talent if they could reach the Revolving Core realm. For example, Mu Bingyun. She had reached Revolving Core at 30 years of age. As for Elder Hong Qi, his cultivation was not at the Revolving Core realm but at life destruction. Generally, if a genius was able to reach life destruction before they were 50 years old, then there was a slim glimmer of hope that they could become a peerless emperor. But, if what Zhang Yuyun said was true and those young people weren't even 30 years old, yet they could kill a life destruction elder, that just seemed too exaggerated. Mu Bingyun only remained silent. For the South Sea Demon region's Divine Phoenix Island branch to be completely eradicated, this news was just too shocking for her. And as Zhang Yuyun had said, for these martial artists that killed Hong Qi to not even be 30 years old, this had already gone beyond her understanding. Zhang Yuyun spread out her hands and said, in truth, I also don't believe the information the scouting party sent over that these young people weren't over 30 years old. In fact, the original information on Lin Ming had reported that he was a young man just over 20 years old. But, the scouts that Zhang Yuyun sent out simply found this information too outrageous, and instead reported the age as between 20 and 30. Once this news reached Zhang Yuyun's ears, and she heard that the young people were between 20 and 30 years old. She naturally assumed they were 28 or 29 years old. However, even so, this was completely unbelievable. Chapter 677, Fighting the Giant Leviathan. Chapter 677, Fighting the Giant Leviathan. Could this just be a smokescreen released by the South Sea Demon region? Behind Sage Sunfire, the Sunfire Princess suddenly spoke up. Normally, in such a small meeting, juniors would rarely speak up in front of their elders. Zhang Yuyan shook her head. There's no reason for the South Sea Demon region to play tricks like this. Do they think that Divine Phoenix Island would return to the South Sea just because they heard this news? This matter is most likely true. Although I have no idea what sort of power did this, if they could completely destroy the Divine Phoenix Island branch, then they are more than capable of destroying any sect within our five-element region. Moreover, according to some reliable sources of mine, the Demon region's western faction sovereign, Xian Yuqie, will be personally moving out. She will be presiding over the giant Leviathan to go towards Divine Phoenix Island. Giant Leviathan? Sage Sunfire heard Zhou Yoyun's words. He was unnerved. The giant Leviathan is an overwhelming war weapon. Its ability to break through any defense or siege is almost unstoppable, but the other party is not a fool. If Xian Yuqie is personally taking action, then those mysterious strangers must have already evacuated Divine Phoenix Island. When the Demon region broke through the defenses of Divine Phoenix Island, they sent out the giant Leviathan in order to do so. Since ancient times, there had been a multitude of opinions and thoughts on just how large the giant Leviathan actually was. Some said it was 1,000 miles and some said it was thousands of miles. But the giant Leviathan that the South Sea Demon region commanded was about 90 miles long. As it floated in the sky, it was like a massive airborne island that blocked out the heavens themselves. Such a terrifying divine war beast had an immeasurable weight. With just a swing of its tail, it was able to create massive tsunamis. When it opened its great maw, it could suck in all the heaven and earth origin energy in a radius of hundreds of miles. When the South Sea Demon region had faced the great island protective array of Divine Phoenix Island, they had relied upon the giant Leviathan to shatter this protection with just a single strike. Such a terrifying vicious war beast was truly fearful. Zhang Yuyun echoed these sentiments. These strangers must have already fled Divine Phoenix Island. Fighting with guerrilla warfare is the wisest method. Directly confronting the giant Leviathan and Xian Yuqie would be foolish. Well, no matter what happens, the sudden appearance of this mysterious new faction is good news for all of us. As everyone was guessing the identity of this mysterious force, a flame suddenly sparked in the meeting hall and a message was transmitted into Zhang Yoyun's ears. This was a message from the scouting party that she had sent out. After Zhang Yuyun heard the sound transmission, her eyes suddenly jumped open and her face was filled with disbelief. What is it? Sage Sunfire couldn't help but ask. Mu Bingyun also glanced at Zhang Yuyun, waiting for her response. Zhang Yuyun was silent for a while before she mumbled with an incredulous tone, "That mysterious force hasn't left yet. They've instead stayed on Divine Phoenix Island. It seems they wish to fight to the death with Xian Yuqie." What? It wasn't just Sage Sunfire who was astonished, but even Mu Bingyun was greatly shocked. Fight to the death. Did these mysterious strangers really have a way of coping with Xian Yuqie and the giant Leviathan Saint Beast? South Sea, Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming stood within the square of the Vermilion Bird Palace, at the summit of Divine Phoenix Mountain, silently staring off into the dim and distant skies. Under Lin Ming's feet, the former square was now in shambles. The tripod for incense was broken, the handles having fallen off, and the blue stone ground was cracked all over. It was a scene of ruins. Beside Lin Ming stood Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xen. At this time, the clouds on the horizon were surging. Duanmu-kun squinted his eyes as he looked into the far distance. After a quarter of an hour, within those dark billowing clouds, a vague and massive shadow began to appear, as if a floating island were slowly approaching them. "Brother Lin, that is the giant Leviathan you've mentioned." Lin Ming looked at the giant Leviathan, his expression calm. Back in the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had seen an ultimate great beast whose body was several thousand or even tens of thousands of miles long. Its horn alone was greater than this mountain he stood on, and a beat of its wings was enough to shake the world. Even though he had been several hundred miles away, just looking into that creature's dark golden pupils caused the upper emperor-level talent Blackstone to vomit out a mouthful of blood and be seriously injured. Compared to such a great beast, this giant Leviathan in front of him was nothing at all. "Brother Lin, although this fellow is much smaller than that suspected god beast we saw in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, this simply isn't something we are able to deal with. I doubt my sword would even be able to injure one of its hairs." Duanmu-kun narrowed his eyes. In just a few breaths of time he had determined just how fearful this large beast was. Not to mention the terrifying energy contained within the giant Leviathan, just its size was far too great. No matter how sharp Lin Ming's attacks were, it was impossible for him to injure it. This was just like an ant trying to bite an elephant to death. In a frontal confrontation, you are indeed correct. Nothing I do will be able to harm it. Of course, that's not what will happen. In this battle, I alone am enough. You all do not need to help me. As Lin Ming spoke, he slowly walked forwards. Duanmu-kun glanced at Lan Xian and Fengshen. As he saw that they seemed a bit confused, he smiled and said, "Brother Lin, please be careful. I really do think that there isn't much we can do to help you here." After spending such a long time together, Lan Xian had joined Fengshen in having absolute faith and blind trust in Lin Ming's strength. Even though it seemed obviously impossible to deal with this giant Leviathan in front of them, she didn't doubt that Lin Ming had some unknown method to deal with it. "Brother Lin, be careful," Fengshen tersely said as he stepped back. Lin Ming took out the white spear from his spatial ring. He walked forwards and then began to slowly fly towards the giant Leviathan. Facing such a titanic beast, his eyes were as tranquil as an immortal lake, without a hint of panic in his eyes. At this time, in between the giant Leviathan's eyes was a field of energy with a sealed miniature dimension within it. Here, 3 black-robed South Sea Demon Region elders were standing, along with a black-armored Xian Yuchie. The Xian Yuchie of the battlefield carried a black sword that was even longer than herself. Her black armor was tightly wrapped around her, and it served as the perfect foil to her sexy body, as if she were a war goddess descended from the heavens. Xian Yuchie silently stared at Lin Ming as he approached them. An elder laughed as he said, "This Lin Ming really isn't so simple. Not only is he not escaping, but he's actually coming here of his own volition. There are very few people that have the courage to walk to their deaths like this, haha. Don't underestimate him. In this world, there are no fools." Xian Yuchie's eyebrows twisted together. Although she said this, the truth was that she had layers upon layers of doubts and worries in her heart. This sudden development in events had completely surpassed her expectations. She had thought that Lin Ming would give up Divine Phoenix Island and escape. That would have been the strategy that nearly anyone would have chosen. The reason that Xian Yuchie brought the giant Leviathan was because she had taken this into account. She had planned on combining her perception with the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea, using the beast in order to increase her already far-reaching perception to unprecedented levels. Then, she would be able to chase after Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming didn't even run away. By all reasoning, Lin Ming should have some sort of backup, a great master that would help him. But now, it seemed as if Lin Ming was all alone by himself. His cultivation was only at the peak of the early revolving core realm. Relative to his age, This cultivation could be considered unprecedented since ancient times. Perhaps he was invincible in his level, but in the face of the giant Leviathan and the combined forces of several great elders, this was a futile resistance. This made Xian Yuqie feel puzzled, confused about just what Lin Ming was doing. Out of all the elders present, she was the only one who had gone into the Demon God Imperial Palace. Lin Ming's acting within the Demon God Imperial Palace was impeccable. He had been a polite and courteous youth, was seemed as harmless as a little bunny. However, this non-threatening youth had tricked all those old geezers present. Xian Yuqie found this the hardest to accept. From then until now, she still hadn't figured out just what method Lin Ming had used to play them. Just how could the proud Xian Yuqie admit that she had been conned? Cute little boy, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, I will catch you alive this time. Pry open your little head and see just what secrets you have. Xian Yuqie bit her shining teeth and began to silently revolve the netherworld devil arts, priming the true essence and soul force within herself to the limit. Seeing Xian Yuqie act as if she was heading into her final battle, an elder laughed and said, "Sovereign Xian, you are being far too careful. How could we possibly lose? We have 4 people together and the giant Leviathan's perception has already locked onto him. He can't escape even if he has wings." Another elder concurred with contempt in his voice. Xian Yuqie didn't respond. The third elder said, "The giant Leviathan's full strength strike can destroy an entire island. If its attack hits a person, then there won't even be ashes left of them. There are far too many secrets on this boy's body. Let's use the tentacles to catch him." The giant Leviathan had 2 different methods of attack. The first method was an energy attack. The giant Leviathan's head and body were covered with a wide variety of spheres. The giant Leviathan could open its massive maw and absorb heaven and earth origin energy, compressing this into energy beams that could be used to attack. This was the main mode of attack of the giant Leviathan. The second method of attack was for the giant Leviathan itself to attack. Around the edges of the giant Leviathan's maw was a massive quantity of tentacles that surrounded it like a great comb. These tentacles could be used to surround or kill an enemy. This could be considered a supportive attack method. But, even though it was supportive, if faced with a single martial artist, it was actually much more deadly. Although the giant Leviathan had an incomparable striking power in its great energy beam, the direction of the attack could not be changed. Thus, for it to build up the energy, fire the beam, and for the beam to land, this would take several breaths of time. It was very easy to dodge during this period. If one wanted to use the giant Leviathan's energy beam to kill a top master, then that would be quite difficult. Let's go! Although her enemy was only a single person and he was also just a baby boy with an early revolving core cultivation, Xian Yuqie was taking this battle with complete sincerity, not underestimating Lin Ming at all. She fused her consciousness into the soul mark of the giant Leviathan, controlling the beast to attack Lin Ming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several thousand giant Leviathan tentacles lashed out towards Lin Ming like a hail of black whips, making the air tremble. These giant Leviathan tentacles all contained a terrifying energy. If a mountain were to be struck by them, it would simply collapse. Come on! Lin Ming looked at those tentacles that seemed to form a giant net in the sky. He faintly smiled. Then, the space underneath his feet twisted. Golden rock shattering the void. This movement technique depended on the support of both the concept of wind and the concept of space. As Lin Ming's understandings into the concept of space became increasingly sophisticated, his golden rock shattering the void movement technique also became more and more profound. Cha-cha-cha! In the dense rain of giant Leviathan tentacles, Lin Ming was like a slippery little fish that swam upstream, rushing straight towards the giant Leviathan. Chapter 678, Lin Ming's Counterattack. Chapter 678, Lin Ming's Counterattack. Every single giant leviathan tentacle contained an extremely terrifying energy. As Lin Ming brushed past the tentacles at high speed, he could feel his entire body tremble. If he were to be lashed by one, then he would absolutely suffer severe injuries. Although Lin Ming's movement technique was ghostly and superb, there were just far too many tentacles. Every time they shot past, they would cause disorder in the surrounding power of space. If it were a normal martial artist, even one at the life-destruction realm, they would find it hard withstand this. This boy's got quite the ability, a South Sea Demon Region elder said. No matter how capable he is, he won't be able to last forever. He will slowly consume his energy, but the energy stored within the giant leviathan is unimaginable. Sooner or later we'll catch him. To the elders of the South Sea Demon Region, with the giant leviathan's incomparably massive body, Lin Ming simply didn't have the ability to wound it. Now they were in an invincible position. They didn't even fear if Lin Ming decided to run away. Xian Yuqie had already fused her mind with the giant leviathan and was using its spiritual sea to lock onto Lin Ming. The range of this perception was several hundred miles wide. Now Lin Ming was nothing more than a turtle in a jar. As the several great elders were joking around, Xian Yuqie was actually silent. She still didn't understand why Lin Ming dared to stay at Divine Phoenix Island, daring to face the four of them and even the giant leviathan. No matter how she looked at it, it was impossible for him to win. The boy is surrounded. We'll have him captured soon. I wonder what secrets are on him. I'm really looking forward to it. The elders didn't have much hope that the Nirvana Dragon Root was with Lin Ming. After all, it had been a very long time, and chances were that the Nirvana Dragon Root was mostly used up. They were thinking that there were some other secrets on Lin Ming's body that could quickly enhance their strength, as well as the cosmic melting furnace. Because the South Sea Demon Region had placed a very high valuation on whatever secrets these were, the four great clans had each sent out an elder, forming this powerful lineup of masters. At this time, Lin Ming had truly fallen into a trap underneath the giant leviathan. Several thousand tentacles formed a net around him, blocking all directions of escape. Lin Ming, at the stomach of the giant leviathan, 10 miles ahead. This is a blind spot in its attacks. You can break out from there. Demon Shine's voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Got it. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. By relying on golden rock shattering the void, he was able to forcefully create a path through the chaotic power of space, his body violating the rules of physics as he moved hundreds of feet at a time, passing through tentacles that had less than half a foot of space between them. What? Even the South Sea Demon Region elders within the miniature dimension were shocked. Lin Ming had been caught in the web of tentacles, but now he had actually managed to pass through them. Such a narrow gap, how could he possibly make it through? Is that boy a fish or something? This elder of the South Sea Demon Region was incomparable to the Fae. He simply didn't have any understandings into the concept of space, so he was unable to understand the mystical elusiveness of Lin Ming's steps. After several flashes, Lin Ming had already arrived at the so-called blind spot that Demon Shine mentioned. This blind spot didn't mean there were no attacks here, but rather that there were less. But this was more than enough for Lin Ming. He rose again and again, higher and higher, crossing several miles as he drew closer to the giant leviathan's abdomen. 1,000 feet to the left, that is the entrance to the dimension within the giant leviathan. Demon Shine's voice sounded out once again. There were many miniature dimensions within the giant leviathan, all of them growing as the giant leviathan grew. These miniature dimensions were able to hold foreign life in them, and in the future, when the giant leviathan died, these dimensions would also collapse. Because of this special characteristic, the giant leviathan was often used as a very high-level transportation vehicle, particularly useful for long-distance trips. Every dimension within the giant leviathan had a special method for entry, It was impossible for a stranger to enter. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Lin Ming. Demon Shine could be considered as a half-master of the giant Leviathan. He naturally knew the methods to enter every dimension. F***ck. This silly big fellow is actually making this father work so hard. When I followed the Demon Emperor, it was still a stupid fellow. Now, even though it's plenty strong enough, it's still being controlled so easily by others. It can't even recognize its big brother. Humph, this big fellow better wait and see how I'll fix it up. Demon Shine's scolding voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming's figure flashed. With Demon Shine's knowledge of the method of entry as well as Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of space, he instantly entered into the dimension within the giant Leviathan. This was a light red space. The walls seemed to appear juicy and cushy, and the ground underneath Lin Ming's feet was soft. We're in. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. This stupid big fellow really makes others worry. Demon Shine cockily said as he shook his doggy head. What do we do now? Lin Ming swallowed down some pills and began to meditate. In truth, he hadn't used much energy. But, since he was going to face Xian Yuqie shortly, he wanted to make sure he was in peak condition. Demon Shine said, Xian Wuji should have acted according to the Demon Emperor's letter and left a soul mark within the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea. What we have to do is erase this soul mark. This isn't difficult to do. First, sink your perception into the giant Leviathan's meridian's channels, and then I will guide you into its spiritual sea. Okay. Lin Ming nodded and then began to sink his consciousness into the giant Leviathan's body. When he had been at the Demon God Imperial Palace, he had once thought about capturing the giant Leviathan. But at that time, his strength was simply too lacking, so that was a naturally impossible task. Now Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early revolving core realm, and he had also comprehended his own battle spirit. With this, subduing the giant Leviathan would be as easy as turning his hand. What's wrong? At this time, in the dimension between the giant Leviathan's eyebrows, Xian Yuqie had suddenly lost sight of Lin Ming. This caused her to be greatly shocked. I obviously used the giant Leviathan's soul force to increase my perception range. As long as he isn't more than 1,000 miles away, he shouldn't be able to escape my grasp. How could I have possibly lost sight of him? An intense foreboding feeling began to surge within Xian Yuqie's heart. She had always felt that something was wrong, but even so she still couldn't figure out why Lin Ming was daring to face 4 elders of the South Sea Demon region together, as well as the giant Leviathan Saint Beast. Now that Lin Ming had suddenly disappeared from her mind, she felt a trace of fear appear in her heart. The other 3 elders looked at each other in panic. One asked, puzzled, maybe he died to the giant Leviathan's tentacles. How would that even be possible? Xian Yuqie breathlessly shouted as her delicate eyebrows jumped up. Of the 3 elders she brought here today, none of them had entered the Demon God Imperial Palace with Lin Ming. In the end, rumors were rumors, seeing was believing. Before, none of these elders had seen Lin Ming, and none of them understood why Xian Yuqie stressed how strong Lin Ming was. These 3 elders disapproved of this notion, thinking otherwise. In their opinion, Lin Ming was just a little baby boy. Xian Yuqie now felt that bringing this damn group of fellows was no help at all. Something strange. Even if he hid in the gaps of the giant Leviathan's scales, we should still be able to detect him. How could he just disappear like that? The only possibility is he entered into another space. The speaker may have been casually speaking, but the listener was keen on all thoughts. As an elder muttered out a random comment, this caused Xian Yuqie's beautiful face to completely pale. Had Lin Ming entered into one of the dimensions within the giant Leviathan's body? The barrier of space was able to cut off all perception. If Lin Ming truly had entered into one of these miniature dimensions, then her perception would no longer be able to track Lin Ming. How could this be possible? Only Xian Wuji and herself knew the method to enter the giant Leviathan's dimensions. Even the South Sea Demon Region elders didn't know the method. Xian Yuqie felt her heart race in panic, nervousness clouding her mind. At this time, she suddenly felt a shock in her spiritual as a web of agonizing pain began spreading out from deep in her mind. At this moment, the soul mark of the giant Leviathan that her mind was connected to was being attacked. Someone was trying to rend apart this soul connection. Xian Yuqie was inexplicably horrified. Just how had he done this? Sovereign Xian, what is it? As the three elders beside Xian Yuqie saw her sudden and violent reaction, they understood that an accident had occurred. Xian Yuqie's complexion became increasingly ugly. She had already established a soul connection with the giant Leviathan. She was on the defensive side. But as for Lin Ming, he wanted to tear apart this soul connection and establish his own. He was on the offensive side. Being on the defensive, she had an absolute superiority. Not just that, but her cultivation and strength were far higher than Lin Ming's. As long as she was able to discover his sneak attack and prepare against it, every logical outcome would have easily been her defeating Lin Ming's soul consciousness. However, the reality was that Lin Ming's soul force was incomparably sharp. He kept forcing her own consciousness back, constantly eroding her soul connection with the giant Leviathan. How is this possible? Xian Yuqie's milk-white breasts violently fell up and down. Because she was consuming too much soul force, her face was already flushed red. How could this boy's soul force be strong to such a degree? In fact, it wasn't just Lin Ming's soul force that was powerful. More importantly, he had Demonshine's assistance as well as a battle spirit, a force that was able to cut all into nihility. Naturally, he held the advantage against Xian Yuqie. All of you, pour your soul force into me. Xian Yuqie shouted out. The other three elders began to realize that the situation was indeed dire. Without hesitation, all of them began to deluge Xian Yuqie with their soul force. Now, these three great elders combined forces with Xian Yuqie, the four of them directly resisting Lin Ming together. The little babies want to go all out. It looks like this saint is going to have to mess around a bit. Demonshine said with a hint of haughty roguishness. In his eyes, Xian Yuqie and other 1,000-year-old monsters like her were indeed nothing more than little babies. Lin Ming's soul force was powerful, but against four enemies together, he indeed fell far short of being able to handle them all. Now with Demonshine pouring his own soul force into Lin Ming's own soul energy rose to a completely different level. Demonshine had been awake for a few years now, and with the heavenly materials he had obtained from Lin Ming that were able to nourish his soul, he had restored quite a bit of his strength. Bang! The two soul energies collided. With Lin Ming and Demonshine working together, they directly shattered the soul energy that Xian Yuqie had released. The giant Leviathan's spiritual sea suddenly trembled. The soul mark that Xian Wuji left behind was finally loosened. The giant Leviathan let out a great roar, causing massive choppy waves within this sea below. At Divine Phoenix Island, Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all saw this happen. All of them were dumbfounded. Just what had Lin Ming done to this giant beast? Chapter 679, Severely Wounding Xian Yuqie. Chapter 679, Severely Wounding Xian Yuqie. Against this giant beast that was nearly 100 miles long, just what had Lin Ming done in order to wound it? Duanmu Kun found this hard to believe. When Lin Ming had used that exquisite movement technique to escape the all-encompassing attack of the giant Leviathan, he had only been able to sigh in admiration. Then, and even now, he still didn't fully understand what Lin Ming had done. The giant Leviathan was still roaring in the air, its sonic voice making the sea tremble as if hundreds of thousands of thunderclaps were exploding together. Bang! The giant Leviathan's tail suddenly pounded the sea surface, directly raising a massive wave 10 miles high. The turbulent waves actually rushed into the sky and washed away the clouds. They callously drove towards Divine Phoenix Island, submerging a massive expanse of the palace ruins. Seeing this scene, even the normally indifferent Feng Shen was secretly flabbergasted. This was the terror of a super saint beast. Just that great body was already an unstoppable weapon. This really is a super war machine. Perhaps it isn't too extraordinary in a one-on-one battle, but if it were used to seize the headquarters of a sect, any sect below the 5th grade would be directly rolled over. Duanmu Kun said with sincere emotion. If there wasn't a number of third-stage life destruction and above powerhouses banding together, then it really would be impossible to stop the energy impact of this giant Leviathan. At this time, within the giant Leviathan, the battle between Lin Ming, Xian Yuqie, and the rest had reached its superheating phase. Xian Yuqie and the 3 great elders were flushed red, their foreheads dripping with sweat. This was a direct confrontation of soul force with the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea as the battlefield. Even so, Xian Yuqie and her group were the ones losing. Now Xian Yuqie had already retreated to the final destination of the soul mark. She sent out her soul force, shaping it into a phantom that wore black war armor, an almost exact replica of herself. And then in front of her, holding a white spear, Lin Ming also began to slowly appear. Seeing Lin Ming, Xian Yuqie gnashed her white teeth together. Lin Ming, you've got guts. Do you really want to become mortal enemies with my South Sea Demon region? Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. He nearly laughed out loud. Listening to Sovereign Xian's words, if I were to give up now, then would I no longer be the sworn enemy of the South Sea Demon region? You! Xian Yuqie's voluptuous chest furiously rose up and down. What a good Lin Ming! Since you want to die so badly, then I will fulfill your wish. Just you wait until Elder Xian comes out of seclusion. Once he reaches the 4th stage of life destruction and emerges, then I'd like to see just how you'll avoid him. 4th stage of life destruction. I hope he doesn't fail in his cultivation. Lin Ming indifferently smiled and then pointed his long spear straight at Xian Yuqie, thrusting directly at her. This was a weapon formed from his soul force. A battle spirit could also increase the power of soul force. With the battle spirit strength in addition to demon shine support, the might of this spear strike caused Xian Yuqie's beautiful face to pale with dread. She instantly judged that it was impossible for her to block this spear. But, right behind her was the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind. If she didn't fight and ran away instead, then this soul mark would be destroyed by Lin Ming. Xian Wuji was the true ruler of the South Sea Demon region, and the giant Leviathan was one of his greatest tools to challenge the world. If she were to lose the giant Leviathan here, she couldn't imagine just how she would survive Xian Wuji's anger. In this brief flash of hesitation, Xian Yuqie tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Lin Ming's soul spear had already pierced towards Xian Yuqie. Ha! Xian Yuqie gave a loud shout and completely exhausted all of her soul force, slashing down her sword onto Lin Ming's spear. However, the difference was too great. Demon Shine's soul force was already much stronger than Lin Ming's. Now with both gathered as one, this was not a force that Xian Yuqie and her 3 great elders were able to contend with. In the exchange of moves, there was only a snapping sound as Xian Yuqie's sword snapped apart. Without slowing down at all, Lin Ming's long spear pierced through Xian Yuqie's chest. Blood bloomed like a crimson lotus. Xian Yuqie's face instantly paled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! You little devil! I will remember you. Xian Yuqie's voice was thick with hatred as she spat out these words. Atop Lin Ming's long spear, her body began to be destroyed, slowly fading away. After Xian Yuqie vanished, the soul mark that Xian Wuji left behind was right in front of him. Now there were no longer any barriers stopping him. Lin Ming fixed his eyes on this black flame-like mark. It was the size of a palm, and around this black mark, soul force had formed into chains of runic ropes, spreading out like an octopus as it imprisoned the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea. Lin Ming, destroy this and then make a brand with your own soul mark. With that, the giant Leviathan will be yours. This silly big fellow doesn't have much potential for growth, and of course compared to this saint it is like mud to the heavens. Still, the advantage is that it's already grown up. You don't need to bother with raising it. This beast should be enough for you while you're still at the Sky Spill continent. Once you enter the realm of the gods, you will be able to swap it out for a new contract beast. Understood. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he heard Demon Shine's boastful words. With his long spear in hand, he approached Xian Wuji's soul mark. At this time, within a dimension of the giant Leviathan, Xian Yuqie gave a miserable cough before she slumped to the ground. There was not even a hint of blood left in her face, and her lips were extremely pale, sweat streaming down her entire body. If one's soul force was damaged, then the body wouldn't be harmed. But injury to one's soul force was even more troublesome. Without a top heavenly soul-nourishing treasure, it was simply an impossible wound to heal. Sovereign Xian, are you all right? The other three elders were alarmed. They had consumed a massive amount of their soul force. As for the damage to their spiritual seas, they were only a bit better off than Xian Yuqie. At this moment, they finally began to realize just how serious the situation was. Lin Ming had used some unknown means to reverse all odds and defeat the four of them combined. They believed they had paid the price for underestimating their enemy. But the truth was that even if they didn't overestimate Lin Ming, nothing would have changed the result of this battle. Sovereign Xian, what should we do now? An elder asked as he grit his teeth. Escape, we're running away right now. Xian Yuqie dragged herself off the floor and swallowed a red pill. This was not a soul recovery pill, but rather a blood poison pill that stimulated one's potential to the limit. It was similar to the scarlet blood pill Lin Ming had taken before to combust his blood essence. It had enormous side effects on the body. Xian Yuqie's soul was already injured. If she were to swallow this blood poison pill too, then the miserable state she would end up in after this could be imagined. It would exacerbate her wounds and damage her life source. It was highly likely that even her cultivation would be damaged. As the three great elders saw Xian Yuqie swallow down this blood poison pill, all of them were greatly shocked. Sovereign Xian, what are you doing? If we lost, then we just have to escape. You don't need to use a blood poison pill in order to do so. That said, if we were to run away, what would we do with the giant Leviathan? Giant Leviathan? Xian Yuqie mirthlessly laughed. These three elders didn't know what happened and kept thinking about the damn giant Leviathan. The giant Leviathan is no longer ours. If we run away too late, then we won't be able to escape anymore. As Xian Yuqie spoke, the medicinal efficacy of the blood poison pill had restored the majority of her strength. Because she had to stimulate her blood essence, her face was flushed with an abnormally red color. Without hesitation, she opened the channel out of this dimension with a secret skill. Her buxom figure flashed, and she shot towards the distant horizon at full speed. Her only regret facing Lin Ming just now was that she had hesitated. If she had firmly decided to escape, then she wouldn't have had her soul injured, and she also wouldn't have to bear the side effects of the blood poison pill. As the three elders saw Xian Yuqie escape, all of them glanced at each other in chagrin. The giant Leviathan no longer belonged to them? What did that mean? We must keep up, an elder said as he rushed out of the dimension. Now was no longer the time for thinking about what had happened. No matter what, the situation was absolutely worse than any of them had imagined. Elder Zhou, the two other elders called out. But, as they saw his figure fading away into a black dot, both of them bitterly sighed and began to chase after him. The two of them had a cultivation at the first stage of life destruction. Although they completely released their energy to rapidly escape, they didn't use the blood poison pill that had so many side effects. If the giant Leviathan didn't belong to them, was it being controlled by Lin Ming? That was impossible. The two elders thought this. When Xian Wuji had taken control of the giant Leviathan, he had to spend a massive amount of effort. Not only did he arrange a massive array, but he also used a secret skill to innervate his soul, as well as having a great number of masters supporting him together. Only under these conditions was he then able to successfully place a soul mark brand on the giant Leviathan. That had been on the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea that hadn't yet had a master. If the giant Leviathan had a master, then this would be much more difficult. No matter how powerful Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to so effortlessly and quietly seize control of the giant Leviathan. At most he would destroy the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind with some sort of secret skill. Without the soul mark, the giant Leviathan would fall into a deep slumber. Fortunately, within the Sky Spill continent, only Xian Wuji had obtained the Demon Emperor's letter that detailed the method to control it. If the giant Leviathan could be recovered, then they wouldn't suffer too much of Xian Wuji's anger for losing the beast. I really have no idea just what means Lin Ming used to isolate or destroy Elder Xian's soul mark. An elder said with disbelief. We've underestimated Lin Ming. Another elder echoed. He couldn't understand why Lin Ming had suddenly become strong to such a degree. Just what secrets did he hold on his body? A young man in his early 20s had been able to beat 4 great elders into the ground? Was this possible? As the two elders were lost in their thoughts, they suddenly heard a savage roar echoed out from behind them. A terrifying shockwave washed over their body, stunning them, making them veer off from their original flight path. Below them a massive wave crested up, nearly engulfing the two of them. What is going on? The two great elders were shocked. As they looked back, they suddenly felt as if their souls had fled their bodies. The giant Leviathan that should have lost all ability to act was actually flying towards them at high speed. As for those several thousand tentacles near its mouth, all of them were dancing in the air like the hands of a demon, rushing to surround them both. These terrifying tentacles could shatter space and split apart the ocean. They contained a vast energy that made it difficult for one to summon any courage, scattering all thoughts of resistance. What is going on? Without the soul mark, the giant Leviathan should have fallen into a deep sleep. An elder paled as he saw these tentacles drawing closer to him. Even if it didn't sleep, it still shouldn't be aiming at us. Another elder broke out into a cold sweat. By all logic, compared to this giant Leviathan, they were nothing but ants to an elephant. An elephant shouldn't start attacking ants. As the two people were dazed, the thousands of tentacles finally caught up to them, weaving a terrifying net around them and sealing off every path of escape. The two of them realized that they were now in the exact same situation that Lin Ming was in just a quarter hour ago. But the difference was that Lin Ming had a way to deal with this. As for these two South Sea Demon Region elders, they were beginning to drown in despair. Chapter 680 Subdue. Chapter 680 Subdue. Let's attack together. An elder loudly shouted as he faced the giant Leviathan's tentacles, extracting a ruler from his spatial ring at the same time. The other elder took out a heavy sword. The two of them began revolving their true essence to the limit, using their ultimate abilities. Two storms of black true essence erupted. Under the minute control of the two elders, the two attacks fused as one, heavily smashing into the net of tentacles. Bang! Flames exploded. Several shining tentacles that bore the brunt of the attack dimmed down, rapidly shrinking back. However, more and more tentacles rushed forth to take their place, leaving no room for the two elders to run as before. This is bad. Seeing the tentacles that were filled with energy rush towards them, the two great elders' eyes turned blood red. With their insignificant first-stage life-destruction strength, resisting this net made of the giant Leviathan's tentacles was impossible. I'll use up my life. The two elders thought of this idea at the same time. However, something happened that shocked them. As the great tentacles rushed towards them, they actually began to slow down, wrapping around them without even the slightest intent of piercing through their bodies. Ka. The two elders felt as if their bodies were being constricted by several large pythons. Their organs ached with an agonizing pain, and their bones almost broke. This damn beast! The two great elders dripped with sweat from the pain. They had lost any and all strength to resist. At the same time as their hearts filled with grief and despair, they also realized something. This giant leviathan must have been controlled by someone, otherwise it would have killed them and not surrounded them like this. As for the one who could control the giant leviathan, they could only think of one person. That was Lin Ming. The two elders could scarcely believe this. When Xian Wuji had laid down his control onto the giant leviathan, he had made a massive array formation, used a secret skill to stimulate his soul potential, and had even gathered countless masters to support him. Even then, he had just barely managed to succeed. But Lin Ming, with just his strength alone, how was he able to simultaneously fend off and counter the attack of four elders, forcefully wipe off the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind, and then even plant his own soul mark in such a short time? Thinking of this, the two elders began to have a deep sense of fear swell from within them. They no longer regarded Lin Ming as a 20-year-old youth. To them he was now a monstrous genius, a terrifying and mysterious existence beyond their comprehension. Whoosh! The two elders felt their bodies tighten. The giant leviathan's tentacles rapidly returned as the beast opened its great maw and swallowed both elders. The two elders saw pitch black for a brief moment, and in the next instant they had arrived in a light red dimension. 10 miles away, as Feng Shen, Duanmu Kun, and Lan Xian saw this, they were all shocked speechless. After Lin Ming had drilled his way into the giant leviathan's body, he had used some unknown method to cause the giant leviathan to roar out in pain for an entire quarter of an hour. Then, something surprising happened. All of the South Sea Demon Region elders began to escape separately. The two in front were fortunately able to escape safely, but the two behind them were far too slow. They had been caught by the giant leviathan. What was going on? It's like, this giant leviathan has been subdued by Lin Ming? Feng Shen couldn't believe his own words as they came out of his mouth, but this was the only plausible explanation. Duanmu Kun also praised, incredible. Although this giant leviathan is not too great in one-on-one combat, it can display a massive destructive force in a large-scale battlefield. This is a great war beast that even a holy land would be jealous of. I have no idea what Lin Ming did. His every action is a riddle to us. Duanmu Kun sighed. At this time he no longer thought about competing with Lin Ming. As long as he could remain on good terms with Lin Ming, then that would allow the future of his divine would holy land to see a broader and higher road. At this time, in the giant leviathan's inner dimension, Lin Ming wore black clothes as he stood tall, his hands crossed behind his back. He was calmly staring at the two elders. Although his gaze was peaceful, there was also a faint edge to it that caused one's heartbeat to skip a beat. Lin Ming. An elder gulped. When a bounty was placed on Lin Ming throughout the entire South Sea, he had seen Lin Ming's portrait. This youth in front of him seemed similar, but there was a very great difference in his temperament. The Lin Ming in the portraits was a handsome and delicate youth, but the Lin Ming in front of them was like a king that commanded life and death. "You just who are you?" An elder couldn't help but ask. He couldn't imagine that this terrifying existence in front of him was just a 20-year-old youth. When this elder was young, he too had been a saint-level talent. When he was 20 years old, he had been a late Hotian martial artist. Because of his superb talent, he was just able to fight the worst of Xiantian-level masters. This was already a very stunning achievement. But compared to Lin Ming, even describing this difference as cloud and mud wasn't enough to do it justice. I am who I am. As for my Lin Ming's name, I think that you already know. Lin Ming indifferently flourished his white spear, and pointed it towards the two elders. I will now give you a choice. Surrender to me and allow me to freely plant a slave seal in you for 50 years. After 50 years, I shall free you. Otherwise, your only other choice is death. Lin Ming had originally wanted to kill these two elders, but after deliberating upon it some more, a first-stage life-destruction master did have a very good combat strength. It had to be known that Mu Fengxian herself was also a first-stage life-destruction master. Waging war against a sect was not a matter of a single person, much less when Lin Ming's own individual strength wasn't actually that strong. Facing the powerful Xian Wuji, Lin Ming had to grab as many advantages as he could. Xian Wuji would soon exit his seclusion. At that time, even if Lin Ming was weaker than Xian Wuji, he still had to have the qualifications to contend with him. Humph, I would rather die than have a slave seal planted in me. An elder spat out between clenched teeth. To a proud martial artist, a slave seal was simply the highest form of insult. Once a slave seal was planted, he would be nothing but a mindless slave. He would never be able to have his own thoughts. Then let me help you, Lin Ming said without hesitation. He lifted his spear, about to kill them, when at this moment the other elder shouted out, "Wait!" Lin Ming's hand stopped. He asked, "What else do you have to say?" The other elder's mind raced. He grit his teeth and said, "You said that this slave seal will only be for 50 years, why should I believe you?" After a slave seal was planted, the slave would have to obey every single order from their master, unable to even commit suicide. If Lin Ming didn't release this slave seal 50 years from now, then that was truly a life worse than death. Lin Ming sneered, "I can control at most 10 people with my slave seals. Thus, you two simply do not have the qualifications to be my servants for 50 years. Does this explanation satisfy you?" Lin Ming's words could be described as excessively arrogant and unrestrained. After the elder heard this, he was greatly uncomfortable in his heart. But even so, he still couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming had the capital to speak his words. 50 years later, Lin Ming would have already become a peerless emperor, possibly even standing at the pinnacle of all emperor-level powerhouses. How could he possibly waste 2 slots of his slave seals to raise up 2 first-stage life-destruction slaves? The elder bit out, "All right, I agree." Elder son, you, the elder that said he would rather die than submit, saw this other elder compromise and began to panic. You would rather throw away your dignity and ruin your heart of martial arts just so you can live on in such dishonor? Do you know that after being controlled, Lin Ming will make us kill our own descendants? Elder Zhou, you're still thinking about that at a time like this? Elder Sun gloomily lifted his eyes, listlessly looking at the other old man. Us demonic path martial artists have always cared about ourselves first and foremost, taking ourselves as the center of all decisions. So who cares if we're forced to betray and kill those from the South Sea Demon region? As for my heart of martial arts, who cares? Our cultivations have reached the limit that we can attain. In our lives, there is no hope for us to ever reach the second stage of life destruction, so why would I care if my heart of martial arts is ruined? If you want to die, then I won't stop you, but I don't want to die. I haven't lived my life yet. In the first half of my life I desperately struggled for all lucky chances like a madman, closing up to practice, and now after great difficulty I can finally enjoy the fruits of my labors. I also want to enjoy my next several hundred years of life. I do not want to die here. Some martial artists, such as Lin Ming, practiced martial arts to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Some martial artists who practiced martial arts did so in order to gain more power, have a higher status, and enjoy all the beauties and mortal sins of the world. Elder Sun was one of these latter martial artists. He was too nostalgic and reluctant to part with his life. He simply hadn't enjoyed it enough. If a life destruction powerhouse didn't participate in the wars of a sect and didn't try to find lucky chances to break through to higher realms, then they could casually go to any smaller land and enjoy life like a living god. Hearing Elder Sun say this, Elder Zhou also hesitated. If one could live, who would want to die? 1,000,000 miles away, Profound Province. The southernmost side of the Sky Spill continent had a total of 10 domains and 9 provinces. Among these, a province was slightly smaller than a domain. For instance, the surrounding territory of Divine Phoenix Island was considered the Divine Phoenix Province. The Divine Phoenix Province was subordinate to another greater domain, but there were also some provinces that were independent. For instance, the Profound Province was like this. The Profound Province was located in between the 5-element region and the Judge Mountain Province. It was 1,000,000 miles away from the South Horizon region. The number 1 sect of Profound Province was the Yin-Yang Profound Palace, a newly promoted 5th-grade sect. Yin-Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods focused particularly on double cultivating as a complementary ability. Here, double cultivation benefited both man and woman. It was different from the violent sucking of energy style that the South Sea Demon region practiced. Thus, the Yin-Yang Profound Palace could be barely considered an orthodox sect. Because of the special characteristics of this cultivation method, many disciples of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace were married couples that cultivated together. Even the palace masters of Yin-Yang Profound Palace were a couple. The man was named Xing Ji and the woman was named Xing Kan. They were renowned as the double Yin and Yang stars. The Xing couple's cultivations were both at the extreme second stage life destruction. Because of their Yin-Yang cultivation method, they were especially well suited to combining their attack. If the two of them joined forces, they were actually just able to deal with a third-stage life destruction powerhouse. The Xing couple had one son. His name was Xing Yang, and he was an Emperor-level talent. As long as an Emperor-level talent didn't die, they would have a slim chance of becoming a true Emperor-level powerhouse. The Xing couple had placed very high expectations on Xing Yang. They hoped that he could become an Emperor-level powerhouse in the future and lead their Yin-Yang Profound Palace to become a true Holy Land. At this time, within an elegant courtyard at the eastern section of Yin-Yang Profound Palace, a great millennium-old tree stretched out its lush leaves and branches, covering the entire courtyard. Underneath this great tree, there was a simple stone table, and on this stone table was a tea set. Sitting around this stone table were 3 people. The one in charge at this table was an elderly woman wearing a robe. Her silver hair was nobly coiffed upwards, bound with an exquisite phoenix hairpin. This person was the highest elder of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Fengxian. Chapter 681 Mu Qianyu's Worries. Chapter 681 Mu Qianyu's Worries. After 2.5 years, not only did Mu Fengxian's cultivation not rise, but it tended to fall instead. Her appearance was even older, and her eyes were no longer as bright as they were in the past. This was a sign that one's life was reaching its later days. But the truth was that with Mu Fengxian's mere 700 to 800 years of life, even if she didn't break through to the second stage of life destruction, she should still be able to live for several hundred more years. The reason that she was in such a situation was because she had truly overdrawn her mind and body in the South Sea War, repeatedly taking action, all of this at the cost of wounding her own life source. On Mu Fengxian's left-hand side was the red-dressed Mu Yuhuang. Mu Yuhuang's cultivation had gone even further, and now she had stepped foot into the life-destruction realm. When Lin Ming had first completed his 100% tempering marrow, he hadn't used up the entire Nirvana Dragon Root. It still had 20% of its essence energy remaining. He had given this greatly weakened Nirvana Dragon Root to Mu Qianyu, and Mu Qianyu had in turn given it to Mu Fengxian. Mu Fengxian didn't use it for herself, but instead gave it to Mu Yuhuang. Mu Fengxian was well aware that she had reached the limits of her potential. Even if she swallowed the Nirvana dragon root, the insufficient essence energy within would be unable to help her cross through the second stage of life destruction realm. At most it would be able to bolster her life vitality, extending her life by another 100 or 2 years. But this no longer held any meaning for Mu Fengxian. She would rather leave this Nirvana dragon root to Mu Yuhuang so that could one day take the heavy burden of carrying on the future of Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Yuhuang already had the ability to cross life destruction. It was just that she wasn't the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, thus her talent was limited. According to Mu Yuhuang's talent, she should at most be able to reach the peak of the late revolving core realm. That was her limit. Mu Yuhuang had cultivated for so many years, but she still lacked that final push to make her cultivation method reach perfection. Thus, without good odds of crossing life destruction, she had delayed this for 100 years. After she swallowed the weakened Nirvana dragon root, she was then able to cross through the first stage of life destruction with its help. On Mu Yuhuang's other side was a young and beautiful woman. She wore robes of red silk and her form was full and round. Her legs were slender, her facial features were exquisite, and her clear white teeth were accentuated with crimson lips that gleamed with a crystal luster. This woman not only had an appearance that could bring nations to its knees, but she also had a temperament as if she were otherworldly, a presence that no one could defile. Just by casually sitting there, she naturally revealed a quiet and languid serenity. This woman was Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird Faction Saintess, Mu Qianyu. At this time, Mu Qianyu's eyes were sparkling with worry. After Divine Phoenix Island's defenses were broken, Mu Yuhuang and the rest had used the ancient transmission array within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm and had crossed several 100,000 miles, escaping through day and night until they finally reached the Profound Province. Although the most important personnel of Divine Phoenix Island were safe, the disciples that had died in battle and the palaces that were left in ruin had constantly been a pain in Mu Fengxian, Mu Yuhuang, and everyone else's hearts. Divine Phoenix Island, a once glorious land with 3,000 years of inheritance, had actually been destroyed. With this, even if they died, they wouldn't have the face to see the ancestors of Divine Phoenix Island. Moreover, living their days under others wasn't much better. There were nearly 1,000 survivors of Divine Phoenix Island. If they wished to find a spiritual mountain or island that was rich with origin energy, that was easier said than done. Moreover, the South Sea Demon region was well aware of the Divine Phoenix mystic realm's existence. Because of this, they wanted to capture Mu Fengxian and the rest of them alive to search their souls for the method to open it. How could they allow Mu Fengxian and the others to rebuild their sect somewhere else? Thus, with no other choice and in desperation, Divine Phoenix Island had to seek asylum. Out of the several nearby domains, there were only 2 different powers that had some friendship with Divine Phoenix Island and could also contend with the South Sea Demon region to an extent. One was Yin Yang Profound Palace and the other was Great Zen Temple. After the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, Great Zen Temple no longer intervened in the South Sea Demon region's war. Even though the 5-element region and Divine Phoenix Island had sent out several messengers asking for help, they had been ignored every time. It was as if Great Zen Temple was also facing their own troubles and simply had no time to bother with Divine Phoenix Island. Not just that, but Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods ran completely counter to those of Great Zen Temple. Great Zen Temple also had no interest in the resources that Divine Phoenix Island could offer. Thus, Divine Phoenix Island could only choose Yin Yang Profound Palace. Yin Yang Profound Palace certainly wouldn't protect Divine Phoenix Island for free. Sooner or later, this matter would be discovered by the South Sea Demon region, and that was the same as offending them. Although Yin Yang Profound Palace didn't fear the South Sea Demon region, they wouldn't provoke them for the sake of a mere Divine Phoenix Island. In order for them to take in Divine Phoenix Island, there had to be sufficient terms. Since this was such a prime time to take advantage of Divine Phoenix Island while they had nowhere to go, Yin Yang Profound Palace naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to swallow up all the benefits they could. At the start, Yin Yang Profound Palace's Xing couple had wanted Divine Phoenix Island to merge with their sect, becoming a faction. Regarding this, Mu Fengxian naturally disagreed. After facing the unyielding Mu Fengxian, the Xing couple drew back a step, instead taking in a massive amount of resources from Divine Phoenix Island, even including 2 vermilion birds. These 2 vermilion birds were Mu Yuhuang's contracted vermilion bird, Fireshine, as well as Mu Qianyu's contracted vermilion bird, Little Flame. After having their life's vermilion bird snatched from them, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Qianyu's mood could be imagined. It really felt painful to the point that their hearts bled. Within Divine Phoenix Island, a life's vermilion bird was not only a contract beast, but a friend and lifetime companion. In fact, Yin Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods were truly similar to those of Divine Phoenix Island. In Yin Yang Profound Palace, Yin was water and Yang was fire. And in Divine Phoenix Island, the blue Luan was ice and the vermilion bird was fire. Both of these cultivation methods were extremely similar, thus they were interested in not just the vermilion birds but also their blood essence. In this way, the Xing couple made an oath on their heart demons and they would allow Divine Phoenix Island to recover within Yin Yang Profound Palace for 100 years. In these 100 years, Yin Yang Profound Palace would protect Divine Phoenix Island, and 100 years later, they would also assist Divine Phoenix Island in re-establishing their sect. After living under others for less than half a year, Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang quickly discovered something was amiss. Because most of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were women, the disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace actually had the idea to double cultivate with them. They wanted to marry the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island and practice together as husband and wife. If this were just a single isolated incident, then Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang wouldn't intervene. But this phenomenon kept repeating itself, making them unable to remain calm. This was a way of subtly and quietly assimilating Divine Phoenix Island. If this continued for several dozen more years, then the majority of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples would have married with the disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace. After their disciples became the women of others, would it still be possible for Divine Phoenix Island to leave Yin Yang Profound Palace and re-establish their sect? Although they knew that seeking asylum within Yin Yang Profound Palace was the same as walking into a tiger's den, Mu Fengxian and the others had no choice. If they didn't have Yin Yang Profound Palace, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. Sooner or later, the South Sea Demon region would find them and kill them. As 3 women were sitting around the stone table, their faces were filled with worry. Mu Yuhuang rose up to fill a cup of tea. After she passed it to Mu Fengxian, she began to slowly say, "Bingyun has sent some news. It came from Storm Valley, and is quite good." "Oh? What news?" After Mu Fengxian heard Mu Yuhuang's words, her aged eyelids slightly trembled. In these past few years, good news was truly strange. Mu Yuhuang said, according to information obtained by Storm Valley, a few days ago, the South Sea Demon region's Divine Phoenix Island branch was eradicated, and the leader of the force that did this was less than 30 years old. 30 years old? Mu Fengxian was startled. Heroes really do come from the young. I wonder what sort of power this is. Why would they move against the South Sea Demon region? Storm Valley hasn't been able to find out the status of this mysterious party either. They only know that there are just a few of them, maybe 4 of them, and all of them are extraordinarily strong heroic youths. Afterwards, Xian Yuqie personally took action and even sent out the giant Leviathan. Giant Leviathan? Mu Fengxian frowned. Regardless of what goal this mysterious party had, an enemy of her enemy was her friend. She naturally worried for them. To think they would actually use the giant Leviathan. It seems that Xian Yuqie is really taking this situation seriously. Are they personal mortal enemies of the South Sea Demon region? As Mu Fengxian thought this was strange, Mu Qianyu actually seemed to remember something. She slowly became lost in her thoughts. An extraordinary heroic youth, less than 30 years old. When Lin Ming left, he had said he would return in 10 years' time. At that time, Lin Ming should also be nearing 30 years of age. When he returned, just how strong would he be? He should also be able to rely on just his own strength to strangle a branch of the South Sea Demon region. By that time, Lin Ming could support the skies for her, sheltering her from rain and wind. Thinking of this, a trace of longing shined in her eyes. In the end, she was still human. After facing so many changes in these past years, even she was tired. And this 10-year meeting was truly too far away. Mu Qianyu had left behind a message within the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realms Array formation. Although her wishes were firm, living in this precarious and dangerous South Sea for 10 years, it was quite hard. 10 years later, Thunder Crash Mountain, Nameless Cave, can we really meet again? Worry appeared on Mu Qianyu's face. She was worried about Lin Ming. Lin Ming had gone through that ancient array formation all by himself. Where had he gone? What dangers had he encountered? Would he be able to safely return in 10 years? The road of martial artists was filled with fatal dangers. Those outstanding heroic youths looked glamorous and glorious, but in truth, every day was a furious struggle against the heavens. One wrong step and anyone could fall beyond redemption. Although Mu Qianyu believed in Lin Ming, she was still incomparably worried about him. As Mu Fengxian saw Mu Qianyu's expression, she knew what this young woman was thinking in her heart. She sighed, but ended up not saying any comforting words. Instead, she asked Mu Yuhuang, since Xian Yuqie has personally taken command of the giant Leviathan, has this mysterious force been made to retreat? Mu Yuhuang shook her head. They have not. They chose to fight. Fight? Mu Fengxian was shocked. Even if Xian Wuji wasn't there, just having Xian Yuqie control the giant Leviathan was terrifying. If this mysterious force dared to fight, then that proved that their strength far exceeded their imaginations. You said that there were 4 of these heroic youths. Perhaps they might have some might expert secretly helping them. Mu Yuhuang shook her head. She couldn't believe that 4 youths that were younger than 30 years of age had the ability to face Xian Yuqie and the giant Leviathan. This news was sent a few days ago. By now, they might have already fought the giant Leviathan. I have no idea who won and who lost. If they could defeat the South Sea Demon region, even if they didn't injure the giant Leviathan, they could bring down the arrogance of the South Sea Demon region by several points. At least, they wouldn't be like us, unable to raise even the slightest bit of resistance. Chapter 682 Counterattacking the South Sea Demon Region. Chapter 682 Counterattacking the South Sea Demon Region. The giant Leviathan's strength lay in its massive size. Because of its size, normal attacks weren't even able to scratch it. The total energy contained within its attacks was also extremely terrifying. Even a Sek's great protective array wouldn't be able to resist it. Mu Yuhuang never thought that anyone could kill the giant Leviathan. Unless this person was a 5th or 6th stage life destruction master, or even an emperor-level powerhouse. But in the entire Sky Spill continent, there were only several widely known emperor powerhouses. With those that remained hidden all around the world, the total number amounted to around 100. But most of these people were centered in the central regions of the mainland, so it was impossible for them to have some conflict with the South Sea Demon region. Mu Fengxian said, "It seems that there is some strong expert behind these outstanding heroic youths. If they are a 4th stage of even 5th stage life destruction master, then there would be a turning point in the South Sea War. Even if nothing happens to the giant Leviathan, it's good enough for that Xian Yuqie to take a loss. Mu Fengxian didn't believe that there was an under 30-year-old youth out there capable of dealing with Xian Yuqie. There had to be some powerful expert assisting them from behind. Mu Yuhuang said, talking about this further is useless. Let us wait for this battle to end before we make further plans. Now, it's better if we consider the future reconstruction of Divine Phoenix Island. Yin Yang Profound Palace has the heart of a wolf. Without a doubt, they want to subvert our Divine Phoenix Island. I fear that they even covet the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Blue Luan Abstract Phantom Code. As Mu Yuhuang spoke of Yin Yang Profound Palace, her voice became somewhat chilly. The truth was that when she decided to seek refuge within Yin Yang Profound Palace, she had already expected that the situation would turn out like this. However, at the time, she really had no other choice. If things continued at this pace, then it would be impossible for Divine Phoenix Island to separate itself from Yin Yang Profound Palace in 100 years. Mu Yuhuang certainly wouldn't idly sit by and wait for this to occur. She had a secret card in her hand, the greatest X-factor that she had placed her every bet on. That was Lin Ming. Mu Yuhuang had pinned her every hope on Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a dragon in a pool. 10 years from now, as long as he was able to safely return, then he should have strength near the life-destruction realm or even above that. A few more years after that, if his strength could reach the 3rd stage of life-destruction, then he could be the pillar that shouldered the heavens for Divine Phoenix Island. At that time, it would no longer be difficult for Divine Phoenix Island to reconstruct itself. It was exactly because of this reason that Mu Yuhuang had dared to seek asylum within Yin Yang Profound Palace. At the same time that Yin Yang Profound Palace was secretly trying to swallow up Divine Phoenix Island was also using Yin Yang Profound Palace. Everything will depend on Lin Ming. If he can return safely after those 10 years and have the strength to challenge the life-destruction realm, then we can be considered as having reached the calm after the storm. Otherwise, as Mu Yuhuang spoke to hear, Mu Qinyu felt her heart ache. Otherwise. This word was truly terrifying. She silently prayed in her heart for Lin Ming's safety, and that nothing tragic would befall him. 10 years from now, even if Lin Ming had exhausted all of his potential and wasn't able to live up to Mu Yuhuang's expectations, everything would be fine as long as he was safe. Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and Mu Qinyu all had various concerns and doubts weighing down on their mind. After a day of restlessness, a stunning piece of news suddenly arrived to them in the evening. Xian Yuqie had gathered 3 great elders, using the giant Leviathan to attack that mysterious party led by the enigmatic youth. But in the end, they had actually been the ones to be defeated. Moreover, the most shocking news was that control of the giant Leviathan had been stolen away. In a stunning reverse, the great beast had instead attacked the 4 great elders of the South Sea Demon region, killing 2 elders from the Sun Clan and Zhou Clan. As Mu Yuhuang obtained this news, she stood there stunned for a long period of time before she was able to shake herself out of her daze. Although she already expected that this mysterious force had some backing since they dared to face Xian Yuqie and the giant Leviathan, she never imagined that they would also have a method to erase the soul mark left behind by Xian Wuji and take control of the giant Leviathan. It had to be known that the giant Leviathan was controlled by Xian Yuqie and 3 other great elders. If the 4 of them noticed this happening, they absolutely would have launched a counterattack. However, that mysterious force had not only forcefully broke through their counterattack, but also successfully captured the giant Leviathan. What sort of terrifying ability was this? What level of master could this be? 4th stage life destruction? Perhaps even 5th stage life destruction. Mu Yuhuang was extremely shocked. This mysterious youth that was less than 30 years old, as well as that mysterious power behind him, both began to become increasingly wrapped in an aura of secrecy. She thought about this for a long time, and then mumbled, I really have no idea where this force came from and why they would attack the South Sea Demon region. Perhaps it might be the mortal enemies of the South Sea Demon region, or even Silent Demon Emperor City, Mu Yuhuang slowly said, her old eyes shining. No matter what sort of situation this is, it is a favorable turn of events for us. However, don't be too optimistic. Even if the South Sea Demon region has lost the giant Leviathan, they still have Xian Wuji. That Xian Wuji is strangely terrifying. During the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, Lin Ming ruined his calculated plans. But afterwards, he was still able to obtain the giant Leviathan. After leaving the Demon God Imperial Palace, he found reinforcements from those clans of the Deep Sea, and then launched a total attack on the entire South Sea. Now, he has collected enough resources to break through to the fourth stage of life destruction. Once he leaves his seclusion, that is when the true battle will begin. As Mu Yuhuang obtained news that this mysterious force had completely routed Xianyuqie, this news also spread through the entire South Sea. Mu Bingyun had returned 3 days earlier to Yinyang Profound Palace. As for the 7 great sects of the 5-element region, they had now gathered together and were deliberating on how to jointly deal with the South Sea Demon region and other relevant matters. Although the current South Sea Demon region had united the various deep sea clans and still held a position of absolute superiority, this good news at least allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope. It wasn't like before where the others simply didn't have the courage to even think of resisting. It had to be known that the giant Leviathan wasn't too extraordinary in one-on-one combat. But, when facing an entire sect, its massive energy beam was able to destroy even a sect's great protective array. Even Divine Phoenix Island, with its 300-year legacy, was no exception to this. Then, if even they fell, who else dared to fight with the South Sea Demon region directly? In the joint meeting hall of the 5-element region's 7 great sects, the Sunfire Princess Huruyan was fanatically saying, "This mysterious youth is just too cute. I have no idea what holy land this genius came out from for adventuring, but if I see him then I really have to thank him." As Zhang Yunjian saw Huruyan's crazed expression, he laughed and said, "Ruyan, please don't tell me that you've fallen in love with him. Then again, your age is a good match. You're also in your mid-20s. Hearing Zhang Yunjian's teasing words, Huruyan blushed as she said, "Really, such a filthy mouth can't speak any good words. I haven't even seen him. Then again, he is most likely a Holy Land descendant, so how would he even look at me?" As Huruyan spoke to her, there was a tinge of exasperation in her voice. She was only at the Xiantian realm, but this mysterious youth was already at the Revolving Core realm. Not just that, but an exceptional Revolving Core master who was said to have strength comparable to a Life Destruction master's combat strength. How could anyone not be bothered hearing this? But there was nothing she could do about it. This was the difference of background and talent. She only came from a tiny 4th-grade sect, so how could she compare with a Holy Land? Haha, I was just messing around with you. But it really seems that you have this intent, You know, us martial artists don't care too much about appearance. If this fellow's character isn't too bad, then I'll ask him for you." Zhang Yunjian teased. This meeting was basically all juniors participating. As Zhang Yunjian joked with Huruyan, this immediately elicited laughs from everyone, making Huruyan's face even redder. Ever since the South Sea Demon region destroyed the South Sea Wartime Alliance, and the flames of war had burned all the way to the 5-element region, it was rare for everyone to laugh as they did now. Alright, let's not tease little sister Ruyan anymore. If this mysterious force really is from a Holy Land, then the South Sea Demon region really will be in trouble. We should have someone speak with that mysterious youth to see what plans he has. Arctic Ice Palaces by Auschwan said. These sect talents had gradually grown up. Although most of their cultivations were at the Middle Xiantian realm, Because of their amazing talent, they had a combat strength equal to a half-step revolving core master. In addition, with their growing mentality and maturity, they were now able to take on some responsibilities. Yes, that's right. We should approach him. I really have no idea how the South Sea Demon region managed to offend such a great power, but no matter what, this is a great help to us. Thundercrest Sex Jolai echoed. Brother Jean, your Storm Valley has scouts near Divine Phoenix Island. Let's leave the matter of contacting this mysterious youth to Brother Jean. The earlier the better, it's best not delay this matter further. Brother Joe is right. I'll hurry and send the orders now. If this mysterious party can directly help us, then that would be wonderful. As Zhang Yunjian spoke, he immediately took out a long-distance sound-transmitting talisman. This sound-transmitting talisman would pass through several relay stations. It would be able to reach the scouts that Storm Valley had stationed in the South Sea in less than an hour. Storm Valley had 4 scouts in the South Sea, all of them with an extreme Xiantian cultivation. They were proficient in wind attribute concealment techniques, and also had supportive secret skills that used the concept of wind to hear distance voices. They were very well suited for being scouts. The 4 scouts immediately set out and carefully headed towards Divine Phoenix Island. However, just as they reached the border of Divine Phoenix Island and were preparing to make contact with that mysterious force, they happened to see that massive floating giant Leviathan suddenly shoot into the sky. The 90-mile-long giant Leviathan rushed into the skies, causing monstrous waves and turbulent gales in the entire area, and making all the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding several hundred miles restlessly move. Being close to this tremendous pressure made one feel as if they were nothing more than a leaf in a storm. They're flying away. This direction is the south? 2 scouts helplessly gazed on as they watched the giant Leviathan fly towards the south. The giant Leviathan was extremely large, and thus its acceleration was very slow. But, given enough time to reach its maximum speed, its speed would be no worse than that of a life-destruction powerhouse. When such a massive giant Leviathan flew in the sky at high speed, it would causing a terrifying wind pressure that would sound out like a moving thunderstorm, forcefully ripping apart the sea beneath and forming a massive canyon in the water. After this canyon was formed, it would fall back down like 2 great waterfalls, creating a massive splash of water that sprayed several miles into the sky. What are they doing? As a scout saw the giant Leviathan's speed increase, he couldn't help but ask this question out loud. South of Divine Phoenix Island is the South Sea Demon region. They shouldn't be, are they attacking the South Sea Demon region? Heavens! Another scout sucked in a breath of cold air. In these past few years, the South Sea Demon region had acquired too great a reputation. Now, they were the same as an Azura hell in everyone's eyes. That mysterious force actually wanted to rush into the lair of the South Sea Demon region? Did they not care about their lives? No, think about it some more. Xian Wuji is in seclusion and Xian Yuchie has been severely wounded. Now even the giant Leviathan has been wrested away by that mysterious youth. This would be the best time to attack the South Sea Demon region. As a scout suddenly realized this, everyone began to look at each other in shock. This was too crazy. Chapter 683 10,000 Mile Raid. Chapter 683 10,000 Mile Raid. Above the South Sea, the massive giant Leviathan shot forth at a terrifying pace. Even the clouds and sea were blown away by the sonic speed of the giant Leviathan. The 4 scouts from Storm Valley looked on with fear and trepidation in their eyes, their hearts gripped and their blood bubbling with excitement. This was a counterattack on the South Sea Demon region. Ever since war broke out in the South Sea, this was the first time that anyone from Divine Phoenix Island or the 5-element region saw someone fighting back against the South Sea Demon region. Hurry up and transmit the news, a scout said in hysterical elation. Let's pass the news. The four of them all pulled out sound-transmitting talismans at once and sent out a message. After passing through several secret relay points of the South Horizon region, the news took less than an hour to reach the five-element region. And at this time, important figures from the five-element region were gathered at the seven-sect meeting hall. After Zhang Yunjian heard the message from the sound-transmitting talisman, he was utterly shocked. After the fire flickered and disappeared, Zhang Yunjian didn't speak for a long period of time. Huruyan couldn't help but say, "Zhang Yunjian, what message did you receive? You're giving me a heart attack here." Zhang Yunjian took a deep breath and said, "This is incredible news. Even I couldn't believe it when I received it. It was just too crazy to take in." "Zhang Yunjian, at this time are you still going to keep us guessing?" Huruyan angrily beeped out, her entire body huffing and puffing with anger. "I'm not trying to keep you guessing, I just find this hard to accept. I needed some time to digest this news." Zhang Yunjian slowly stood up, glanced at everyone present, and then solemnly said, "The message from the sound-transmitting talisman just now is, that mysterious youth has already controlled the giant Leviathan to plunge directly into the South Sea Demon region. They want to wage war against the South Sea Demon region." "What?" With these words, everyone was struck dumb with amazement. "Isn't that just too reckless?" Deep Earth Sec's Shi Yun couldn't help but say, "Yeah. To penetrate alone into enemy territory, that is the ultimate taboo of any military plan. Moreover, there are countless masters within the South Sea Demon region. It could be said to be a fatal danger zone. That mysterious youth may be fierce, but this is just far too dangerous." Zhou echoed. However, even as he finished, he seemed to have missed something. After thinking about it further, the current South Sea Demon region situation was: Xian Wuji was still in seclusion and Xian Yuqie was severely wounded. The giant Leviathan was also captured, and now they were greatly weakened because of this. This was the most opportune time to make a counterattack. None of the heroic youths present were slow of mind. As they all realized this, all of them couldn't help but look at each other with blank shock on their faces. For a time, a deep silence fell over the entire meeting hall. Ever since the South Sea Demon region had spread out news that Xian Wuji had gone into seclusion to break through to the fourth stage of life destruction, the entire South Horizon region had been devastated. They all had a premonition that once Xian Wuji made his breakthrough and left his seclusion, that was the day when the South Sea Demon region would bring a great apocalypse upon all of them. Their days after knowing the time of their death were no better. For this half-year, regardless of whether it was the five-element region's seven great sects, Divine Phoenix Island, Dire Space Sect, or Supreme Mystery Temple, all of them were thinking of ways of how they could survive this upcoming catastrophe. But none of them had ever thought of counterattacking the South Sea Demon region. This idea was far too crazy. If that mysterious youth could actually cause great losses to the South Sea Demon region, then he would become a living legend. This was a less than 30-year-old youth that was able to reverse the entire war of the South Sea with just his own strength. Looking through the last 10,000-year history of the Sky Spill continent, just who was able to forge such a mythic legend? Crazy, too crazy. Shi Yun mumbled to himself. Just who was this strange youth? Someone that was able to have some achievements was definitely not unknown. Perhaps in the future, this person might even stand at the highest peak of the Sky Spill continent, showing disdain for all rivals. No kidding, this sort of existence has already surpassed our understanding. To counterattack the South Sea Demon region, what a powerful and bold great lord. A direct disciple from Golden Bell Mountain said with a sigh. Although we know that the South Sea Demon region is in its weakest state right now, analyzing this is one thing, and deciding to counterattack the South Sea Demon region after living under the pall of their shadow is another. If it was me, there was no way I would have the courage to do this simply because I would never think of it. Bai Aoshuan sighed. Compared to this mysterious youth, whether it was strength, courage, or foresight, she was far too inferior. These past years, because of the absolute superiority shown by the South Sea Demon region, all of them had already subconsciously formed a line of thinking that none of them were able to resist the South Sea Demon region. One couldn't blame the Five-Element region and the South Horizon region. Even when all of their sects were combined together, they didn't even have enough life-destruction elders to count on more than a single hand. As for the South Sea Demon region, they had once been a holy land after all. After recovering over thousands of years, their strength had now exceeded everyone's expectations. At this time, Horuyan's cheeks were red. Her dark black eyes had widened, and it was unknown what she was thinking. She muttered, "What holy land has this mysterious youth come from? Because of him, the entire South Sea War is now in upheaval. Little sister Hua, you really didn't fall in love with him, right?" As Bai Aoxuan saw Horuyan's appearance, she was slightly surprised for a moment before she laughed. "I'm fine, stop making fun of me," Horuyan said, a bit embarrassed. "We should consider whether or not we should send out some masters to assist this mysterious youth. Since ancient times, beautiful women had always loved heroes. This was especially true in the world of martial artists. To contend with the entire South Sea Demon region with just his strength, reversing the disastrous war and saving them from the descending dangers, this sort of extraordinarily brave and strong hero was easily able to touch the heart of a girl. Let alone Horuyan, even Bai Aoxuan couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. But they were well aware that the difference in their status was far too great. It would be too late for us to send out masters. The distance from the Five-Element region to the South Sea Demon region is too great. Then again, even if we could send people, their strength simply wouldn't be of help. Zhang Yunjian said as he sighed, a bit frustrated. The 7 great sects of the Five-Element region were only ordinary 4th-grade sections. Most of them didn't even have life-destruction powerhouses, so how could they possibly help? It's fine. We shouldn't worry over him. We only need to wait for the result. This mysterious youth's ability has far surpassed our imaginations. He should be from one of the divine kingdoms from the central mainland. I have no idea why he decided to fight the South Sea Demon region, but this time we've really hit the jackpot. Zhang Yunjian said. The South Horizon region was located at the very south of the Sky Spill continent. The sea here bordered the mainland. It was a relatively remote area. Here, ordinary 5th-grade sects like Great Zen Temple and the South Sea Demon region were considered supreme powers. But in the central region of the mainland there were 4 divine kingdoms. These divine kingdoms each occupied an area that was 5 or 6 times larger than the Great Zen region. As for the several holy lands of the Sky Spill continent, most of them were located there. And when it came to 5th-grade sects, there were even more of those within the borders of these 4 divine kingdoms. This was why Zhang Yunjian believed that this mysterious youth originated from these 4 divine kingdoms. If he was one of those legendary crown princes of a divine kingdom, then he would just barely be able to accept this. At this time, 1,000,000 miles away at the South Sea, Lin Ming was within a miniature dimension of the giant Leviathan. In front of him, there were 2 black-clothed old men respectfully standing there. These 2 were the South Sea Demon region elders that had submitted to Lin Ming, Elder Sun and Elder Zhou. For convenience, Lin Ming called them Demon 1 and Demon 2. Demon 1, how many life-destruction masters are there altogether in the South Sea Demon region? Lin Ming asked. Reporting to Master, in these past 3,000 years, the South Sea Demon region has been recuperating and accumulating its strength, developing its forces. Especially several hundred years ago, Xian Wuji discovered an ancient ruin within the South Sea and obtained the ancient Devil Tome, as well as many resources. With this, the South Sea Demon region was able to develop many masters. Lin Ming slightly nodded. He also knew of that ancient ruin that the Demon Emperor had left behind. Xian Wuji had obtained the ancient devil tome, as well as the demon emperor's letter from there. From the demon emperor's letter, he had obtained the location of the demon god imperial palace as well as the method to open it. Xian Wuji had prepared for that trip into the demon god imperial palace for many, many years. He didn't even hesitate to launch a war in the South Sea for this very reason. As long as he was able to obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root and the giant Leviathan, then he really would have a chance to break through to the Divine Sea realm given enough time, becoming the ultimate ruler of the Sky Spill continent's southernmost tip. All of his schemes were perfect, but there had been a single unknown factor, the appearance of Lin Ming. Xian Wuji had never imagined that a mere youth that hadn't even broken through to the Xiantian realm would ruin his plans of so many years, flushing it all down the drain. Demon One said, in these last several hundreds of years, because of those resources and relics found from the ancient ruins, the South Sea Demon region has been able to cultivate 8 life destruction masters. In addition to original number, that is a total of 16. Afterwards, because they kept dying off, not counting us, there are only 7 left. Of these 7, 2 are at the 2nd stage of life destruction and Xian Wuji is nearing the 4th stage of life destruction. The other 4 remaining are all at the 1st stage of life destruction. I see. Lin Ming nodded. This strength wasn't enough to make him feel any fear at all. What about the South Sea Demon region's allies? How strong are those clans from the deep sea? Reporting to Master, this servant is not too clear about this. The deep sea clans are very mysterious. Normally only Xian Wuji has contact with them. This time, they only sent out a single elder to help us start a deep sea beast tide. After having a slave seal planted within him, Demon One could be described as unwaveringly loyal with absolute devotion. I got it. Lin Ming responded. Then, as he passed his perception outside of this dimension, he saw that the giant Leviathan was nearing the center of the South Sea Demon region. The South Sea Demon region was located on 3 islands deep within the South Sea. This was a point where the shallow waters met with the deeper water. The heaven and earth origin energy here was very thick. As the giant Leviathan arrived, its massive form caused monstrous waves to rise through the entire sea, forming surging tsunamis that rolled towards these islands. In the Netherworld Demon Mountain's main temple, Xian Yuqie was sitting within a hidden chamber. In front of her were a number of precious soul recovery medicines. After she had fled in panic and distress, her soul had been injured, and she also swallowed down a blood poison pill. Her origin energy had been extremely damaged. Without closing up for several months, there was no way she would be able to restore herself. She had already gone into seclusion to heal herself, when she suddenly heard a great rumbling sound outside. At this time, all of the heaven and earth origin energy around the Netherworld Demon Mountain began to be stirred up in intense agitation. What's going on? Xian Yuqie was shocked. A faint, foreboding feeling began to grow in her heart. She was about to step outside to take a look, when at this time, a black-clothed martial artist crashed into her hidden chamber, his face pale as he panted from exhaustion. SOV. Sovereign Xian, something disastrous has happened. Lin Ming has brought the giant Leviathan to our sect's entrance. The giant Leviathan is now storing energy, preparing to break through the Great Protective Array. Chapter 684. What is there to discuss? Chapter 684. What is there to discuss? Xian Yuqie's complexion immediately changed. She paled. What did you just say? I said that Lin Ming is now controlling the giant Leviathan, and he has already flown it to the entrance of the sect. Now he is storing energy, possibly to attack us. The black-clothed martial artist slowly and carefully repeated himself. Xian Yuqie suddenly felt dizzy, almost falling down where she stood. Her soul was already injured, and now after hearing this news, she almost lost her last breath. She never imagined that Lin Ming would actually take the giant Leviathan and step into their South Sea demon region. It had to be known that after Xian Yuqie and the other elder fled back in distress, neither of them had publicly released the news that the giant Leviathan of their sect had been stolen away. This was because this was far too great a loss of face. Once this news spread out, she would never be able to recover from the effect this would have on her esteem as sovereign. After all, she had gone out with 3 great elders, and finally ended up with the giant Leviathan being taken away. This really couldn't be justified. Also, this was to maintain the stability and morale of their troop. Now that Xian Wuji was still in closed-door seclusion, it was unknown just how many more months he would need before he exited. Although this South Sea demon region seemed very powerful at this moment, in truth there were many unnerving factors. If the subordinates were to suddenly find out that the giant Leviathan was stolen away and 2 great elders had died, this would surely lead to serious repercussions. At this moment, the martial artists of the South Sea demon region were also in the dark. Thus, they had no idea that Lin Ming was the one who brought the giant Leviathan knocking on their door. Could there be a worse situation than this? Also, as Xian Yuqie's mind raced with different scenarios, she still couldn't think of anyone present in the South Sea demon region that could stop the bombardment of the giant Leviathan. How could Xian Yuqie not panic at this time? She could no longer care about her injuries. She swept up all the bottles of soul recovery pills in the hidden chamber into her spatial ring, and then breathlessly rushed outside. Hey, look at that, the giant Leviathan came back. It seems that it used up too much energy because Sovereign Xian brought it out too many times. Does it need to rest in the deep sea for a few months? Somewhere in the South Sea demon region, a middle revolving core protector began talking as he saw that massive shadow of the giant Leviathan's head loom over him. I have no idea. There might be a change in the situation. Perhaps the Great Elder has left his seclusion ahead of schedule. Another protector thought that Xian Wuji might be leaving seclusion early. Let's go and take a look. Alright. The 2 protectors soared upwards. At this moment, a black-clothed man and woman rushed into the skies at high speed. The woman was Xian Yuqie, and the man was an elder with a silver mask covering his face. He was the other present second-stage life-destruction master of the South Sea demon region, and also the sovereign of the demon region Eastern faction. Of the demon region's 4 great clans, he was the head of the Zhou clan. Everyone, hurry up and escape far away. Xian Yuqie shouted out loud. At this time, her mind and heart were already a mess. With her status as the demon region Western faction sovereign, she had gathered 3 other great elders of the different clans, and with 4 people in total had chased after Lin Ming, with even the giant Leviathan supporting them. Such a powerful lineup of elders actually lost to Lin Ming. Not only that, but the giant Leviathan was taken away from them, and now it was being used by others to break through their entrance. Just where did she have face to see anyone anymore? But now was not the time to consider these matters. Several tens of thousands of feet high in the air, the giant Leviathan was storing energy. Soon, it would launch a devastating blow against the South Sea demon region. No one was more aware than Xian Yuqie of just how terrifying the giant Leviathan's strength was. Its process of gathering strength was very slow, but once it was able to finish, even the great protective array formation of the South Sea demon region wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks. That was a natural inborn war monster. What? We need to escape far away? Xian Yuqie's voice spread through the entire sect. These demonic path martial artists weren't idiots. They soon realized that something was wrong. As they looked up into the skies, they could see that the heaven and earth origin energy within a range of several hundred miles was being stirred up by the giant Leviathan, forming a cataclysmic vortex of origin energy as it swallowed it all. Could this be? The South Sea demon region martial artists all paled at once. At this time, the shout from the Demon Region Easter faction sovereign confirmed their suspicious. Young hero, do not start. Let us discuss this first. What? All of the Demon Region martial artists were stunned, and then slowly began to react. The giant Leviathan had been taken away, and now it was actually being used to attack their South Sea Demon Region. Everyone turned to look at Xianyuqie. Just several days ago, Xianyuqie had taken the giant Leviathan on a punitive expedition, bringing with her a powerful lineup of elders towards Divine Phoenix Island. Later, she and another elder had returned, and then she had declared to everyone that the giant Leviathan had gone to rest in the deep sea in order to recover its energy. As for the two other elders, they had gone to accompany and take care of the giant Leviathan. Now it appeared that there had been an accident. Several days ago, Xianyuqie must have suffered a crushing defeat. She even lost control of the giant Leviathan. Just who had such a great ability to do this? The Demon Region martial artists all had increasingly confused expressions appear on their faces. Within the entire South Sea Demon Region, besides Xianwuji, she was the #1 master. Just who was this other party? Feeling the puzzled eyes of thousands of people on her, their stares filled with confusion and disbelief, Xianyuqie grinded her shining white teeth together and clenched her fists. In her entire life, she had never received such humiliation. This damned Lin Ming. Xianyuqie's hate caused her to gnash her teeth together. If Lin Ming was in front of her, she would undoubtedly try to tear him apart with her teeth. But Lin Ming was currently within the giant Leviathan. With the protection of the giant Leviathan, there wasn't anything she was able to do to him. Besides Xianyuqie, the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign could see the energy stored within the giant Leviathan becoming increasingly potent and violent. His face turned as white as paper. For him to stop the attack of the giant Leviathan was simply unrealistic. If the Sect's great protective array were to be ripped apart, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Young hero, don't be rash. Let us discuss this. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign was also feeling anxious enough that he felt sick in his stomach. He was hoping to reach a settlement with Lin Ming in exchange for resources. At least, he should first try to stabilize this situation with Lin Ming first. However, just as he spoke, there was suddenly a massive explosion in the skies. It was like 10,000 thunderbolts gathering together, making the entire world lose color. All of the heaven and earth origin energy with a range of several hundred miles was completely gathered up by the giant Leviathan, forming a massive golden beam as thick as a giant tree. It was like an unrivaled vorpal sword, cutting directly down onto the South Sea Demon Region's great protective array. Damn! Hurry and dodge! Help me! All of the South Sea Demon Region martial artists were aware of how terrifying the giant Leviathan was. Before this, Divine Phoenix Island, the Wartime Alliance, and afterwards also the Dire Space Sect and Supreme Mystery Temple, none of them had an array formation that was capable of dealing with the giant Leviathan's barrage of attacks. The entire South Sea Demon Region was thrust into absolute chaos. Bang bang bang! A sound filled the world as if the earth itself was breaking apart. In the skies, a thick red barrier suddenly appeared, stiffly resisting the giant Leviathan's great golden sword. A massive and violent explosion set off great surging tsunamis. At the demon temples, the island began to collapse all around them. Large tracts of land sunk into the sea, immediately causing all the islands to shrink a size. Great waves of rock and water thousands of feet high smashed into the great protective array, generating explosive sounds of thunder. It was like the apocalypse was occurring at this moment. Underneath that brutal golden beam of light, the red barrier fiercely twisted. With a deafening crackling sound, as if space itself was breaking apart, a shocking crack appeared in the barrier. The great protective array was beginning to collapse. How can this be? Xianyuqie's beautiful face immediately changed. Although she had guessed that the South Sea Demon region's Great Protective Array formation was basically unable to stop the barrage of the giant Leviathan, it should be able to withstand 2 attacks at least. After all, the South Sea Demon region's Great Protective Array formation was several times more powerful than Divine Phoenix Islands. But now, with just a single attack, it had begun to collapse. This Great Protective Array had not weakened. Then, there was only one other possibility. That was, underneath Lin Ming's control, the giant Leviathan had become that much stronger. As Xian Yuqie realized this, her lips began to tremble. How could it be like this? Even if it were Xian Wuji personally controlling the giant Leviathan, he still wouldn't be able to achieve such devastating power. Who was Lin Ming? Was he really only a mere 20-year-old youth? Why had he been able to erase Xian Wuji's soul mark? Why, in just a short 2.5 years, was he able to jump from the Xiantian realm to the revolving core realm? Why was he able to stimulate the potential of the great Leviathan to such a degree? In this moment, a deep sense of fear and helplessness emerged within Xian Yuqie's heart. When she had first obtained the news that Lin Ming had returned, she had been secretly pleased with this sudden discovery. She had thought that she would finally be able to capture Lin Ming and torture all of the secrets out of his body. But now that she thought back on this, she realized just how laughable an idea this was. Lin Ming was simply a vicious demon from hell. She didn't even try to evade him, but rather took the initiative to walk straight up to his doorstep. Sovereign Xian, what is going on here? You must give me an explanation about how you lost the giant Leviathan. The Demon Region Easter faction sovereign breathlessly shouted at Xian Yuqie. The giant Leviathan was originally a beast that belonged to the Xian clan, so when they lost it, he had nothing he could say about it. But now the giant Leviathan had actually ended up in Lin Ming's hands instead, and it was returning to the South Sea Demon region as a fatal catastrophe. Naturally, she had to pay the price for this. Xian Yuqie grit her teeth and coldly said, I will naturally be responsible for all of the consequences from this. Responsible? Humph, just how will you be responsible? The Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign's voice was cold. Because he was wearing a silver mask, it was impossible to see his expression. Then what do you want? At this time, do you want to fight with me? As Xian Yuqie spoke, she unconsciously released her aura. Her strength was above this masked elder, so she simply didn't fear him at all. At this time, the South Sea Demon region's Great Protective Array could no longer withstand this immense barrage. With a final cracking sound, the barrier completely disintegrated. The massive space barrier turned into fragments in the skies. The leftover energy of the golden light beam fell onto the netherworld Demon Mountain, crashing through the mountainside. The majestic palaces that were several hundreds of feet tall suddenly toppled to the ground, instantly turning into ruins. Hurry and run! It was unknown who shouted this out, but all of the Demon Region martial artists began to react at once. Everyone began fleeing in all directions. What a joke! If even the Great Protective Array shattered, just how could they resist the giant Leviathan's attacks? Don't go off alone. Everyone listen to my command. Xian Yuqie shouted out in midair. However, these martial artists didn't even bother listening to her. Instead, they ran away at an even faster pace. The Demon Region martial artists always took themselves as the center of their every action. At this time, who could bother caring for others? Damn it! Xian Yuqie cried out in consternation. If she was able to organize everyone, then even if it was impossible to defeat the giant Leviathan, everyone would still be able to retreat in a systematic order, thus preserving the greatest amount of strength for the entire South Sea Demon region. But now, with everything and everyone in chaos, it would be easy to be chased down and killed. And sure enough, Xian Yuqie saw the giant Leviathan rush forwards, already caught up to the rear of the escaping martial artists. Several thousand tentacles wantonly flew through the air, like countless massive snakes. The massacre had begun. Chapter 685 Today my only goal is to kill. Chapter 685 Today my only goal is to kill. As Xian Yuqie saw this, her beautiful face paled. However, it was beyond her power to change anything. The giant Leviathan's one-on-one combat efficiency couldn't be considered too great. Its speed, both in attacks and movement, couldn't be considered too fast. Its attack methods were also too uniform and predictable. As long as one was prepared, then a high-level powerhouse simply didn't need to fear the giant Leviathan. But, for killing martial artists below the life-destruction realm, it was far too powerful. Especially in a massive group war. To a second or third stage life-destruction powerhouse, killing one or two late revolving core realm martial artists was no different than chopping vegetables. But, for them to kill a few hundred revolving core martial artists was impossible. Their opponents could simply flee in separate directions, and if they concentrated all of their efforts into a massive barrage of attacks, it was also possible to wound a life-destruction master. But for the giant Leviathan, killing one or two late revolving core martial artists, or even killing several hundred late revolving core martial artists, was not difficult at all. A revolving core martial artist couldn't be considered too rare within the South Sea Demon region, but they also weren't some random cabbage. They were considered the backbone of the South Sea Demon region. As Xian Yuqie saw Lin Ming drive the giant Leviathan into the great fleeing groups of South Sea Demon region martial artists, how could she not be anxious? However, there was nothing she could do to the giant Leviathan. It was simply too large. Its naturally tough skin was several hundred feet thick. Even if it lay there motionlessly and allowed Xian Yuqie to hit it as she wished, she would still need an entire hour of effort to even scratch it. This was the advantage of size. If the giant Leviathan was scaled down to just 100 feet, it still might be able to defeat a first-stage life-destruction elder. But it was actually 90 miles long. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the sound of air being sliced apart, several thousand tentacles lashed out like whips, enveloping all of the demon region martial artists that were escaping this calamity. Ah! With a shrill scream, the first martial artist had his back pierced through with a tentacle. All of his organs were completely smashed apart as he instantly died on the spot. That martial artist was only at the early revolving core. In front of the giant Leviathan, he simply didn't have the ability to resist. This martial artist was only the beginning. Follow this, countless screams of anguish and pain filled the air. Tentacles repeatedly pierced through the fleeing martial artists' bodies en masse, their blood filling the skies with crimson rain. Even life-destruction elders like Xian Yuqie were not ignored. Instead, they became the focus of Lin Ming's attention. Bang! Several dozen tentacles rushed toward Xian Yuqie before being sent flying away by her sword. At this time, her hair was a mess and her face was pale. Lin Ming, I know you can hear me. Stop this immediately. Otherwise, I will have you regret everything. Xian Yuqie angrily shouted. But after Lin Ming heard this, he actually smirked, smiling as if he had heard the funniest joke of all. Regret? On what basis will you have me regret anything? On what basis do I have to negotiate anything? When you used the giant Leviathan to exterminate the wartime alliance and crush Divine Phoenix Island, did you give them a chance to negotiate? Don't bother trying to delay for time so that your disciples and subordinates can escape. I am not so naive. Today my goal here is clear, and that is to kill. If I see one, then I will kill one. If I see two, then I will kill two. All men and all women here today will die, and not even dogs or chickens will be left alive. I want you to taste just what it feels like to have everything you've known be annihilated by the giant Leviathan. I will show you what retribution is. I will show you what an eye for an eye truly means. With the blood of your South Sea Demon Region's martial artists, I will soothe the souls of all the heroes that perished in the South Sea War." As Lin Ming spoke, killing intent erupted from his entire body. Within his spiritual sea, the spear-shaped battle spirit began to shake. His soul force divided into several thousand strands as it completely sunk into the giant Leviathan's tentacles. He launched a maddening all-out attack on the South Sea Demon Region martial artists. Now he no longer aimed at the Life Destruction Elders and Xian Yuqie. Dealing with a Life Destruction Elder would require hundreds or thousands of the tentacles, and even if he tried wholeheartedly, he still might not be able to kill Xian Yuqie and that masked man. If those two second-stage Life Destruction Masters flew away at full speed, they might not be any slower than the giant Leviathan. Then, it was better and far more effective to kill the ordinary martial artists of the South Sea Demon Region. Mobilizing his soul force to the limit and with his battle spirit and also Demonshine's support, this became a completely one-sided massacre. The South Sea Demon Region martial artists simply had no ability to resist. Some frightened revolving core martial artists tried to fight back against the tentacles, but none of their attacks were even able to make a dent in the tentacle's skin. With revolving core martial artists like this, there was no need to even mention the Xiantian and Hotian martial artists. A single strike from a tentacle was enough to kill a Xiantian realm martial artist. As for Hotian realm martial artists, as long as they were even touched by the aftershocks of energy, they would simply perish where they stood. After giving up his attacks on the Life Destruction Elders, Lin Ming's killing efficiency multiplied. In just a short 10 breaths of time, several hundred South Sea Demon Region martial artists died, their corpses turning into bits of ground meat and blood that covered the skies. Those that died were all the core of the South Sea Demon Region, and Lin Ming's killing speed was far too terrifying. Xian Yuqie felt her heart chill. She had personally controlled the giant Leviathan, so she naturally knew just how difficult it was to manipulate the giant Leviathan's tentacles. To use several thousand tentacles at once, every one required its own separate conscious control. When Xian Yuqie had controlled the giant Leviathan's tentacles to try to just kill Lin Ming by himself, that was already very difficult. But now Lin Ming was able to control thousands of tentacles to simultaneously chase after thousands of people. The difficulty of this was several times higher than what she had ever done. And now, in Lin Ming's hand, this horrifying scene played out in front of her. These several thousand tentacles seemed to have their own eyes, searching for targets on their own initiative. This accurate attack was enough to make one's scalp tingle with dread. What sort of terrifying control was this? Just how can Lin Ming achieve this? Xian Yuqie's mind raced. Lin Ming's soul force was strong to the point of surpassing her understanding. She couldn't help but admit that in Lin Ming's hands, the strength that the giant Leviathan was able to display was several times what she was capable of. This made her feel both incomparably depressed and incomparably spooked. She had a faint feeling that ever since the war in the South Sea started, the greatest error that the South Sea Demon Region had ever made was not by the hands of others, but only by Lin Ming. At this time, within the dimension of the giant Leviathan, it wasn't as difficult as Xian Yuqie imagined for Lin Ming to reach this degree of control. It was true that to simultaneously control thousands of tentacles together required a massive amount of soul force. But Lin Ming's soul force was already extremely formidable to begin with. With Demonshine supporting him, and also having a much more efficient way to control the giant Leviathan, these three factors combined together allowed him to easily do this. No matter how the Demon Region martial artists in the sky cried or wailed, Lin Ming didn't hesitate once in his actions. He simply didn't need to worry about killing all of these martial artists. When these Demon Region martial artists had chosen their path, they were already destined to do evil in the world. Moreover, for them to be able to cultivate to such a degree, who knew how many women's primordial essence energy they had snatched away? In the 7 profound valleys, a mere acacia faction had already ruined the lives of so many women, much less the South Sea demon region. But these little fish and shrimp underlings weren't the goal that Lin Ming most wanted to deal with. What Lin Ming wanted to effect was Xian Wuji, who was in closed-door seclusion as he tried to reach the 4th stage of life destruction. In the process of a human martial artist crossing the 4th stage of life destruction, they had to destroy their entire body and reform their revolving core after shattering it into fragments. In the first 3 stages of life destruction, one only had to destroy and reform the body. But, in the 4th stage of life destruction, one had to destroy and reform both the body and revolving core. This was an extremely dangerous process. The risks entailed were much higher than in the first 3 stages of life destruction. If there was even the slightest accident and any part of the process of reforming the body or revolving core failed, they would fail to cross life destruction, instantly perishing. During this closed-door seclusion to cross the 4th stage of life destruction, Xian Wuji was at his weakest period. As long as he could find Xian Wuji during this time, then he could seriously wound him or even kill him. Lin Ming was well aware that he wasn't able to stand against Xian Wuji when he was at his pinnacle. Once he successfully crossed the 4th stage of life destruction, then without a doubt he would organize a final total assault. Whether it was him or Divine Phoenix Island, everyone would be in danger. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't sit back and let this happen. He had to take advantage of Xian Wuji's weak period and strike the first blow. But Xian Wuji was exceptionally sly and cunning. Elder Sun and Elder Zhou simply didn't know where he was in closed-door seclusion, thus Lin Ming didn't even know where to begin looking for him. If he couldn't find Xian Wuji, then he would deal with his disciples and followers instead. Even if he couldn't force that old geezer out of seclusion, he would still be able to severely damage the South Sea demon region, so they wouldn't be able to organize a large-scale attack anytime soon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several thousand tentacles were like pythons, and they shot towards everyone. In just a short half-incense stick of time, these tentacles had swallowed the lives of nearly 1,000 demon region martial artists. And this number would still rise. The giant Leviathan's reputation as a top beast of war was not for nothing. As the masked elder saw this happen, his eyes grew so red from anger that they nearly popped out of his head. However, he simply couldn't stop Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, you remember this old man?" With a shout, the masked elder left behind a threat and then flew away. He didn't do anything, nor could he. Lin Ming didn't even care about him. As a second-stage life destruction master, even if Lin Ming tried his best to keep him here, it would be nearly impossible to stop him. At this time, Lin Ming's speed of killing had slowed down. Most of the fleeing martial artists had escaped the hunting range of the giant Leviathan and had reached relatively safe areas. Because these South Sea demon region martial artists had scattered away, no matter how powerful Lin Ming was, it was impossible to keep them here. Finding the direction with the highest concentration of martial artists, Lin Ming chased them for another 100 miles. After he killed another 100 martial artists, the battle began to wind down. In this battle, the South Sea demon region martial artists had left more than 1,000 corpses behind. This could be called an extremely desolate and tragic battle. The most that died were the Hotian martial artists. They were the slowest and also had the weakest defenses. Just by being caught up in the true essence energy fluctuations, they were ground to death. A good number of revolving core martial artists had died because Lin Ming had focused his attention on them. In fact, it wasn't much harder for the giant Leviathan to kill revolving core martial artists than Xiantian martial artists. Thus, Lin Ming certainly decided to kill the more powerful ones. In the air, the life destruction elders of the South Sea demon region had already escaped. After Xian Yuqia left behind some vicious curses, she also fled. They were all aware that none of them could defeat Lin Ming, Thus, staying here just because they were emotionally affected by all this destruction was simply idiotic. This caused Lin Ming to feel some regret. Originally, he had wanted to play a bit with the masked elder or Xian Yuqie. He wanted to see how good the giant Leviathan was at killing second-stage life-destruction powerhouses. The entire South Sea Demon region was nearly emptied of people. But Xian Wuji hadn't shown up from start to finish. Lin Ming didn't know whether that old fellow could see this scene. But if he could, what expression would he have? Would he be so apoplectically angry, frothing with so much hate that he failed to cross life destruction? As Lin Ming maliciously thought this, he began to use the giant Leviathan to pick through all the corpses on the islands. To more accurately say it, he was collecting their spatial rings. The current Lin Ming no longer desired the wealth of these low-level martial artists. But, although a single martial artist wasn't worth too much, 1,000 of them was different. There were also the buildings throughout the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming didn't plan on letting them go, he'd loot them too. Chapter 686 Pillage. Chapter 686 Pillage. The giant Leviathan's giant tentacles were like a group of locusts. Wherever they traveled, they caused ruination as they recklessly looted everything. All of the valuable things that could be taken away were carried off, and as for those that couldn't, they were destroyed with beams of energy. In just a single incense stick of time, buildings throughout the entire South Sea Demon region were put into an absolute mess with a massive number of palaces and temples destroyed, flames rising from all directions. Beside Lin Ming, Lan Xian looked on, a bit dumbfounded. Killing, burning, robbing, this was no different than the actions of a bandit. In truth, to Lin Ming, being cavalier or being a bandit, he really didn't care about either one. His actions and conduct were all dependent on being able to smoothly flow through his mind and not betraying his heart. As for his methods, it was all the same to him. The grudge from the looting of Divine Phoenix Island naturally had to be returned, and in the most striking and graphic manner possible. Doesn't seem like there's anything valuable. As Lin Ming was using the giant Leviathan to devastate everything around him, he was also rapidly inspecting all the treasure he picked up. There wasn't anything of too much value. This was also within his expectations. After all, those sorts of things were usually carried by the Life Destruction Elders, or placed in some secret hidden location so they were hard to find. In the buildings of the South Sea Demon region, besides some great array formations for training, there wasn't much else. Since these great array formations couldn't be taken away, Lin Ming simply destroyed them all. He didn't plan on leaving any resources to the enemy so that they would be able to recover in the future. Lin Ming, go to the medicine garden. There's definitely something good there. Demon Shine suddenly said. Okay. As Demon Shine mentioned this, Lin Ming remembered that fresh medicinal plants couldn't be placed in a spatial ring. They had to be planted in a medicine garden with rich origin energy. Spreading out his perception and with the support of the giant Leviathan, Lin Ming was able to quickly scan every nook and cranny of the South Sea Demon region. He soon discovered where the medicine garden was located. There was a defensive array formation here. But for Lin Ming, ripping it open was easy. Several dozen tentacles pulled up. In less than a quarter of an hour of time, the array formation was torn apart. This was because Lin Ming cared about the plants within the medicine garden, thus his actions were much gentler. Otherwise, he would have broken through the array formation even quicker. After the array formation was sundered, an incomparably pure origin energy dispersed into the air. As Lin Ming looked within, he soon found that the herbs in the medicine garden were much richer and more valuable than those of Divine Phoenix Island. In addition, there were several herbs that were far more valuable than the demon heart flower. Because Lin Ming had inherited the memories of the realm of the gods alchemist, he had a very keen understanding of the multitude of medicinal herbs. Within the realm of the gods was where the richest and rarest herbs were found. Everything within the Sky Spill continent could be found within the realm of the gods, but not everything in the realm of the gods could be found in the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming soon classified all of these herbs, dividing them by their different pharmacological properties. He plucked out some and organized them, and as for those medicinal herbs that were more difficult to transport, he directly ripped them up and sealed them in a jade box. There were even some that could be transplanted. He picked them up with their soul and moved them into the giant Leviathan's dimension. Generally speaking, these herbs were all inferior to the 10,000-year corpse grass that Lin Ming had found in the Eternal Demon Abyss. But high-level alchemy didn't always use high-grade materials for medicines. Sometimes low-grade materials were required to direct, catalyze or support the medicine. Moreover, training as an alchemist wasn't done in one day. The start was the most difficult. At the beginning, Lin Ming would have to practice in order to lay down his foundation as an alchemist. At this time, using these medicines to practice his technique would be useful. If the elders of the South Sea Demon region knew that Lin Ming was brutally and violently looting everything they had built as well as gathering all of the medicinal herbs they had planted with care, classifying them as low-level medicinal herbs for practice, so that he could train his technique, then they would probably be vomiting blood in a mad rage. In the South Horizon region, all of these things were considered rare heavenly materials. Even a life-destruction elder would covet them. However, Lin Ming, who had seen the Nirvana Dragon Root and profound Gold Divine Fruit, simply didn't care much for these things. All the medicinal herbs, spatial rings, and other resources were completely taken away. Before leaving, Lin Ming also didn't forget to have the giant Leviathan shoot out a massive beam of golden light to level the South Sea Demon region's True Essence stone mine. Although it was impossible to destroy the True Essence stone mine like this, it was still enough to bother them. They wouldn't be able to mine anything for at least an entire month. With all of this completed, Lin Ming controlled the giant Leviathan and slowly flew away from the South Sea Demon region. The South Sea Demon region had lost over 1,000 martial artists in a single day. As for Xian Yuqie and the many other elders, they fled deep into the South Sea. The news of the South Sea Demon region being pillaged soon spread throughout the entire South Horizon region. At first, people couldn't believe this incredible news, but later, the information became increasingly intense and known. The South Sea Demon region didn't come out with any intention of clarifying this issue, and not just that, but they also had their outer encirclement troops retreat, making a few threats before retreating back deep into the South Sea. Suddenly, all of the aggression and activities of the South Sea Demon region within the South Horizon region came to a complete halt. The entire time, this was just too difficult to believe. If in the past the South Sea Demon region was known as being so extraordinarily powerful that no one was able to bring up a thought of resistance, then that South Sea Demon region had now become a joke. Someone killed their way into their sect, breaking apart their great protective array, razing all their buildings to the ground, recklessly looting all of their resources and scorching everything else. The martial artists of the sect didn't even have pots to use. This was something that would normally occur only at the annihilation of a sect. If the South Sea Demon region didn't have Xian Wuji still supporting them from his closed-door seclusion, then their entire sect might have really been stamped out of existence. It was simply unimaginable that all of this was done by a single youth. Within Yin Yang Profound Palace, the Xing couple inevitably heard this news. "Husband, what do you think?" Within a magnificent temple, a woman in a white robe said as she closed an ancient book, placing it on a table. She looked to be around 40 years old, but one couldn't find any weariness of time on her face. Her features were beautiful and her body was mature and full, containing all sorts of subtle flavors. This woman was one of the twin stars of the Yin Yang Profound Palace, Xingcan. She was the wife of Xingji. Together, the two of them held the position of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace's palace masters. Within Yin-Yang Profound Palace, many positions were held by couples. This was because of the unique features of their cultivation method. Often, a couple would train and fight together. Only this way, by combining their powers, would they be able to display their mightiest combat strength. Thus, whether it was training, missions, or adventuring, both husband and wife would often go together. Xingji said, "This youth must be a peak emperor-level talent from one of the 4 divine kingdoms. Perhaps he might even be a divine kingdom's crown prince. I estimate that he is 30 years old. I heard his cultivation is at the revolving core realm, so I assume he must be mid or late revolving core. For him to have such a cultivation at this age, this is truly horrifying. This is a cultivation that only a peak emperor-level talent can have. As for his combat strength, there is no need to speak of it further. He can kill a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Not defeat, but kill. For someone at the revolving core to jump ranks and fight a life-destruction master is far more difficult than someone at the Xiantian realm fighting someone at the revolving core realm. This person is without a doubt from a holy land, and he also must have top resources and supreme masters supporting him from behind. His talent in itself is amazing, and he might possibly be one of the most extraordinary geniuses that the entire Sky Spill continent has seen in the last 1,000 years. Husband, why do you think this sort of character would come to our South Horizon region? After Xing can obtain this news, this was her greatest doubt. The mainland of the Sky Spill continent was shaped like a cake with its center dug out. It was in the shape of a ring. The center was an inland sea, and this sea was surrounded by 4 divine kingdoms. Because most of the landmarks were focused in this central region, this area had a much higher concentration of spiritual mountains and forests. The more spiritual lands there were, the thicker and purer the heaven and earth origin energy was, and the more heavenly materials and true essence stone mines there were. Most of the holy lands were also located in this area. By all reasoning, a favored son of heaven of the divine kingdoms would not come to the South Horizon region. This area was simply too remote. The only exception was the inexplicable appearance and rise of silent demon emperor city 3,000 years ago. Somehow, the netherworld great emperor had appeared with strength equal to a divine kingdom holy land's holy lord. This was the only time that the South Horizon region ever entered into the vision of the 4 divine kingdoms. For the rest of the time, the South Horizon region was nothing at all to the 4 divine kingdoms. It was the difference between a great city and a small mountain village. This was also reason that the South Sea Demon region wanted to gradually make their way back towards the mainland. The resources at the sea were always somewhat barren. Is he here for adventure and experience? Or has he taken a liking to something from the South Sea Demon region and wants to steal it? Xing Can said after deeply thinking about it. How could he want to steal anything? I doubt there is anything within the entire South Horizon region that would enter into the eyes of such a son of heaven. My guess is that there is some old hatred or revenge involved. 3,000 years ago, the Netherworld Great Emperor needed the young girls with special physiques in order to further cultivate his devil arts. But after looking and looking, he finally ended up laying his eyes on the youngest daughter of one of the 4 divine kingdoms' holy lords. He actually planned on secretly kidnapping her. What a crazy idea that was! Finally, this matter was exposed and the Netherworld Great Emperor was killed by the combined forces of several holy lords. From then on, the South Sea Demon region was not welcomed by the divine kingdoms. It was just that the other party had withdrawn to the South Sea and kept a low profile, and the rank of their sect wasn't high either, so the divine kingdoms simply didn't bother to deal with them. Now that they wish to re-enter the Sky Spill continent and invade the South Horizon region once more, there must be some individuals in the divine kingdoms that aren't too happy about this. Perhaps a crown prince from one of the divine kingdoms has chosen this period to go out and gain some experience. He could annihilate the South Sea demon region at the same time while he journeyed around. It appears that this mysterious youth truly is a young dragon. He is far too horrifying. Husband, what you said is reasonable, it should be mostly true. What should we do now? We don't do anything. The affairs of the divine kingdoms are not something we can meddle with. It's better for us to seize this opportunity to contact this divine kingdom crown prince. If we can be on good terms with him, then we will have infinite profit in the future. Xingji said. Although you say that, for a low-level 5th-grade sect like us to know such a character is far too difficult. Xingqian shook her head. How could she not want to form a good relationship with the divine kingdom? Everything depends on your own effort, there is always a chance. If we don't try, then we'll never know what could have happened. Speaking of this, Divine Phoenix Island, Dire Space Sect, Supreme Mystery Temple, and the 7 sects of the 5-element region really ran into a stroke of good fortune. With the divine kingdom helping them, they might not even need to worry about the South Sea War anymore. As Xingji mentioned Divine Phoenix Island, Xingqian's eyes brightened. Husband, that's right, how has the research into extracting the vermilion bird's blood essence and integrating it into our bodies been going? The reason that Yin Yang Profound Palace was willing to take in Divine Phoenix Island was in large part because of the 2 vermilion birds. They wanted to use the blood essence of these vermilion birds to enhance their own cultivation method. If the vermilion birds worked out, then they would continue to test with the blue luan. As Xingqian mentioned this, Xingji's face darkened. That old hag Mu Fengxian, she would rather die than reveal the secret skill to transplant the vermilion bird blood essence. Chapter 687 Paying Respects to the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Chapter 687 Paying Respects to the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. It had to be known that once a martial artist lost their blood essence, it was extremely difficult to restore it. Thus, any secret skill related to the restoration or supplementation of blood essence was extremely precious. As for Divine Phoenix Island's method of transplanting a vermilion bird's blood essence, that was obtained from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, thus only high-level figures from Divine Phoenix Island knew it. In fact, the founding ancestor of Divine Phoenix Island was only a mortal. She had no relation with the ancient Phoenix clan. She accidentally stumbled into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, and there she obtained various cultivation methods and secret skills, and used these treasures to form Divine Phoenix Island. So theoretically speaking, a martial artist from any other sect could have vermilion bird blood essence transplanted into them, and this would increase their talent in fire attribute cultivation methods. Thus, Yin Yang Profound Palace had always coveted this secret technique. When Divine Phoenix Island was in its glory days, Yin Yang Profound Palace wasn't willing to pay such a steep price and attack Divine Phoenix Island to obtain this secret technique, but now that Divine Phoenix Island was in trouble, they began to move towards this objective. Yin Yang Profound Palace focused on water and fire cultivation methods. It was extremely similar to the ice and fire cultivation methods that Divine Phoenix Island practiced. In particular, the fire attribute cultivation method was especially similar. Thus, they first planned to obtain the 2 vermilion birds first and take out a part of their blood essence to see whether or not they could use it to increase the fusion compatibility of their Yin Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods. This was the most fundamental reason that they were willing to bear the pressure of the South Sea Demon region and take in Divine Phoenix Island. Xingqian said, "Husband, we must hurry. If the South Sea Demon region is subdued by this divine kingdom, then we won't have any more bargaining chips in our hand. When that happens, Divine Phoenix Island might not be willing to submit to us." Humph, that might not be true. After this war, Divine Phoenix Island's strength has plummeted. Mu Fengxian has already injured her life source, and even though she is still at the first stage of life destruction, The truth is that her strength is now only comparable to the late revolving core. As for Mu Yuhuang, she just recently passed into the first stage of life destruction and her cultivation is unstable. With most of their revolving core elders already fallen, Divine Phoenix Island can now only be compared to an upper-middle 4th grade sect. They aren't much better than the 7 sects of the 5-element region. They simply do not have the ability to compete with us. Now that they've come to my yin-yang profound palace, they can forget any thoughts of leaving. As Xing Ji spoke he sneered, subconsciously gripping his palms together as if he wanted to completely control Divine Phoenix Island in his hand. As Xing Can saw Xing Ji's confident appearance, she said, "Husband, with you presiding over the situation, I can rest assured that Divine Phoenix Island's secret skills will be handled. As for establishing a good relationship with that Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, I shall handle that." As Xing Can spoke, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the temple along with a clear voice, "Great Father, Great Mother, what are you talking about?" The one speaking was a tall and heroic-looking youth. He was handsome and his eyebrows shot up like swords. He was Xing Ji and Xing Can's most talented son, Xing Yang. After Xing Yang was identified as having the potential to become an emperor-level powerhouse, the Xing couple had placed all of their high expectations on him. They were counting on him to help Yin-Yang Profound Palace rise to a holy land in the future. "Yang-er, you've come at just the right time. Have you heard about the pillaging of the South Sea Demon region? Your child has certainly heard about such a grand matter. To think that all of this came from the hands of a mysterious youth is truly unbelievable." That's right. Your father and I suspect that he is a Divine Kingdom's crown prince. If you can be on good terms with him, that would be very advantageous for you and us. Yang-er, I plan on taking you to meet him. Your talent is truly extraordinary, but it may still be too difficult to compare with him, so just make sure that you don't show any arrogance or foolishness in front of him. Your age should be close to his. As long as you can manage to become friends with him, your struggle to become a peerless emperor in 100 years will be much easier. As Xing Can spoke, Xing Yang's eyes began to shine. Although he was an emperor-level talent, it wasn't true that any emperor-level talent could become a peerless emperor. One needed to constantly push their potential to the limits, finding resources even in the face of absolute danger. When one could combine lucky chances, destiny, effort, and all other factors together, then it was possible to become a true emperor powerhouse. If he exhausted his potential or encountered an accident, he might fail. But if he knew that Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, it would be different. Over these years, Xing Yang had already been considered and raised as the future successor of his sect. As he diligently trained his cultivation, he was also well versed in human nature and befriending others. He believed that as long as he had a chance, he would certainly be able to win the favor of that Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. At that time, if he had the chance to go to a Divine Kingdom Holy Land and adventure for a bit, then the benefits could be imagined. Thinking of this, an excited light shined in Xing Yan's eyes. He said, "What Great Mother says is true. In this world, there is always a higher mountain and a higher heaven. Your child has always understood this truth. I shall go with Great Mother, and if I have a chance to befriend that Crown Prince, then I certainly will not miss it. Am good, truly worthy of being my son." Xing Ji laughed. This South Sea War was definitely a great opportunity for their Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Not only would they soon be able to obtain the secret skills of Divine Phoenix Island, but they could even befriend a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. If they could succeed in both of these goals, Yin-Yang Profound Palace would rise yet another step. As Yin-Yang Profound Palace was drawing up their grand plans, Divine Phoenix Island was also considering the future of their sect. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang were both characters that had lived for several hundred years, so how could they not have seen through Yin-Yang Profound Palace's tricks? It was just that before, under duress, they had no choice but to strike a bargain with Yin Yang Profound Palace and crawl into the snake's den, counting on the eventual day when Lin Ming would return. There were still 7 more years from the 10 years' time that Lin Ming had promised. But before that, there had already been a favorable chance in the South Sea War. Now Divine Phoenix Island had to consider their next step. At this time, in a courtyard of Divine Phoenix Island's temporary residence, there was a long and wide table, where 7 or 8 key figures of Divine Phoenix Island were seated. Sect Master, Master Ancestor. A blue-clothed woman politely bowed as she sat down. She was Mu Bingyun, having just returned from the 5-element region. Bingyun, about those rumors of the South Sea Demon region, how exaggerated are they? The high-level figures of Divine Phoenix Island were all hidden within Yin Yang Profound Palace, and it was hard for them to know what was happening in the outside world. A great deal of their information was sent to them by Mu Bingyun. Before, when that mysterious youth had completely annihilated the South Sea Demon region's Divine Phoenix Island branch with just his own strength, that already seemed quite exaggerated. Afterwards, Xian Yuqie had led 3 other great elders along with the giant Leviathan to personally go out on a hunting mission. However, they had suffered a disastrous defeat. Not only had they lost the giant Leviathan, but 2 elders also died. Finally, the entire South Sea Demon region was looted and pillaged by the mysterious youth. This was truly incomprehensible. This was the same as the mysterious youth sweeping out the entire South Sea Demon region with just his strength alone, completely routing Xian Yuqie and the other life-destruction elders there as if they were nothing more than dead dogs. With the massive number of martial artists that were slain throughout all of the South Sea Demon region, they were fortunate that Xian Wuji was still alive, otherwise the entire sect might have already collapsed because of this. This was simply a fairy tale-like legend. It was unimaginable. As for that mysterious youth, his identity became increasingly obscure even as his fame rose to unprecedented levels. It could be said that now, in the entire 5-element region, South Horizon region, Profound Province, or other lands nearby, there was no high-ranking sect that didn't know of this youth. Perhaps even the Great Zen region had learned of this too. Reporting to Sect Master, my words are not exaggerated at all. Mu Yuhuang nodded. With the appearance of this mysterious youth, the landscape of the entire South Sea War had rapidly changed. This was also a favorable turning point in their Divine Phoenix Island's fate. Now we only do not know when Xian Wuji will leave seclusion. Xian Wuji is the South Sea Demon region's very soul. Although the South Sea Demon region has suffered great losses this time, they will never perish as long as Xian Wuji is still living. The South Sea Demon region still holds absolute dominance with him, and we still have no choice but to stay in Yin Yang Profound Palace and be pressed down by others. As Yin Yang Profound Palace was mentioned, a trace of grief and pain flashed through Mu Qianyu's eyes. At the time, under the pressure for her sect to survive, Divine Phoenix Island had no option but to yield to certain conditions. Her saint beast, Little Flame, was now in the hands of Yin Yang Profound Palace. Now that they had taken Little Flame, it certainly wasn't to raise it, but rather to steal its vermilion bird blood essence. As Mu Qianyu thought of this, it felt as if a heated knife was twisting in her heart. Although Little Flame was a contract beast, to Mu Qianyu, Little Flame was no different from her sister. To sacrifice Little Flame to secure Divine Phoenix Island's continued future would always be one of Mu Qianyu's inner demons. As Mu Yuhuang saw Mu Qianyu's expression, she sighed and said, Don't worry. Yin Yang Profound Palace's palace masters made an oath on their heart of martial arts that they wouldn't harm Little Flame's life. It's just, they are taking some of Little Flame's blood essence. As Mu Yuhuang spoke to hear, she also felt sad. Her contract beast Fireshine was taken away too. Whether it was to a martial artist or vermilion bird, blood essence was extremely precious. It wasn't possible to lose too much. If one did lose too much, not only would one's cultivation drop, but it would also shorten their life. Us seeking asylum in Yin Yang Profound Palace was pure wishful thinking to begin with. We always had to pay some price. We can only hope that this mysterious youth will cause the South Sea Demon region to suffer great losses and give us some respite. We must persist until Lin Ming returns. But in the meantime, we'll have to patiently endure these coming years. We simply have no other choice. I understand. Mu Qianyu reluctantly smiled, motioning that she was feeling better. Mu Yuhuang sighed and no longer said anything. As the high-level figures of Divine Phoenix Island were gathered together to discuss their sect's future, at the great temple of Yin Yang Profound Palace, a high-grade Earth-step spirit boat had quietly been launched. After passing through several transmission arrays, it shot straight towards the South Sea. The people on board this boat were the mother and son, Xing Kan and Xing Yan. They planned to go towards Divine Phoenix Island to pay a visit to this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. However, someone was already much closer. As Yin Yang Profound Palace set out, the scouting party of Storm Valley had already landed on Divine Phoenix Island and was planning to greet Lin Ming. Storm Valley's Free Wind Temple Protector requests an audience with the great expert. Seeing there was no response, the scout repeated himself. Although his voice was vigorous, his heart was beating like a wild drum. This other force was in existence able to kill off a first-stage life-destruction master, and there was also no telling how great of a status he had. This scout was only a protector of a small fourth-grade sect. In the eyes of people like this, he was no different from an ant. Was his abrupt arrival and greeting causing displeasure? If this person had an eccentric personality, then they might ignore them or even play around with them. After several breaths of time passed, a young man's voice suddenly echoed out from all directions. Storm Valley? Is it the 5-element region's 7-sex Storm Valley? Chapter 688, Towards the Yin Yang Profound Palace. Chapter 688, Towards the Yin Yang Profound Palace. The 4 scouts from Storm Valley were shocked. This mysterious youth actually knew of their Storm Valley. This other character was likely some Divine Kingdom Crown Prince or a Holy Land's Holy Son. As for them, they were from a tiny 4th-grade sect that didn't even have a life-destruction elder. In front of a Holy Land, they were just a little ant. In addition, the 5-element region was far, far off from the central region of the Sky Spill continent. By all reasoning, they would barely even know of them. But they never imagined that this mysterious youth would speak of their Storm Valley. Could it be that the 5-element region's 7 sects were somewhat famous? Thinking of this, the 4 scouts' hearts filled with bravado. Reporting to Great Expert, us 4 are indeed from the 5-element region's Storm Valley. There was silence for a moment and then, enter. Yes, sir. The 4 scouts were overjoyed as they began to respectfully walk through the entrance. As the 4 of them passed through rows of ruining buildings, they finally made it to a great temple. Upon entering this temple, they could feel a powerful energy emanating from within. As they entered the temple, they could see a black-clothed youth appear in front of them, his arms crossed behind his back. This black-clothed youth seemed like a straight and sharp spear. He emitted an extraordinary aura, and all of the heaven and earth origin energy within the temple seemed to be stirred up by him in a completely spontaneous manner. As for the black-robed youth, he simply didn't seem to notice or care. This degree of cultivation was truly shocking. The black-clothed youth turned around, his eyes sweeping across the Storm Valley symbols on the 4 scouts' clothes. Then, he slowly said, Storm Valley, if I remember correctly, you have a chief disciple named Zhang Yunjian. Hearing Lin Ming mention Zhang Yunjian's name, the 4 scouts were surprised. It was already unbelievable to them that he knew of their Storm Valley, but he even knew of Zhang Yunjian. How was this possible? Great Expert knows my sect's Little Valley Master. Just a brief meeting, Lin Ming casually said. Great expert truly has an extraordinary memory. The four protectors didn't recognize Lin Ming. They only assumed that Lin Ming had a near photographic memory, able to recall any small fish and shrimp-like characters that he met. To them, it wasn't strange that a top talent would be able to do this. However, when did the Little Valley Master ever have a chance to see this great expert? As the four protectors were thinking about this, Lin Ming said, Do you four know where the survivors of Divine Phoenix Island have gone? Divine Phoenix Island. The four protectors were surprised. Why would this great expert care about Divine Phoenix Island's survivors? They didn't dare to ask such a question. They bowed and said, reporting to great expert, This little servant does not know where Divine Phoenix Island has gone now. But, my Sex Valley Master and Little Valley Master should know. Lin Ming didn't have much hope in the beginning, but after hearing the four protectors say this, a sharp light shined in his eyes. Ask for me. These few words were said with a tone that brooked no doubt. It was simply impossible to defy this youth's will. The four protectors didn't ask why Lin Ming wanted this information. They respectfully said, Yes, sir, this little servant will take at most 1 hour of time. Divine Phoenix Island was extremely far away from the 5-element region. Information had to cross through the transmission arrays of several relay stations. A round trip for a message would take at least 1 hour. After Zhang Yunjian received the news from this sound transmission of the four scouts, he was also shocked. He didn't ask why this mysterious youth wanted this information either. He naturally didn't dare to be negligent towards this mysterious youth's question. Not to mention what sort of mighty background this person might have, it was simply impossible for such a character to covet anything from Divine Phoenix Island. Even if he was harboring some evil intent, Zhang Yunjian would still honestly tell him of Divine Phoenix Island's situation. What a joke! This person had nearly completely annihilated the South Sea Demon region, much less their tiny Storm Valley. Zhang Yunjian feared that even a little sneeze from the giant Leviathan would leave their entire sect in ruins. Yin Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming's eyebrows rose. He had just obtained information that Divine Phoenix Island had gone to Yin Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming had only heard about this sect in passing before. As for its peculiarities or even where it was, he didn't know any of this at all. He casually traced his spatial ring and tossed 2 treasures towards the 4 scouts. Lead me there. The 2 treasures shined with a cold light. As the 4 scouts caught them in their hands, they found that they were a sword and a spear. As soon as the 4 scouts discovered the rank of these 2 treasures, they were immediately left dumbfounded. High-grade Earth-step treasures. Generally speaking, within the South Horizon region, 5-element region, and surrounding area, only a large sex sovereign or life-destruction elder would have the qualifications to wield a high-grade Earth-step treasure. Even someone as illustrious as Nanyun Wang only used a peak high-grade Earth-step treasure. As for a Heaven-step treasure, within the entire South Horizon region only Xian Wuji was known to have one. For 2 high-grade Earth-step treasures to be so casually awarded to them for just a little bit of information and to lead the way, this was something that would only happen in a dream. It had to be known that these 4 scouts' cultivations were at the extreme Xiantian. A single one of these treasures was several times their entire net worths combined. Yes, this little servant will report to Storm Valley. The 4 scouts stuttered. This youth was truly worthy of being a great figure from the 4 divine kingdoms. Just a casual reward was with high-grade Earth-step treasures. On the trip to Yin Yang Profound Palace from the South Sea, one had to pass through multiple transmission arrays. This was only possible if one applied for passes from the involved sections. This was also the reason that Lin Ming brought the 4 scouts as guides. He was impatient to return. He wanted to see Mu Qianyu even if it was a quarter of an hour earlier. As for those 2 high-grade Earth-step treasures that Lin Ming tossed out, He was already extraordinarily rich to begin with, and now that he had also looted the South Sea Demon region, those two treasures were simply a drop in the ocean. Let alone high-grade Earth Steppe treasures, even low-grade Heaven Steppe treasures didn't concern Lin Ming that much. In response to Lin Ming's request, Storm Valley immediately wrote an order so that he could use all transmission arrays as he pleased. Lin Ming took out a spirit boat. As the 4 Storm Valley scouts began boarding the boat, they discovered Duanmu Kun, Feng Xin, and Lan Exin. Before this, they had felt several powerful energies besides Lin Ming in the temple. Now, this was the first time that they had seen just who these energies belonged to. Duanmu Kun, Feng Xin, and Lan Exin were all the favored of heaven, each being a high emperor-level talent. As the 4 scouts from Storm Valley saw them, they all sucked in a deep breath. Without a doubt, these were all proud sons of heaven and arrogant daughters of divine kingdoms. The 4 divine kingdoms truly live up to their reputation. The 4 scouts thought to themselves, all of these 4 outstanding youths were dragons and phoenixes. When had such a scene ever appeared in the South Horizon region? Duanmu Kun and Lan Exin smiled at the 4 scouts. Like this, the spirit boat embarked on its journey. The speed of a peak high-grade Earth Steppe spirit boat was close to a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Behind them, Divine Phoenix Island rapidly shrank. Soon, all they saw was the vast and endless sea. Looking at the passing scenery around him, Lin Ming's heart filled with emotion. After 2.5 years, he was finally returning home. As Lin Ming was leaving Divine Phoenix Island, above the ruins of the South Sea Demon region, Xian Yuqie and the remaining elders were floating high above. As for the other martial artists, they were slowly trickling back in. Xian Yuqie was known as the woman with 1,000 flavors, but now all she showed was a gloomy anger, her face twisted to the point that it seemed she would leak water. As she looked over the palaces that were destroyed, the great training arrays that had collapsed, her milk-white breasts heaved with anger and her entire body trembled. When Lin Ming invaded them, he shattered their great protective array, recklessly killed off their disciples, and then even pillaged all of the buildings, looting everything he could and using the giant Leviathan to raze the rest to the ground. This included even the Netherworld Medicine Garden that the South Sea Demon region had spent countless resources and over 1,000 years of effort to establish. Because everyone had been panicking and in a hurry, they hadn't had the time to move all the precious medicines away. The result was that they had all been taken or destroyed by Lin Ming. If she could endure this, what could she not endure? Lin Ming. Xian Yuqie clenched her teeth, her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. You have gone too far. I will remember this hatred. If I don't take revenge, then I shall never rest. Besides Xian Yuqie, the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign was emitting a thick killing intent from his entire body. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his expression. Sovereign Xian, all of this is thanks to you. The Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign coldly humphed. His descendants had also perished in this catastrophe. If it wasn't for Xian Yuqie losing the giant Leviathan, how could this have happened? Xian Yuqie angrily glared at the masked elder, her eyes nearly spitting fire. Zhou Yantian, I have already said it. I will bear all responsibility for this. Once Elder Xian leaves his seclusion, I will take the appropriate punishment. But now is not the time to fight. Humph! Zhou Yantian coldly snorted and said no more. Take account of everyone. Xian Yuqie breathlessly said to a life-destruction elder. Everyone's already been counted for. The number of disciples that died in the giant Leviathan's raid is about 1,200 to 1,300. In addition, 800 to 900 disciples ran away and still haven't returned. The life-destruction elder ruefully smiled. The South Sea Demon region had simply been invaded too suddenly. Most of the disciples didn't even know what was happening. All they thought was that the South Sea Demon region had managed to provoke some immeasurable power, and now that power came to exterminate them all, and they had managed to escape this calamity with a stroke of luck. If they returned to the South Sea Demon region, then they might have to suffer a similar fate once again. That time, their luck might not be so great. Since it was so, it was better to just leave. In any case, for most of them, as long as they didn't try to further their cultivation, then with their strength they could live extravagantly for a lifetime. Even the worst martial artists with a Hotion realm or pulse condensation period cultivation, if they went to a small mortal country, they would still be able to receive a luxurious reception. After all, relative to mortals, they were considered top geniuses. I know. Xian Yuqie took a deep breath. The result wasn't beyond her anticipation. Lin Ming was just too fateful. Because of that raid, the backbone of the South Sea Demon region had weakened by 30 to 40%. Moreover, nearly all of their sex resources were destroyed. Reconstructing the buildings and mines wouldn't be too difficult. But the medicine garden, training arrays, testing arrays, any of those would consume a massive amount of time and resources to rebuild. She knew that in truth, Xian Wuji had been paying attention to the situation in the South Sea Demon region the entire time. She had no idea if he had been affected in his seclusion. If he really was affected even just a little bit, the losses would be difficult to measure. Chapter 689 Meeting Once Again. Chapter 689 Meeting Once Again. Deep within the South Sea, 70,000 feet underwater in an underground trench, the water pressure reached a terrifying level. Even a revolving core master would find it difficult to protect themselves with their true essence this far down. If their bodily true essence were to be broken, then their mortal body would suddenly be exposed to the entirety of this horrible pressure. Their eardrums would shatter, their organs would rupture, their heart would stop beating, and finally they would die a miserable death. In the deepest parts of this trench, there was an artificial space opened up by an array formation. A thick shield of energy isolated all of the seawater outside. A dim light emanated from here, seeming particularly bright in the deep darkness. Within this space, a man was sitting naked on a bed made of polar jade, in deep meditation. His left and right arms had been turned into ground meat, and even his bones were shattered into a fine powder. But what was strange was that there wasn't any blood leaking out. If one looked carefully, one could see that this ground meat was actually constantly growing. From its mashed face, it slowly reorganized itself. This was Xian Wuji, who was currently crossing the 4th stage of life destruction. He had now been in closed-door seclusion for over 4 months. His legs and waist were already completed, and now he was in the process of reforming his arms. As for the riskiest part of breaking his core, he still hadn't yet started that. Although Xian Wuji was in closed-door seclusion, he was still well aware of every matter occurring in the South Sea Demon region. At the time when Lin Ming had ridden the giant Leviathan and shattered apart the South Sea Demon region's great protective array, recklessly killed the Demon region disciples, and even pillaging and razing all of the South Sea Demon region's resources, all of this had fallen into Xian Wuji's eyes. Even though Xian Wuji was deep in meditation, he was still angry to the point of nearly vomiting blood. The anger had nearly led to a mental breakdown, causing the fires of anger to reverse the energy in his body and have him fail in breaking through the 4th stage of life destruction. At the time, he was fortunate that he was in the relatively simple process of reforming his arms. Xian Wuji had crossed through life destruction 3 times before, and thus, he was very familiar with restructuring his flesh. Only by suppressing this sudden anger had he been able to safely continue through life destruction. If Lin Ming had crashed into the South Sea Demon region during the more dangerous reconstruction of his core, then he might have fallen into depravity because of this. Xian Wuji certainly wouldn't let the situation in the South Sea Demon region affect his 4th stage of life destruction. After that event, He simply shut off all his perception, completely focusing on passing through this process. Now, his 2 arms were already 30% complete. In 10 more days he would finish, and then he would begin the most difficult process of remolding his core. Lin Ming, I will tear you to pieces, suck out your marrow, and refine your soul. Over 1,000,000 miles away, Yin Yang Profound Palace. A spirit boat slowly descended. Atop this spirit boat was the mother and child, Xing Can and Xing Yang. They had originally wanted to go and meet the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, but soon after they embarked they had received the news that this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had already left Divine Phoenix Island. And looking at their direction they had flown towards the 5-element region. Divine Phoenix Island and the Profound Province were separated with the 5-element region in between them. In order to reach the Profound Province, one first had to cross through the 5-element region. After having the initiative taken by someone else, Xing Can and her son were both feeling depressed. Xing Yang said, "Great Mother, if the 5-element region's Storm Valley first contacted the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, what sort of flowery sweet words did they use? Why would the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince leave Divine Phoenix Island now? Is he planning on going to Storm Valley? Humph, such a small sect like Storm Valley is even inferior to Divine Phoenix Island. How could they possibly have anything that can attract his attention? The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince must have come to the South Horizon region to accomplish some special goal. If we can learn what this goal is and help him complete it, then perhaps we might be able to win his favor." In Xing Can's opinion, there was naturally no need to question the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince's strength. But, if there was some information he needed or if he was looking for something in particular, then it was best to ask a sect that had been established for thousands of years in the south of Sky Spill continent. If they could be this sect, then that would be perfect. We'll put that matter of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince on hold for now. First, we must tighten our grip on Divine Phoenix Island. As Divine Phoenix Island was brought up, Xing Yang's eyes flashed with an avaricious light. He had long desired Divine Phoenix Island's secret technique of transplanting vermilion bird blood essence. In addition, there was also Mu Qianyu's pure vermilion bird bloodline in her body. Rumors said that if a man took the crown of her virginity, then they would be able to inherit a part of her primordial Yin energy, transforming it and obtaining an extremely pure vermilion bird bloodline. Xing Yang naturally cultivated in fire. If the vermilion bird bloodline could increase his talent, then how could he not be tempted? In addition, Xing Yang always had thoughts to move on to Mu Bingyun. Mu Bingyun had the Blue Luan bloodline with her. This was useless to Xing Yang, but Yin Yang Profound Palace's secret skills focused on Yin and Yang complementing each other. If Mu Bingyun was willing to double cultivate with him, then he wouldn't mind marrying Mu Bingyun and taking her as his wife. First he would have relations with Mu Qianyu, and after taking her vermilion bird bloodline, he would then double cultivate ice and fire with Mu Bingyun, using her Yin physique to have his Yin Yang Profound Law reach large success. This would be the best outcome possible. However, as he thought about it, Mu Yu Huang would never allow either of these two situations to occur. The Mu sisters would be the future leaders of Divine Phoenix Island. How could they possibly be married into Yin Yang Profound Palace and become their little princesses? Originally, Divine Phoenix Island and Yin Yang Profound Palace had signed a 100-year agreement. Xing Yang had been willing to allow the situation develop at a slow simmer, having his plans come to fruition a bit at a time. But now, because of the appearance of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, the war in the South Sea had changed far too much. Once the South Sea Demon region was defeated, they would no longer have any chips to threaten Divine Phoenix Island with. This made him feel a sense of impending crisis. There was such a beautiful dish in front of him, and yet he could only see it and not eat it. How could Xing Yang be willing to accept this? At night, the fall wind was chilling and desolate. All around the Yin-Yang Profound Mountains, lights glittered. And south of the Yin-Yang Profound Mountains was a low mountain range called the Little Swallow Mountains. This was the spiritual land that Yin-Yang Profound Island had rented to Divine Phoenix Island. A sect didn't necessarily need palaces, practice arrays, and in a short time, even the support of a true essence stone mine or medicine garden. But no matter what, there was one thing that they couldn't be without. That was a spiritual land. This so-called spiritual land was an area where heaven and earth origin energy gathered. There were many Hotian martial artists that would rather indenture themselves into a large sect than to go to a mortal country as a general or ruler. This was all because of a spiritual land. Without a spiritual land, it was immensely difficult to practice. This was why nearly all high-level martial artists were gathered in great sects or martial families, and why it was difficult to find a single Xiantian martial artist in a mortal country. A spiritual land had certain features within it that were able to naturally gather heaven and earth origin energy. At the 7 profound valleys, the heaven and earth origin energy was several times greater than at Sky Fortune Kingdom. And even then, the heaven and earth origin energy within Divine Phoenix Island was several times higher than the at 7 profound valleys. Thus, the higher grade a sect was, the higher grade spiritual land they would live on. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, not to mention the high-level spiritual lands, but even the low-level ones had nearly all been taken by others. Divine Phoenix Island was willing to seek refuge with Yin-Yang Profound Palace, not only to seek refuge with them, but also to have a spiritual land for their disciples to practice in. Without a spiritual land, a sect would lose the fundamental basis of its existence, and it would be impossible to attract other martial artists. Although this temporary residence's heaven and earth origin energy was far inferior to Divine Phoenix Islands, it was still comparable to the worst of 4th-grade sections. And what was most unusual was that because Yin-Yang Profound Palace cultivated Yin and Yang, the origin energy here was also rich in fire and water. This fit very well with Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods. It was already midnight, and the dark night sky was like a thick black velvet curtain that extended across the world. Little stars decorated the vault of heaven like sparkling gems. In the dim mountains and the gently blowing breeze, one could occasionally hear the rustling sound of the tides and the pleasant sound of insects chirping at night. The gentle moonlight illuminated a cliff in the back mountains of Little Swallow Mountains. Because it was cold here, the ground was dusted with a layer of silver frost. A red-dressed woman was sitting on a rock, meditating. From the back, one could see her long black hair fall down like a waterfall as it scattered on her clothing. Looking from afar, one could sense a stunning yet sorrowful beauty. This woman was Mu Qianyu. Although she was meditating, the heaven and earth origin energy around her was in chaos, not even forming a vortex of energy. This sort of practice condition was a mistake that normally new and amateur martial artists would commit. Mu Qianyu had already stepped into revolving core. By all reasoning, this should have never happened. Mu Qianyu shook her head and lightly sighed. She stopped her meditation and helplessly mumbled, "My mind is a mess and my true essence is in disorder." These days, she was always worried about Little Flame. The guilt she felt caused a knot in her heart that she couldn't undo. Her dark and mournful thoughts thus caused damage to her heart of martial arts, making it so that her true essence circulation had trouble flowing smoothly. This was a condition completely unsuited to cultivating. Sect Master placed all her hopes on Lin Ming. There is still 7.5 years until the 10-year meeting. Lin Ming, where are you and how are you doing? What the world would be like in that 10 years meeting's time, Mu Qianyu found this impossible to imagine. At that promised meeting, would Lin Ming be able to safely return? Would he be able to shoulder the burden of reviving the sect? None of this could be predicted. In order to revive the sect, he must have strength equal to a life-destruction master. At that time, Lin Ming would be 27 or 28 years old. To have the strength of a life-destruction master at that stage, that would mean that his talent surpassed even those peak Divine Kingdom geniuses. Mu Qianyu always felt that it was unfair for Divine Phoenix Island to place all of their hopes, dreams, and burdens all on Lin Ming's shoulders. Many of her fellow disciples hoped that Lin Ming would return and make them proud once more. But what if Lin Ming couldn't achieve this? What sort of tremendous pressure would he have to withstand then? Mu Qianyu shook her head and no longer thought of these things. She returned to her meditation. She had to become more powerful. All she could do was reach a cultivation high enough that she was able to contend with a life-destruction master. Then she would be able to help Lin Ming shoulder the weight of his burdens. Power. Mu Qianyu bit her lips. Everything that had occurred made her intensely wish that she had more power. If she had absolute power, she never would have needed to watch helplessly on as Lin Ming was forced to flee. She would never have had to watch Divine Phoenix Island be destroyed. She would never have had to watch Little Flame be taken away by Yin Yang Profound Palace. If she was strong, then why would she have to live under the cold indifferent eyes of other, and why would she have to suffer the insult of having her Divine Phoenix Island's secret techniques be desired by others? As the night wind whistled and Mu Qianyu had returned to meditation, a fire suddenly sparked in front of her. This was a sound-transmitting talisman. After hearing the message, Mu Qianyu was suddenly shocked. She turned to stone on the spot. How was this? She blankly looked towards the back mountains, her fingers stiff as her breath caught in her chest. It was like she had forgotten how to breathe. After several breaths of time, she heard the sound of rustling clothes as a black-clothed figure appeared in front of her, gradually coming closer. Mu Qianyu subconsciously covered her mouth. Although her mentality had always been strong and stable, at this time, she was unable to stop her vision from blurring as tears began to form in her eyes. That sound-transmitting talisman just now was sent by Mu Yuhuang. It was a short message. Lin Ming has returned. He is going towards the back mountains to look for you. Chapter 690 Kiss. Chapter 690 Kiss. Ever since Lin Ming left and Divine Phoenix Island had encountered disaster after disaster, Mu Qianyu had imagined countless times in her mind just what her reunion with Lin Ming would be like. In her most ideal dreams, it was nothing more than Lin Ming returning back stronger. He would return to her, help her hold up the skies, shelter her from wind and rain, and do his best to turn the tide. However, this was nothing but her wishes. When Lin Ming left, he had only been at the Xiantian realm. As for Xianwuji, he would soon reach the fourth stage of life destruction. If just a short 10 years, even if Lin Ming's talent far surpassed everyone else within the Sky Spill continent, a genius that had never been seen since ancient times, it would still be impossible to reach such a formidable degree. 10 years was simply too short a time for the growth of a top master. Moreover, there was the possibility that Lin Ming's potential would be exhausted. After all, there were many variables in the growth of a genius. Just because they were rising stars in their youth didn't mean they would absolutely become top masters in the future. What Mu Qianyu cared about was not what degree of strength Lin Ming could obtain, but whether or not he would be able to return safe and sound. With Lin Ming's personality, she knew that he wasn't someone that would resign himself to mediocrity. On this journey that he traveled alone, he would undoubtedly enter into all sorts of mystic realms and danger zones. The risks and perils he would encounter could be imagined. Mu Qianyu feared that if Lin Ming left, she would never hear from him again. In that case, she would really perish from her suffocating sadness. She was looking forward to meeting after this 10-year promise, but at the same time she was also scared. She was scared that 10 years from now, she would go to Thunder Crash Mountain to wait for something that was only a dream. She never imagined that in just a short 2.5 years of time, Lin Ming would actually appear in front of her, well and safe. Compared to when he left, his appearance hadn't changed much. It was just that the temperament and aura revealed between his brows was different from before. He had lived through many great changes, and the air around him seemed much sharper and fiercer than before. Although his temperament was different, he still gave off an incomparably familiar feeling that absolutely proved it was him beyond a shadow of any doubt. Mu Qianyu's soul trembled. This time, she no longer cared about what he had experienced or how strong he had become. A single thought echoed out again and again in her mind. He returned. He had safely returned. Mu Qianyu covered her mouth. She didn't know why, but at the moment she saw Lin Ming, all the grievances and pain she had suffered for this past 2.5 years, all of that pressure she had to bear, all of it seemed to be washed away from her heart. As she saw Lin Ming, her heart and mind filled with an overwhelming joy, so great that she couldn't help but burst into tears. Was this a dream? Lin Ming stopped a few dozen feet in front of Mu Qianyu, neither of them speaking. When Lin Ming first saw Mu Qianyu, it was like their souls connected, blending together, allowing him to experience everything she was feeling. He could feel her helplessness and her fragileness. He could feel that the walls she had set up to support herself had come tumbling down, all of her emotions pouring out from her. Lin Ming felt fortunate. He was glad that he had come back early. Otherwise, if 7.5 years of time passed again, he couldn't imagine just what would have happened. He subconsciously opened his arms, wanting to hold her. But he actually stopped halfway, stiffening a bit. His love towards Mu Qianyu was intermingled with respect, a sense that came from Mu Qianyu's otherworldly temperament that seemed to defy being defiled or blasphemed by anyone. This was also the reason that Lin Ming referred to Mu Qianyu as Miss Mu and senior apprentice sister. However, Lin Ming hadn't thought that just as he opened his arms, he would see a flash of red in front of him, and suddenly a warm and fragrant body came rushing into his embrace. Smooth arms were like snakes that wrapped around Lin Ming's back and neck. Mu Qianyu seemed to exhaust all of her strength as she hugged Lin Ming without reservation, as if she wanted to meld her body into his. Lin Ming could even feel a slight ache from his back from the force of those two arms. "Hold me," Mu Qianyu whispered into Lin Ming's ear, as if she was afraid he would disappear once she let go. Lin Ming hugged Mu Qianyu. As he ran his hands down her back, he could feel her smooth and tender body through the silk fabric of her clothes. As they held onto each other with no space between them, he could feel the touch of a beautiful woman's breasts against his own chest. The light fragrance of a woman filled his senses. He could hear Mu Qianyu's heartbeat and feel her breath. This sort of wonderful feeling held an incomparably charming and tender warmth. Ever since those 3 sweet days at Thunder Crash Mountain, Lin Ming hadn't had such intimate contact with Mu Qianyu. In this moment, in the entire world, it was as if only the two of them existed. In the silence of the mountains, as the stars brightly shimmered in the night sky, their two lonely hearts seemed to support each other. Mu Qianyu quietly fell into Lin Ming's arms. From when she was born until now, she had never felt as fragile or happy as she did today. She wanted to hug Lin Ming and place everything she had with him. In this brief instant, all she felt was him. Any sort of rain or wind or disaster, nothing mattered anymore. The two of them hugged for an entire quarter of an hour. When Mu Qianyu's tears finally stopped flowing, she said in a quiet voice, "I've missed you." These simple words, without an embellishment, actually contained all of her true feelings for these last 2.5 years. "I know," Lin Ming gently said. As he looked down, he could see Mu Qianyu looking up at him. A crystal-clear tear still shined at the corner of her eyes, sparkling like radiant silver underneath the moonlight, like bright pearls blooming in the deep sea. In this cold moonlight, with this beautiful woman looking at him, everything seemed hazy as if it were a perfect dream. Lin Ming felt his heart throb. He cradled Mu Qianyu's face in his hands. He paused for several breaths of time. Then, he kissed her. Mu Qianyu's body trembled. The world faded away. Her arms instantly tightened around his body, and her entire body seemed to soften into his. She closed her eyes as her long lashes gently trembled, lost in this deep abyss of this kiss. This was Lin Ming's first kiss, and it was also Mu Qianyu's first kiss. He greedily nibbled on her cherry-red lips, sucking on the tip of her wet tongue until Mu Qianyu's entire being shivered. Only then did the two of them reluctantly break away from each other. "Everything will be fine now," Lin Ming whispered in Mu Qianyu's ear. These words were not empty words of comfort. This was a vow. A vow he made from the confidence in his own strength. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. However, Mu Qianyu could no longer tell the difference between these words now. She gave a soft cry of pleasure as her face flushed red with blood. Her cheeks seemed like a ripe peach right now, wet enough that they would drip water with just a little pinch. She softly poured herself into Lin Ming's chest, allowing her entire body to weigh down on Lin Ming's shoulder. Her breath caught in her chest and she exhaled. Ever since Mu Qianyu was young, she had rarely come into contact with men at Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, she was unfamiliar with the relations between men and women. Within Thunder Crash Mountain, although it was an ambiguous time, that was only a chance meeting that Mu Qianyu had with Lin Ming, it was impossible for her heart to be affected. That sort of ambiguous encounter had left her shy and embarrassed, charmed by Lin Ming. It wasn't like now, where her heart throbbed and she was unable to stop her actions. "Senior apprentice sister, how are Xingxuan and my parents?" Lin Ming suddenly asked. Besides Mu Qianyu, his greatest worries were Qin Xingxuan and his parents. Mu Qianyu said, when Divine Phoenix Island was destroyed, the sect was in a very precarious situation. Honorable Sect Master asked the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island whether or not they were willing to go to Yingyang Profound Palace. Many of the lower-level disciples left because of this, and as for Xingxuan, she originally wanted to come with us, but I was worried that she might have an accident if she stayed with us. I arranged for her to secretly go to a mortal country in the 5-element region where your parents are also staying. For a martial artist's cultivation, they needed spiritual lands, resources, practice arrays, and so forth. Normally, a martial artist wouldn't go to a mortal country. But Mu Qianyu believed that what Qin Xingxuan needed the most was not cultivation, but to go on living in peace and safety. If Qin Xingxuan went to a mortal country, then with her Hotian realm strength, that was enough to guarantee her and Lin Ming's parents' safety. As for the South Sea Demon region, it was impossible for them to chase down a single unknown Hotian realm martial artist over 1,000,000 miles away. I see. Hearing that Qin Xingxuan and his parents were safe, Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as they were safe and alive, then it was great. As for everything else that was lost, it could be taken back. At this time, Mu Qianyu finally discovered Lin Ming's cultivation. Her eyes widened as she said with disbelief, "Lin Ming, you've broken through to Revolving Core." "Yes. Just several days ago I made a lucky breakthrough." "This..." Mu Qianyu covered her mouth, shocked, speechless. 2.5 years ago, Lin Ming was at the early Xiantian realm. After leaving for such a short time, he actually managed to break through to Revolving Core. And looking at Lin Ming's Dantian, the energy was collected, the origin energy was dense, and a faint vortex could be vaguely seen. This was not an ordinary Revolving Core. Although Mu Qianyu was also at the Revolving Core realm, this was far too different compared to Lin Ming. How could this be so fast? With Mu Qianyu's talent, she broke through to the Xiantian realm when she was 22 years old, and then to Revolving Core when she was 30. This had taken a full 8 years. But Lin Ming had only used 2.5 years, and he wasn't even 21 years old yet. When Mu Qianyu was Lin Ming's age, she was only at the peak Hotian realm. This was simply the difference between the heavens and earth. This was no longer something that could be described as just an emperor-level talent. Lin Ming, how strong are you now? Mu Qianyu asked with wide eyes. When Lin Ming had left, he was at the early Xiantian realm and Mu Qianyu was at the extreme Xiantian realm. The difference between their strength hadn't been too great. Now Lin Ming had jumped an entire boundary. By all reasoning he should have strength at least equal to a late revolving core master. Or perhaps he could even compare with the weakest of life-destruction powerhouses. Lin Ming naturally didn't need to hide anything from Mu Qianyu. I'm not too sure what the limits of my strength are. It's only a rough estimate, but I can kill a first-stage life-destruction master. As for Xian Yuqie and other second-stage life-destruction powerhouses, I'm probably not their match yet. You can kill a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse? Mu Qianyu's heart jumped. Lin Ming's strength was far more terrifying than what she had imagined. In truth, life destruction was equal to the extreme revolving core. It was a very special stage within the revolving core realm. For life destruction martial artists, their true essence was also located in their dantian's revolving core. It was only because they experienced a remolding and transformation of their bodies in dantian that a life-destruction martial artist's strength far surpassed that of a revolving core martial artist. If Lin Ming could kill a first-stage life-destruction martial artist, what would happen once he reached life-destruction? As Mu Qianyu thought of this, she was suddenly startled. She seemed to think of something. If Lin Ming could kill a first-stage life-destruction martial artist. She looked towards Lin Ming, an expression of disbelief on her face as she asked, Lin Ming. 10 days ago, the one who pillaged and razed the South Sea Demon region, that couldn't have been you, right? Chapter 691 A Night of Tender Warmth. Chapter 691 A Night of Tender Warmth. In the rumors that Mu Qianyu had heard, the so-called Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had the strength to kill a first-stage life-destruction martial artist. By himself, he stirred up the South Sea Demon region, upheaving their world. He killed over 1,000 disciples of the South Sea Demon region and forced Xian Yuqie into a miserable state where she couldn't even fight back. And now she asked Lin Ming because their two strengths seemed similar. Such a coincidence would certainly have Mu Qianyu associate them. Hearing Mu Qianyu's question, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He never tried to deliberately hide his identity. He assumed that the people of Divine Phoenix Island would have already known about him. But now it seemed that the South Sea Demon region had set up a blockade of all news, afraid that Great Zen Temple, Black Flood Dragon, or some other fifth-grade sect would try and partake in the share of Lin Ming. Thinking about this, Lin Ming only sneered. The South Sea Demon region had thought he was a lamb to be butchered, but they never imagined they would already be ruined before they could taste the meat. Lin Ming said to Mu Qianyu, senior apprentice sister, I returned to the South Horizon region 1 month ago, yet I couldn't find you. I learned that Divine Phoenix Island had been destroyed, and in sadness, I went to Divine Phoenix Island to search for clues. There, I discovered that the South Sea Demon region had set up a branch. At the time, I didn't know where you went, so I killed the branch elder there to search his soul. The result was that I didn't even obtain any news of you and instead brought Xian Yuqie and the giant Leviathan to come knocking on my door. As for the matters after that, I'm sure that you're well aware. Lin Ming's words seemed understated, but Mu Qianyu was already completely bewildered. The death god of Divine Phoenix Island that had killed 3 life-destruction elders, stolen away the giant Leviathan, and even killed his way into the South Sea Demon region. All of these unbelievable events had come from Lin Ming's hands? Venturing a guess was one matter, but hearing Lin Ming confirm her suspicions was a completely different matter. Lin Ming, you. Mu Qianyu didn't know what to say. Before this, Mu Yuhuang and everyone else was hoping that Lin Ming would be able to return in 10 years and hold up the heavens for their Divine Phoenix Island. To Mu Qianyu, this already seemed like a very exaggerated possibility. After all, 10 years from now, Lin Ming would be around 27 or 28 years old. It would still be difficult for someone so young to face a fifth-grade sect by himself. But she never imagined that in just a short 2.5 years, Lin Ming would not only return, but completely flip over the entire South Sea Demon region. Just what had Lin Ming experienced in these 2.5 years? His talent was far more terrifying than when he left through the transmission array. At that time, if a divine kingdom crown prince or some other favored son of heaven could compare with Lin Ming, then to the current Lin Ming, such a crown prince or holy son wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his pants. It had to be known that the divine kingdom crown prince was reported to be nearly 30 years old. For a 30-year-old youth to be able to change the entire South Sea War with just his own strength was already extremely shocking. And Lin Ming was only 20 years old. That was an entire 10 years young. This was a difference of 10 years in talent, and this was even when compared to a divine kingdom crown prince. Mu Qianyu didn't know what to say to Lin Ming. After being stunned for a long time, she mumbled, "Lin Ming, what have you been through these past 2.5 years?" Thinking of his experience through these past 2.5 years, Lin Ming was also filled with emotion. For this entire time, nearly every day was filled with thoughts of death and battle. It's a long story. Let's go somewhere else and I'll slowly tell you. Lin Ming didn't plan on hiding anything from Mu Qianyu. He wanted to tell Mu Qianyu about everything he had experienced in the Holy Demon Continent. No matter how tough and stable Lin Ming's will was, if he fought on the edge of danger for too long, he would still accumulate too much tension in his nerves and mind. What he wanted was some time to relax, and to be able to confide in someone who understood him that he had absolute trust in. Let's go to my cabin. It's just underneath the mountain cliffs." As Mu Qianyu spoke to her, her beautiful face flashed with a red blush like the glow of a setting sun. Little Swallow Mountain didn't have any buildings on it to begin with. The cabins were temporary residences set up for the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. Besides the courtyard for meetings and other official business, there were no other large-scale constructions. Mu Qianyu didn't want to bring Lin Ming to the meeting hall. Thus, the best place was naturally her own cabin. To invite Lin Ming to her own bedroom in the dead of night was truly a bit suspect. But, thinking about the relationship between them, this wasn't anything strange. A martial artist who always acted according to their own heart and objectives simply didn't care about the gossip from others. Thinking like this, Mu Qianyu also calmed down, becoming much more confident in herself. Without waiting for Lin Ming's reply, she immediately jumped down the cliff. The wind blowing down the mountain caused Mu Qianyu's silk clothes to flap in the wind. Lin Ming was startled for a moment before he followed her, a strange sense of happiness surging in his heart. If Mu Qianyu hadn't felt that he belonged to her, she would never have made such an invitation. The cliff was only a few hundred feet high. They arrived at the bottom of the cliff in an instant. In the night of Little Swallow Mountain, the skies were black like ink and the stars dazzled against the vast vault of heaven. At the bottom of the cliff, the mountain winds washed over the grassy land like undulating waves. The sounds of insects were everywhere and the air was clear and fresh. Walking on such a mountain, one's mood would be especially tranquil. Stepping through the soft grass, Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming soon came to a group of cabins. This area was one of the places with the richest heaven and earth origin energy on the entirety of Little Swallow Mountain. Not only was Mu Qianyu's cabin here, but also Mu Bingyun, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian's. A martial artist's perception was very sensitive. As Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu walked near with no intention of hiding themselves, everyone naturally sensed the two. However, they all had a mature and tacit understanding of the situation, and thus no one came out to greet them. Quietly looking at this group of cabins, Mu Qianyu suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Originally she didn't think this was a big deal, But now that she was in this situation, Mu Qianyu began to have a guilty conscience as if she were doing something naughty. There isn't an extra cabin, so you'll have to stay here with me tonight," Mu Qianyu awkwardly said as she opened the cabin door. Naturally, Lin Ming would never say something ridiculous at this moment like that. Duanmu-kun and the others were staying in the spirit boat, and there was actually plenty of room there. Wouldn't that just be spoiling the fun too much? After he calmed his mood, he stepped foot in Mu Qianyu's room. The layout of Mu Qianyu's cabin was very simple. The wood furniture was newly carved, and it hadn't even been baked through with fire. It retained a great deal of its moisture, filling the entire cabin with a light scent of bark. The cabin was comprised of one bedroom and one living room. There was a simple bookshelf in the living room, and on this bookshelf were several types of jade slips and dozens of ancient-looking books. In her bedroom was a large wooden bed. On the bedside was a small set of drawers, and on this set of drawers was a small jade bottle with a vermilion bird flower blooming within. In truth, all of a martial artist's belongings could be placed into their spatial rings. Anything that was placed out in this room was there for decoration. Is it too simple?" Mu Qianyu hesitantly asked. This was the first time that a man had ever entered her room. Even when they both stayed at Divine Phoenix Island, Lin Ming had never entered her room before. This nervous feeling was a bit strange. "It's great," Lin Ming lightly said, feeling the awkward atmosphere. "Tell me about what you've been through these past 2.5 years. I want to hear it." Mu Qianyu pulled Lin Ming's hand and they sat on her bed together. She lifted her chin, her bright eyes staring at Lin Ming just like a young girl that was eager to listen to bedtime stories. "Okay." Thus, Lin Ming began his story from when he left the demon god Imperial Palace. He recounted from the point he took the transmission array to the Holy Demon Continent. He recounted to her everything he knew about the races, customs, and influences of the Holy Demon Continent. He spoke of when he was severely wounded in the bewitching Cloud Prairie and forced into slavery because he lost his strength. Then, he traveled to the Blood Slaughter Steppes and climbed up Polar Skysplit Tower. From there, he fought Xing Tian in a fatal battle on the 2nd floor, stepping onto the 3rd floor and then entering the King's Cage, where he faced the plotting of High Lord Heian. Afterwards, he continuously defeated 3 great masters of the heavenly demon 7 stars, and then killed High Lord Heian with his own hands. With his fame having sharply risen through so many twists and turns, he then had to suffer the Polaris Tower Master planting a slave seal within him. By tricking the Polaris Tower Master, he had managed to enter the road of Emperor and comprehend his own battle spirit. Finally, he ventured into the eternal demon abyss, capturing the demon bone and then being forced to stray into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. There, he picked up a profound gold divine fruit, discovered the corpse of a 100,000-year-old goddess, and then, having broken through to Revolving Core, he then killed the Polaris Tower Master. Besides matters related to Demon Shine and the Magic Cube, Lin Ming didn't conceal anything else. He truthfully told her everything. Although Mu Qianyu knew that Lin Ming would experience many trials and tribulations through these 2.5 years, she never imagined that he would wade through so many life and death dangers. Even with Lin Ming sitting safe and sound right beside her, as Mu Qianyu listened to him explain all of the perilous situations and dead ends he had run into, she felt her heart tightly clench in her chest. But as she listened to how he saved the day, turning danger into safety and reversing the situation, she also felt happy for him, a joy that came from the depths of her heart. After Lin Ming finished speaking, because Mu Qianyu's emotions had risen up and down several times, her face was blushing red. She gradually fell into Lin Ming's arms. The two of them supported each other as they kissed. Each of them felt the warm temperature of the other, gently stroke and caressing each other's skin. Whether it was Lin Ming who had experienced constant death and fighting for the last 2.5 years, being worried most of the time, or whether it was Mu Qianyu, who had suffered through the great pressure of her position and watching everything around her fall apart to the wind and rain of life. Both of them needed comfort, both of them needed warmth. With a warm and fragrant body pressed into his chest, Lin Ming's entire senses were filled with a delicate scent. Lin Ming felt as if he had embraced the entire world. This intoxicating feeling that set off butterflies in his stomach made his mind throb, even as a surge of lust and desire ignited in his heart, quietly simmering. After so many years of martial arts practice, Lin Ming was no longer that newbie who had entered the Seven Profound Martial House, nearly losing his mind in the pass of passion on that sea jade platform. Instead, he was a master who was capable of controlling his own emotions. His thoughts stirred and a light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to use his battle spirit to cut this rising desire. But then, he thought about it some more. The fires of his desire were in truth the development of his own consciousness, a natural progression of his growth as a man. Why would he want to cut it? From when he first encountered her at Thunder Crash Mountain to when she welcomed him to Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qianyu had truly cared for Lin Ming every step of the way. When he entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, it had seemed that Lin Ming was a star that fell from the heavens, and Mu Qianyu had fallen into sadness and despair for him. In the Demon God Imperial Palace, Lin Ming had to face being hunted by Lei Jingtian. He had given her the escape symbol, and the two of them had made a life and death vow. Finally, before he left through the ancient transmission array, they had promised each other a meeting 10 years from now. Every condition had been successful. Then he would naturally allow this pass of passion to take its course. Lin Ming slightly suppressed the desire in his heart and softly said, "Yuer, how have you been for these past 2.5 years?" As Mu Qianyu heard Lin Ming refer to her as Yuer, her heart throbbed. She didn't know, but this small change in her name was in truth a decision from Lin Ming. As she thought of these 2.5 years, Mu Qianyu felt a bit sad. She hesitated for a moment and then truthfully spilled out her story. Now that Lin Ming had grown up, there was no need to hide anything from him anymore. From the time that she and Lin Ming separated, she spoke of Xian Wuji recklessly searching the entire South Sea for him. Then, she replayed the demise of the wartime alliance, the destruction of Divine Phoenix Island, then being forced to take refuge in Yin Yang Profound Palace, and then having to have their 2 vermilion birds taken away as well as having to suffer all sorts of harsh conditions. Hearing this, Lin Ming frowned. Little Flame and Fireshine were taken by Yin Yang Profound Palace. Chapter 692 Negotiations. Chapter 692 Negotiations. During that time in Thunder Crash Mountain, when Mu Qianyu and Little Flame had encountered trouble, Lin Ming had looked after Little Flame, even cooking up some deer meat for him to eat. In the relatively long life of a vermilion bird, Little Flame was only a child and still somewhat naive and innocent. Although Lin Ming had only known Little Flame for a brief period of time, he still had a very good impression of this silly and foolish vermilion bird. Little Flame was Mu Qianyu's life vermilion bird. Both beast and person had extremely deep feelings towards each other. And now, Little Flame was actually taken by Yin Yang Profound Palace. What are they planning to do with the vermilion birds? Lin Ming said, a bit incensed. Listening to Mu Qianyu's words, Yin Yang Profound Palace were obviously taking advantage of Divine Phoenix Island while they were suffering, demanding such an outrageous price. Not only did they want 2 vermilion birds, but they also desired the secret techniques of Divine Phoenix Island and even had thoughts of subtly annexing Divine Phoenix Island. Listening as Lin Ming spoke, a trace of sadness flashed across Mu Qianyu's eyes. She said, "They want the vermilion birds in order to extract their blood essence and transplant it into the bodies of the male disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace. After the vermilion birds, they will want the blue luan in order to transplant its blood essence into their female disciples. These days, we nearly have to negotiate what price we have to pay to Yin Profound Palace. Because we have no other choice, we are forced to continually give in. Yet, even when we give an inch, they want to take a yard. Before Divine Phoenix Island took refuge in Yin Profound Palace, they hadn't yet held bargaining talks concerning the resources and secret skills involved. These sort of negotiations were of significant interest to both sects, and they would often be conducted in a marathon-like manner. Even having talks for an entire year wouldn't be strange. In these past months, Yin Profound Palace had already negotiated with Divine Phoenix Island over 20 times, repeatedly scrutinizing the details. Generally speaking, Divine Phoenix Island had to suffer increasing losses. Because they were weaker, they had no choice but to suffer these insults at the negotiations. Lin Ming scowled. So this was it. Yin Profound Palace now had 2 vermilion birds. The blood essence of a vermilion bird was extremely precious. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 1 or 2 drops of this blood essence, combined with some talent and secret skills, would be able to train a Divine Phoenix Island disciple into a revolving core powerhouse. It was because of this vermilion bird blood essence that Lin Ming had been able to pull Qin Xingxuan back from the precipice of death. Blood essence was incomparably precious, whether it was for a martial artist or saint beast. Divine Phoenix Island's vermilion bird blood essence was only withdrawn when a vermilion bird was nearing the end of its natural lifespan. Even then, this was only 20 to 30 drops of blood essence. For a vermilion bird with vibrant blood vitality, Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't risk damaging its life in order to extract its blood essence. After all, blood essence was extremely difficult to recover. Extracting 1 drop meant that there was 1 drop less. Especially Little Flame. Little Flame was so young. Just how could it bear having its blood essence taken out? The smaller a vermilion bird, the more frail it was. If one extracted its life essence, then not only would its lifespan shorten, but it would also greatly affect its strength. Perhaps the vermilion bird might even directly die. Looking at Mu Qianyu's reddened eyes, Lin Ming suddenly became incensed with pure anger. You said that they were trying to subtly annex Divine Phoenix Island. Just what is happening? Mu Qianyu sighed. She said, Yin Profound Palace's cultivation method is focused on yin and yang, having both elements complement each other. As such, they specialize in water and fire origin energy, which is similar to Divine Phoenix Island's ice and fire cultivation method. In these past months, there were some disciples of Yin Profound Palace who perhaps used the temptation of benefits, coercion, intimidation, or maybe even drugs, but of my Divine Phoenix Island disciples, they had sex with them. Both parties walked past the line of no return, and so they became married. Mu Qianyu had a very bad taste in her mouth when she spoke of this. In truth, only around half of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples were deceived in some way. The other half were completely voluntary. Or at least they did so with a half-hearted resistance. Divine Phoenix Island was still a 4th-grade sect. In truth, now they didn't have many training resources, practice arrays, or medicine gardens. Even the spiritual land underneath their feet, Little Swallow Island, was only equal to a 3rd-grade sect's spiritual land. In such harsh conditions, just how could they attract new disciples? Not to mention that Divine Phoenix Island was also facing an all-encompassing crisis from the South Sea Demon region. Even their very existence was in a precarious state. The majority of disciples from Divine Phoenix Island were mostly women. Even though they were martial artists, they were still naturally soft-hearted. They needed to feel protected by others. Drifting around in a displaced manner like destitute vagabonds in a situation where death loomed close to them made it very easy for them to be touched by the sweet talk and the honeyed words of men. From the first touches of love to going to bed, they finally became confused about what they wanted and ended up married. Thus, for these past months, many female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island repeatedly lost their virginity. Some of them were even pregnant. Once they married, they would naturally stay in Yin-Yang Profound Palace with their husband. One reason was because Yin-Yang Profound Palace was much stronger. Another was because whether it was their practice arrays, resources, or spiritual land, everything was a higher grade, even better than when Divine Phoenix Island was at its peak. If this continued, then Divine Phoenix Island would soon be hollowed out. And, the most exasperating problem was that the male disciples of Yin-Yang Profound Palace chose the most extraordinary and beautiful women to pursue. They wouldn't consider those girls who were less fortunate, or perhaps might even sleep with them and then abandon them afterwards. You said that they used drugs? Lin Ming's voice became extremely cold. There were two who used drugs. We investigated this and requested that those two scumbags be punished. But I have no idea what Yin-Yang Profound Palace did to them afterward. As for those two girls who suffered, they didn't pursue any further and instead accepted their fate. As Mu Qinyu spoke to her, she let out a deep sigh. She remembered that the one responsible for dealing with this matter had been Xing Yang, and then her heart filled with utter hatred. She said with loathing, Yin-Yang Profound Palace's little palace master Xing Yang has intentions to seduce my little sister. He wants to marry her. Moreover, the palace masters have already officially brought this matter up with Honorable Sect Master. Although they were refused, the future days are long. It's still possible that there might be some accident that happens. Mu Qianyu was very worried for her little sister. This was why she considered for a moment before informing Lin Ming of this matter. She didn't mention that Xing Yang also coveted her, but just the matter with her sister was enough to make Lin Ming livid with rage. The first one to have relations with Divine Phoenix Island's Mu sisters would be able to inherit a touch of their Saint Beast bloodline. For Xing Yang, this was an unbelievably good plan. Lin Ming said, "Tomorrow morning, I will go to the peak of Yin-Yang Profound Palace with you. I want to personally see just what sort of person that little palace master of Yin-Yang Profound Palace is like." Lin Ming's voice was filled with a domineering tone that seemed as if it could change the destiny of others. This came from the absolute belief in his own strength. Lin Ming might not be Xian Wuji's match, but against this Yin-Yang Profound Palace, he didn't fear them at all. This unquestionable aura warmed Mu Qianyu's heart. Although she didn't care about how strong Lin Ming was, what girl didn't hope that the one she loved would have extraordinary strength, being able to shelter her from the world's pains and problems? The two of them didn't speak anymore. They paused, holding each other and enjoying this gentle moment as the night passed without words. In the early morning, Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu rose from bed early. Outside, the bright sun was rising and the grass was heavy with new dew, the air fresh as if it had just been washed. Lin Ming pushed open the door and walked out. Not too far away he could see two men and one woman standing. The three of them had amazing temperament. One blue-clothed girl was looking at Lin Ming, a slight grin tracing her lips as humor twinkled in her eyes. This young girl was Lan Xian. She clucked her tongue as she smiled and said, "Brother Lin, were you happy last night?" Listening to the obvious question in these words, a strange blush colored his face. He didn't want joke around with Lan Xian at this moment, so he simply ignored this question. Lan Xian stuck out her tongue, still devilishly grinning as before. "Brother Lin, is this the sect you grew up in? Divine Phoenix Island?" Beside Lan Xian, Duanmu Kun asked this question. Before the sun rose, he had already investigated Divine Phoenix Island and was able to approximate their situation. He had already expected that Divine Phoenix Island wasn't some great sect, otherwise they wouldn't have been destroyed by the South Sea Demon region. But as he saw their current state, he really couldn't help but think they were in extremely squalid circumstances. There was just more than 1,000 people in the entire sect, a mere 10 revolving core masters, and just 2 first-stage life destruction masters. Out of these 2, one of them had already damaged her life source. She didn't have much combat efficiency left. This temporary land was only a third-grade spiritual land. Within the holy demon continent, this would only be a small, off-the-road sect. It didn't even have a medicine garden. It was truly quite hard to look at it. Just how could this sort of sect raise such a monstrous genius like Lin Ming? Whether it was Duanmu Kun or Fengshen, neither of them could understand this. Lin Ming nodded. This was his sect. Lin Ming didn't have much attachment to the 7 profound valleys, but of Divine Phoenix Island, he actually thought of them as his second family. Brother Lin, if Divine Phoenix Island needs any resources, we can help. Look. In Duanmu Kun's eyes, a 4th-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island was limited in its ability to help Lin Ming find resources. Yet, it would be too rude to invite Lin Ming to join his Divine Wood Holy Land, thus he could only offer to help Lin Ming look for resources. Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Duanmu, for your kind intentions. If I return to the Holy Demon Continent in the future, then perhaps I really must take you up on your offer." Lin Ming planned to travel down the path of alchemy in order to pave the way for opening the 8 inner hidden gates as well as the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. When that time came, he would inevitably need to purchase certain rare resources. If he had a network of connections and was able to borrow the strength of a holy land to find resources, then Lin Ming's road would become much easier. Brother Lin is too humble. Duanmu Kun smiled in return. At this moment, Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and Mu Bingyun came walking by from not too far away. Because Lin Ming had been anxious to see Mu Qianyu yesterday, he had only hastily greeted Mu Yuhuang and the others. They didn't even have time to exchange proper greetings. Today, Mu Yuhuang wanted to talk to Lin Ming some more, but as she saw Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian, she was startled. These 3 didn't seem like humans. What race were they? Where had they come from? Mu Yuhuang hesitated for a moment before she sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. "Lin Ming, are these 3 your friends?" Lin Ming nodded. Without a doubt, these 3 all had great backgrounds and stories behind them. Mu Yuhuang didn't inquire further. What she wanted to do was ask Lin Ming what sort of adventures he had gone on these past 2.5 years, and just how he was able to break through to revolving core so soon. But at this moment, a spirit boat came whistling over their hands, falling into the meeting hall not too far away. As Mu Yuhuang saw the twin water and fire symbol on the spirit boat, she suddenly grimaced. This was Yin Yang Profound Palace's spirit boat. Naturally, they must have come to Little Swallow Mountain to negotiate matters. She said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, "Lin Ming, you wait here. We absolutely must keep quiet about your safe return and not let anyone know. Otherwise, others might do something to you." Chapter 693 A Conflict. Chapter 693 A Conflict. In the eyes of Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian, Lin Ming was Divine Phoenix Island's ultimate secret weapon. Yesterday, Lin Ming had been in a hurry, so they didn't even really greet each other, much less have an in-depth conversation. Thus, they believed that the South Sea Demon region hadn't yet learned of Lin Ming's return. It had to be known that Lin Ming had once messed up all of Xian Wuji's plans in the Demon God Imperial Palace, even snatching away the Nirvana Dragon Root from beneath his fingers. If Xian Wuji knew that Lin Ming had returned, then the consequences could be imagined. It was imperative that they train Lin Ming until he grew to the point at which he could stand alone. Until then, it was impossible to reveal him too early. Lin Ming didn't reply. The spirit boat had fallen down from the official business courtyard. "Lin Ming, go back in," Mu Fengxian told Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. She was afraid that the martial artists of Yin Yang Profound Palace would recognize Lin Ming. Although it was a very minor possibility, she had to prepare for all contingencies. As soon as she finished speaking, her feet, of their own accord, moved her towards the meeting courtyard with Mu Yuhuang. Mu Bingyun glanced at Lin Ming before closely following behind them. For a time, the only ones left were Lin Ming, Mu Qianyu, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xen. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he glared at Yin Yang Profound Palace's spirit boat. As his gaze fell on the spirit boat's twin water and fire symbols, he paused for a moment and then said, that spirit boat carries the negotiators from Yin Yang Profound Palace. Mu Qianyu nodded. Lin Ming, I suddenly remembered something. When we went to the Demon God Imperial Palace, it wasn't just Xian Wuji that was there, but also Nanyun Wang and Great Zen Temple's Abbot Whitebrow. The three of them all had third-stage life destruction cultivation. Because of you, they lost a Nirvana dragon root. If news of your survival spreads, then it would be bad for you if you caught their attention. Perhaps it might be wise to follow Honorable Sect Master's advice and conserve your strength for the time being. It wouldn't be too late for you to grow stronger before clearing all these old debt. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming shook his head. After such a long time, Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow should have already guessed that I've used up the entire Nirvana dragon root by now. Although my strength has its limits, with the giant Leviathan, I have the strength to deter a sect that even has a transcendent third-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Unless Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow are consumed by their obsessions, then there's no way they will try to do something to me. Lin Ming's plan was very simple. Since he had returned, he had no intention of acting in a low-key manner. Otherwise, it would be the same as showing weakness to others. This was a world of martial artists. Only when the strong were feared by their enemies. Every fool knew that the four divine kingdoms controlled an unbelievably massive amount of resources, but who would dare to steal it? On the other hand, if someone weak were to have a massive amount of resources, then others would covet it, try to steal it, and even kill to do so. At this time in the meeting hall's courtyard, 3 old men and a youth stepped out from a spirit boat. The yellow-clothed young man was around 30 years old, and he was tall with an arrow-straight posture. He was Yin Yang Profound Palace's little palace master, Xing Yang. As for the 3 old men behind him, they were the elders of Yin Yang Profound Palace. Fairy Maiden Mu, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. Xing Yang lightly smiled at Mu Fengxian. Because someone had snatched away his chance to meet the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince first, he was in a poor mood. Thus, he decided to switch his aim towards Divine Phoenix Island. He was hoping to obtain Mu Bingyun and Mu Qianyu's primordial Yin energy. Although this was less beneficial than befriending the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, it would still help pave his road to becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Additionally, if he could really subdue these 2 women and marry them as their husband, then enjoying their love-making and warm nights in bed would also be great. Thinking this, Xing Yang grinned from ear to ear. Thanks to the blessing of your Yin Yang Profound Palace, this old woman still hasn't died yet. Mu Fengxian's response was a bit dreary. In negotiations within the world of martial artists, one never made concessions to the other party because of something as silly as courtesy. Indeed, if it weren't because of all this, then Mu Fengxian would never have bothered speaking to such a slimy snake like Xing Yang. Hee, Fairy Maiden Mu, then let's cut with the nonsense and continue with our previous conversation, the secret transplant method of the vermilion bird blood essence. As Xing Yang spoke, he walked straight over to the meeting table and gestured. I've come with enough sincerity this time in the hope that Fairy Maiden Mu will know when to kindly give way. Xing Yang's voice was filled with warning. Divine Phoenix Island had hurriedly taken asylum within Yin Yang Profound Palace, not even having time to discuss all the major details. With such important interests of both sects at stake, naturally negotiations would carry on for a long time. Mu Fengxian sneered inside. She was well aware of just what disgusting plans this Xing Yang was making. She knew that the reason he continuously set up obstacles was not only for the secret skills of Divine Phoenix Island, but also because he desired the Mu sisters' bodies. How could Mu Fengxian possibly let him continue this wishful thinking? If it were a few days ago, then under the absolute threat of the South Sea Demon region, where Mu Fengxian was in a much weaker position, she would have no choice but to endure this rude oppression from Yin Yang Profound Palace. But now, with this unknown factor of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince and the South Sea Demon region having suffered loss one after another, Mu Fengxian didn't intend to keel over so easily. When she was about to go to the negotiating table to argue with Xingyang, she suddenly turned around to look at the courtyard entrance. She saw 5 people standing there. They were Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu, Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shun. Damn! Just what were they doing here? Mu Fengxian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Ming's return was Divine Phoenix Island's greatest, absolute secret. Once this news was leaked, then the consequences would be unthinkable. It wasn't just Mu Fengxian, but Mu Yuhuang was also looking ill. Mu Yuhuang tried to suppress her panic. Although Xingyang might not have seen Lin Ming's portrait, his age contrasted with his cultivation too spectacularly to not be noticed. She yelled, What are you here for?" Mu Yuhuang was thinking to bring up Mu Qinyu to distract Xingyang's attention and allow Lin Ming an opportunity to leave. But currently, Mu Qinyu seemed to be at a loss for words. Xingyang glared at Lin Ming. He coldly said, "Who are you?" Xingyang truly didn't know Lin Ming. He was sure that he didn't see Lin Ming when Divine Phoenix Island first came to Yin Yang Profound Palace. If he did, then he definitely would have remembered him. Lin Ming seemed to be only 20-some-odd years old, but his cultivation was at the early revolving core. Not just that, but the true essence around his body was exceptionally thick. He was obviously not some ordinary early revolving core powerhouse. Of course, he may look to be in his early 20s, but his age might actually be closer to 30. After all, a martial artist aged at a very slow pace. There wasn't that great a difference between 30 years and 20 years of age. Because he wasn't able to determine Lin Ming's age, he had no grounds to ascertain the degree of Lin Ming's talent. But he had to be at least at the pinnacle of saint-level talents. The reason that Lin Ming caught Xingyang's attention was not just because of Lin Ming's talent, but rather because of a much more important reason. That was because Mu Qinyu was holding Lin Ming's hand. Xingyang felt his heart sink as a dense light of jealousy entered his eyes. He clearly knew Mu Qinyu's origins. She only had a younger sister and had no older or younger brother. Then this meant that Lin Ming could only be her lover. Mu Qinyu's and Mu Bingyun's feelings and sentiment were no small matter. This was because the first time they had sex with someone else, they would pass a part of their primordial yin energy to that man. This would also dilute the saint-beast bloodline within the saintess to a certain degree. But looking at Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang, they obviously didn't oppose Mu Qinyu being together with this man. That meant they had already agreed to their union. Just who was he? Looking at how attached Mu Qinyu seemed to be with that man, he feared that she would have no qualms giving her virginity to the man. This caused Xingyang's heart to surge with a thick killing intent. Although Lin Ming's talent was good, Xingyang didn't fear him. Xingyang was already 35 years old, and he had just reached the late revolving core period. After that was life destruction. If he could reach life destruction before he was 45 years old, then his chances of becoming a peerless emperor would be that much higher. Although Lin Ming was younger, his cultivation was 2 whole small boundaries fewer. Once one reached revolving core, the difference between every small boundary was not minor. Xingyang didn't worry about Lin Ming's combat strength, only what sort of background he had. This sort of genius would never originate from some mediocre background. As Xingyang noticed the 2 handsome men and the pretty woman behind Lin Ming, he paused. They were obviously not human, but at the same time he couldn't recognize what race they were. Furthermore, what was strange was that Xingyang was completely unable to tell what their cultivation was. This was because the Fey cultivation system was different to that of humanity. You dare to trespass within my yin-yang profound palace? Just who are you? Xingyang wanted to find out about Lin Ming's origin. If he came from a 5th grade sect, then he wouldn't do anything to him. But if this man came from a small sect, then he would quietly kill him. Lin Ming sneered and said, I am a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, surnamed Lin. Little Swallow Mountain has already been designated as the residence for my Divine Phoenix Island. Why would it be strange for me to be here? Hearing Lin Ming not avoid referring to himself as someone surnamed Lin, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian became worried. That explosive last name, along with Lin Ming's talent, Xingyang would find out sooner or later. Mu Yuhuang repeatedly sent true essence sound transmissions but couldn't obtain a response from him. Mu Bingyun also frowned as she looked at Lin Ming, not sure what he was planning on doing. This boy was actually a Divine Phoenix Island disciple. Xingyang narrowed his eyes as he sized up Lin Ming. He didn't understand Divine Phoenix Island's history too much, so he temporarily didn't associate this Lin character with that Lin Ming. He only found it strange that Divine Phoenix Island still had this sort of talent remaining. Still, since he was a Divine Phoenix Island disciple, there simply wasn't anything to worry about. He began to think about finding an excuse to punish Lin Ming, and then quietly slipping him some medicine to ruin his abilities to function as a man in bed, thus removing his chances of taking Mu Qianyu's virginity. But then, at this moment, Lin Ming opened his mouth wide to spout out some fantastical and stunning words. Lin Ming said, You there, the one called Xingyang, I came here today to tell you, negotiations are over. Immediately return the vermilion birds. Yin-Yang Profound Palace will also divide half of their territory as a temporary residence for Divine Phoenix Island. This includes practice arrays, medicine garden supplies, true essence stone, and all other resources. Half of everyone's daily share will be given to Divine Phoenix Island as an offering. When Lin Ming finished speaking, Xingyang's jaw fell wide open. He nearly couldn't believe his own ears. What had this boy said just now? It wasn't just Xingyang. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were also shocked silly. Even the normally indifferent Mu Bingyun was staring at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. Lin Ming definitely didn't seem as if he were joking around. Thus, she turned to look at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu was also surprised. She never thought that Lin Ming would suddenly demand such excessive conditions. This was the same as slicing off the flesh from Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Duanmuqin, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all seemed to not care too much. As descendants from a holy land, they naturally didn't have any interest in the resources of a minor 5th grade sect. How valuable could it possibly be? Any one of the Earth-Steppe demon god bones that Lin Ming had obtained in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone was enough for a 5th grade sect to recklessly spend wealth for 10 years. After several breaths of time, Xingyang suddenly laughed. I thought you were some sort of genius, but I never imagined you were such an idiot. You must have thought these negotiations were too boring, so you wanted to tease me into laughing. Ha 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 ha. You not only succeeded, but you also did a great job. Xingyang's expression then turned icy. Elder Jiang, elder son, seize that boy for me. Behind Xingyang there were 3 black-clothed elders. 2 of them were late revolving core, and the last was at the first stage of life destruction. They had come up to provide suppressive support. Yin-Yang Profound Palace couldn't be considered a 5th grade sect with too prestigious a background. They weren't able to have each of their elders at life destruction. Because they lacked masters, most of their elders were actually at the mid or late revolving core. Xingyang simply couldn't bother to deal with Lin Ming himself. Elder Jiang and elder son behind him both had cultivation at the late revolving core, more than enough to deal with the likes of Lin Ming. Lin Ming casually swept his eyes over the 2 elders and chuckled. He already knew that speaking with this Xingyang was the same as exchanging nonsense. Today he had come to ruin him. Two elders approached Li Ming from the left and right. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian's complexions changed. They were well aware that Lin Ming wasn't an idiot, but what could he do in this situation? Even if he was extraordinarily strong, what would happen even if he was able to jump ranks and defeat these two revolving core elders? Could he take the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace as his enemy? At this time, Lan Xian clucked her tongue as she slightly tittered, her laugh sweet like silver bells. Her tone was laced with sarcasm as she bluntly said, "Is this still a fifth-grade sect? A fifth-grade sect's elders should accordingly be life-destruction masters. But you use late revolving core elders as an in-between and still think that you can be acknowledged as a fifth-grade sect. How ridiculous!" As Lan Xian said this, Elder Sun and Elder Jiang both became furious. This was not only cruelly mocking Yin-Yang Profound Palace but also mocking them, exposing all of their shortcomings that no one dared to voice out loud. What Lan Xian had said was truly toxic. Although Yin-Yang Profound Palace was known as a fifth-grade sect, they really did have many places where they didn't meet the definition of a fifth-grade sect. "Little girl, since you want to die so badly, then this old man will show you just how high the heavens are and how the low earth is." Elder Jiang couldn't see what Lan Xian's cultivation or race was. He assumed that she was some sect talent, and was also the naive sort that had never left their sect before. The type that assumed just because their talent was a little high they could act like an idiot. "Haha, you're going to make me die of laughter. I'm standing right here. If you can approach within 3 feet of me, then I'll count you as having won." Lan Xian winked at Duanmu Kun. She had never been a polite, good little girl to begin with. With such a fun opportunity in front of her, she certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Duanmu Kun was speechless. He thought that Lan Xian would take action, but he never expected that this little lady would circle everything back to him. Indeed, with Lan Xian's strength she would be able to defeat Elder Jiang. But it wouldn't be easy. She might even be wounded. If so, it would be difficult for her to maintain her lofty attitude. "You are far too arrogant. Old son, you deal with that boy and I'll capture that little girl," Elder Jian said in a furious rage. "Okay." The two elders rushed out to the left and right. Facing this situation, Lin Ming didn't even take out his spear. He flicked his index finger and attached his battle spirit to the air, shooting it out. In the next moment, Elder Jiang only saw an azure light flash in front of him. With the sound of a muffled crashing sound, Elder Sun, who had rushed out with him, had suddenly disappeared. Elder Jiang turned his head and saw that a massive, human-shaped hole had formed in the wall behind him. As for Elder Sun, he was toppled over on top of the courtyard fence, vomiting blood as his limbs hung lifelessly down like a dead dog. Chapter 694, Absolute Disparity. Chapter 694, Absolute Disparity. Elder Jiang had only rushed out halfway when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had run out with Elder Sun, but Elder Sun had suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he was hanged up on the outer courtyard fence like a piece of cured meat. The great human-shaped hole was still rustling with falling dust. As for Elder Sun, his entire body had gone soft. It was unknown whether or not he had fainted. The entire meeting venue fell in absolute silence. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were stunned. Although they had guessed that Lin Ming's strength had sharply risen after breaking through to revolving core and that it should be easy for him to jump ranks when fighting, they didn't think that Lin Ming could send a late revolving core martial artist flying with just a flick of his finger. Even Mu Qianyu, who had heard about Lin Ming's strength from the person in question, was bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide and bright. Hearing Lin Ming's words was one thing, but seeing it happen in front of her was another. Elder Sun. Xingyang was frightened. He had never even dreamed that such a scene would occur. He quickly used his soul force to investigate what the dangling elder son's situation was like. His bodily true essence had shattered apart, and all the bones near the right side of his chest had been broken to pieces. It was obvious that elder son had been struck by a massive blow to his right chest. But just how had Lin Ming made this attack? Xing Yang could only feel a chill crawl down his spine. All he had managed to see was a flash of azure light past his eyes. Lin Ming hadn't even taken out his weapon. All he had done was to send that elder son flying, was to flick a single finger. Elder son's cultivation was at the late revolving core realm. Although it was impossible for him to reach life destruction in his life, he wasn't much weaker than the late revolving core Xing Yang. And Xing Yang didn't dare to say he could easily defeat Elder Sun, much less send him flying with a flick like Lin Ming had done. Recalling the power of that finger just now, Xing Yang was frightened. He hadn't even been the target, but he still felt as if a massive will pressure was pressing down between his eyes, into his spiritual sea. Even his soul trembled from that terrifying feeling. Xing Yang looked at Lin Ming, feeling faint of heart. Second uncle, just what was that? Xing Yang's second uncle was the present first stage life destruction elder. He was Xing Yang's god uncle, Xing Zizhen. He had come to the negotiations to help shore up Xing Yang's prestige, but he had never imagined such a matter would occur. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "This should be a type of spear wind formed from some kind of extraordinary technique." In truth, what Lin Ming had just used was his battle spirit. However, the battle spirit was something that only Emperor-level powerhouses and peak Emperor-level talents could ever touch upon. Normally, only Holy Lands with a profound history had some sort of inheritance regarding battle spirits. Yin Yang Profound Palace was a newly promoted 5th-grade sect. Their history was shallow. From the very beginning, Xing Zizhen had never even heard of a battle spirit before. Xing Zizhen continued to analyze the situation. There are some special cultivation methods, such as Divine Sword Sect's Blue Yang Sword Law, where one could forge and form several sword energies within their body to constantly improve it. In a critical moment, they wouldn't even need to use their swords, and could instead shoot out these sword energies to kill others. Moreover, the strike power behind them is immense. It could even be stronger than that person's all-out attack. Perhaps this boy's attack was done using a similar cultivation method. Listening to Xing Zizhen's reasonable analysis, Xing Yang relaxed. What Lin Ming had done just now did seem like a similar cultivation method, and indeed, he had heard of this before. Although it was extremely powerful, it also had several flaws. First, one could store a limited number of these sword energies. They cost a great deal of time and effort to improve, and once they were used they would simply disappear. If Lin Ming had used a spear energy that he had cultivated for a long period of time to injure Elder Sun like this, then Xing Yang could also accept that. If he gathered all of his potential and energy to strike, then he could also achieve a similar result. Xing Zizhen and Xing Yang used true essence sound transmissions to speak with each other. That Elder Jiang who followed Elder Sun hadn't heard any of this. Facing such a violent Lin Ming, he was dumbfounded. Elder Jiang couldn't rush forwards, but he couldn't retreat either. The words that he had previously spoken were too prideful and arrogant. If he allowed his face to be ruined here, then how could he ever hold his head up high in front of the juniors of Yin Yang Profound Palace? At this time, Lan Xing chortled and said, "Are you coming or not? What happened to all your bluster just now?" Lan Xian felt that Lin Ming sending that elder son flying back with just a flick of a finger was very normal. She made sure to not forget to mock this frightened Elder Jiang. After having his weakness poked by others, Elder Jiang became extremely angry. He glared at Lan Xian, calculating the situation in his heart. Dealing with that finger-flicking boy was definitely not good, but dealing with this ridiculous yellow-clothed girl shouldn't be a problem. As long as he could mess with her a bit, then he would be able to restore some of his lost face. Thinking of this, Elder Jiang coldly snorted and said, "Little girl, you've gone too far. Do you really think that you are unrivaled in this world? This old man will teach you to know your place." Lan Xing laughed and said, "I never said that I would deal with you. I said that if you could approach within 3 feet then you'll win. Right, Duanmu-kun?" Hearing Lan Xian kick the ball towards him, Duanmu-kun helplessly shook his head. But now that things had reached this point, he certainly wouldn't sit around and watch Lan Xian needlessly suffer. Elder Jiang looked at Duanmu-kun and his heart started beating rapidly. He wasn't able to see through this fellow's cultivation, but his intuition told him that he was surely an astonishing character. Did these 3 people use some kind of secret skill to hide their cultivation? Just how strong were they really? Elder Jiang hesitated to do anything. But at this moment, Xing Yang's true essence sound transmission echoed in his mind. "Elder Jiang, you don't have to be afraid. That boy just now used some secret ability similar to the Blue Yang Sword Law to defeat Elder Sunday. His strength isn't as amazing as you think it is." Blue Yang Sword Law. Hearing Xing Yang's true essence sound transmission, Elder Jiang was startled. Divine Sword Sect was near their profound province, so he naturally knew of the Blue Yang Sword Law. So it was like this. Elder Jiang sullenly glanced at Lin Ming, feeling relieved. It must have been a similar secret skill. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's early revolving core cultivation, just how was it possible for him to send Elder Sun flying away with the flick of a finger? Thinking like this, Elder Jiang felt some fear, but he wasn't too terrified now. Of course, even if Lin Ming used some kind of trick, Elder Jiang knew that he still could in no way be Lin Ming's match. After all, the strength of that spear energy was a reflection of the user's strength. He decided to target Duanmu-kun and Lan Xian instead. "Getting within 3 feet of you? Good. Very good. Are the juniors of this era always so arrogant? I'll see just what you can do as I approach you." Elder Jiang seemed brimming with confidence, but the truth was that he was in a critical situation. After learning from Elder Sun's example, he certainly didn't dare to relax his guard. He revolved all the true essence within his body and extracted the thick saber from his back. Then, he rushed towards Lan Xian and Duanmu-kun. As he shot forward, he paid particular attention to what Lin Ming was doing. Seeing that Lin Ming's hands were crossed over his chest with no intention of helping, Elder Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It's only approaching them, it shouldn't be too difficult. As Elder Jiang thought this, he stimulated all of his bodily protective true essence. He didn't believe that this strange white-clothed youth was also a freak like that finger-flick fellow just now. This sort of targeting juniors, and especially bullying the weak while avoiding the strong, was extremely despicable. Even Xing Yang found this hard to look at. Duanmu-kun was calm as he brought his hands forward from behind him. As Elder Jiang was 30 feet away, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he formed a sword with his fingers and a fierce sword energy savagely shot out, creating sword lights so brilliant that they were hard to look at. Rushing forward, Elder Jiang only felt a turbulent energy come at him, as if it would be able to split him in half. His expression suddenly changed. On instinct, he slashed out with his saber. This saber strike was Yin Yang Profound Palace's mountain-breaking technique. Saber light filled the skies like snow as it was used. However, as the saber light and sword energy collided, a strange distortion suddenly appeared in space. The saber lights were pulled into the strange twisting space, bending, until finally, with a loud cracking sound, the bent saber lights were completely sliced apart by the sword energies, shredded to pieces. The next moment, sword energy smashed into Elder Jiang's chest. Elder Jiang gave a stuffy cough as his bodily true essence broke apart. He flew backwards, his entire chest wet and dripping with blood. Following this scene was a deafening silence. Lin Ming was also slightly surprised. Duanmu Kun was in truth a 2-star Fey King. That was equal to a middle revolving core martial artist. His cultivation wasn't much worse than Elder Zhang's, thus he was easily able to defeat him. Lin Ming wasn't surprised that Duanmu Kun easily won. No, what he found interesting was the concept of space that was imbued into Duanmu Kun's attack. Their respective concepts of space had taken entirely different paths, but both were incomparably exquisite styles. Originally, Duanmu Kun already had some understanding of the concept of space, but after gaining experience via passing through the ancient transmission array, his progress in that aspect had increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Duanmu Kun's talent. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian also looked at Duanmu Kun with amazement. Duanmu Kun seemed to be in his 20s, but he actually had the strength of a peak revolving core master, no worse than Lin Ming. Just this Duanmu Kun was already like this, and looking at Feng Shun and Lan Xian, neither of them seemed like common geniuses either. Were they all Lin Ming's friends? Mu Fengxian and the others hadn't been able to discover Duanmu Kun, Feng Shun, and Lan Xian's cultivation level, so they hadn't paid too much attention to them. But, thinking about it now, did these 3 people come from the 4 divine kingdoms? It wasn't just Mu Yuhuang that thought this, but Xing Yang and Xing Zizhen as well. Duanmu Kun, Feng Shun, Lan Xian, and Lin Ming, altogether 4 youngsters. Were they all Emperor-level talents? This year, had Emperor-level talents become common to this degree? Were they growing around like cabbages or something? Xing Yang's expression was dismal, as if he had taken a great blow. He originally had pride in his own talent that barely qualified him as an Emperor-level talent, but now facing Lin Ming and Duanmu Kun, all of his pride had been shattered. Whether it was Lin Ming or Duanmu Qin, neither was weaker than him. Both were actually stronger than him. Ca. Xing Yang extracted a thick crimson saber that looked as if it was on fire. In Yin Yang Profound Palace, it was custom for men to use sabers and for women to use swords. I admit that you are strong. Very well, I will fight you with everything I have. Xing Yang pointed his treasure saber straight at Duanmu Kun. His treasure saber was a peak high-grade earth-step weapon, forged from refined fire gold. It was just a single step away from being a heaven-step treasure. And, most importantly, it had an additional function of boosting fire attribute cultivation methods. It was the best weapon for him to use. Xing Yang had chosen Duanmu Kun as his opponent after a long period of careful consideration. Before, Lin Ming had only used his spear energy to attack, so the true depth of his strength was still unknown. He didn't dare to risk fighting him at this time. If he lost, then any face still he had would be swept away. If he was facing Duanmu Kun, Xing Yang still had some confidence in himself. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.